Chapter 1153. Xiao Yan. Seeing that Xiao Yan had actually been defeated in an instant, the few people behind him revealed expressions of disbelief. At the same time, Tianlong and the other two also had mocking smiles on their faces as they watched this scene. What a reckless brat. He actually wants to rely on his two avatars to block our puppets. He is really seeking death. Ha ha ha, a mere origin transformation expert is not worthy of being our opponent. Hey, I originally thought that he would be a difficult opponent to deal with. Unexpectedly, it was actually so easy. He cannot even withstand a single blow. The three of them mocked and ridiculed in an unrestrained manner. In their hearts, they looked down on Xiao Yan, who was quickly being defeated in front of them. However, just as the three of them finished speaking, a faint voice was transmitted into their ears like a ghost's bewitching whisper. Is that so? 3 8-star Do D actually dare to speak so systematically about an origin transformation expert as if he is worthless. I want to know where your courage comes from. Boss? The low and deep voice was like the sickle of a death god from hell. The instant it was transmitted into the ears of the three of them, their souls seemed to tremble. An icy cold feeling instantly spread from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. It was as if there was a sharp blade at their throats as a dense, cold air instantly spread throughout their bodies. The space in front of the three of them slowly distorted. Soon after, a black-robed, handsome human figure appeared in front of them. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have imagined that Xiao Yan, who had clearly been seriously injured by their puppets, would actually suddenly appear in front of them in a ghost-like manner. You, how can it be? The eyes of the three of them gradually widened. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Their pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The dense disbelief in their eyes, as well as the shock that they contained, was something that anyone could easily see. If you can do it all over again, you must remember that foolish arrogance will cost you your life. At the same time that the cold words were muttered from Xiao Yan's mouth, a pale blue flame fiercely burned on the bodies of the three of them without any forewarning. In an instant, the Tian brothers had all fallen and turned into nothingness. At the same time, the three puppets behind him also stopped. Without anyone controlling them, the three puppets were no different from scrap metal. They crashed heavily into the city below. Then Xiao Yan slowly turned around with a faint smile on his face as he looked at Luo Jin and the others. When the two of them looked at each other, Luo Jin could not help but laugh. He naturally sensed Xiao Yan's methods, but he did not expose them. On the other hand, Leng Bing and the fairy doctor were the ones who were really nervous. The moment they saw the incarnation shatter, they really thought that something had happened to Xiao Yan. You rascal, next time before you take action, can't you inform us first so that we won't be frightened together? Just now, the two of them really thought that something had happened to you. Luo Jin jumped forward and could not help but punch Xiao Yan's shoulder as he ridiculed him. When Xiao Yan looked at Leng Bing Shuang and the fairy doctor, the two of them could not help but turn their heads and avoid Xiao Yan's gaze. Haha, the situation just now was not stable. To be on the safe side, I did not tell you. However, don't worry, I will definitely not do this again. Xiao Yan laughed awkwardly. At the end of his words, he deliberately shouted at Leng Bing Shuang and the fairy doctor in a loud voice. Although the two of them took these words to heart, they snorted in unison as if they had been wronged, as if they were venting their anger. Oh, that's right. I was so focused on our conversation that I almost forgot that we still have guests. Suddenly, he used his hand to gently pat his forehead as if he had just remembered. He brought everyone back to their senses and turned around. Once again, his gaze landed on Fu Yulong and Wu Kuei, who were not far away. Fu Yulong, even if you want to find helpers, you should at least find 2 more decent ones next time. For such an arrogant and conceited fellow to be able to live until today, it can really be considered a blessing. After a cold laugh, the expression on Xiao Yan's face quickly recovered. His gaze paused on Wu Kuei for a while before he said, "How is it? Do you still plan to continue?" 3 idiots. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Fu Yulong's body trembled in anger. His eyes that were filled with anger unconsciously looked at Wu Kuei, who was not far away. This person was called over by him. Now he was actually killed by Xiao Yan just like that. How should he settle this matter? Why are you looking at me? If they want to go up and court death, that's their business. It's not like I ordered them to do so. Who would have thought that this brat actually had such a method? The most ridiculous thing is that the three of them were actually deceived by Xiao Yan from the beginning to the end. They only have themselves to blame for their deaths. Wu Kuei curled his lips, but did not dare to make any extra movements. To be honest, even he did not see any flaws in Xiao Yan's ghostly appearance just now. Wu Kuei did not doubt that even if it was him, those three people just now would not have a chance to survive. Now that they were dead, the two of them obviously could not do anything to Xiao Yan's group. The only thing they could do now was to leave again. Thinking up to here, Fu Yulong couldn't help but clench his fists tightly together under his sleeves. The expression on his old face was extremely unsightly. Unknowingly, this Qingyang city appeared to have become a tall mountain in front of him that he could not surmount. Regardless of how he used all his strength to resist, he would ultimately be mercilessly beaten back. This was especially the case after Xiao Yan appeared. Everything that happened after that caused him to feel a wave of helplessness. Could it be that he could only return with a face full of dust and dirt? But no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, Fu Yulong still knew that no matter what, he would not be able to do anything to Xiao Yan today. No matter how unwilling he was, what could he do? Fight to the death with just the two of them? The fate of the Tian brothers just now was already a lesson. He believed that Wu Kuei would definitely not joke around with his life. This time he would definitely not allow his puppet to leave his side. Sigh. The endless fury in Wu Kuei's heart finally transformed into a heavy sigh. Wu Kuei's expression by the side was somewhat unnatural as he glanced at Xiao Yan. After which, he involuntarily glanced at the three puppets that had fallen into the city below. Even though he had the intention to retrieve them, he clearly understood that it was impossible. Xiao Yan, we will definitely meet again. In the end, Fu Yulong unwillingly spat out these words. Then, with Wu Kuei beside him, he swiftly flew in the direction they had come from. His sorry figure was a stark contrast to his image and it was extremely laughable. Chapter 1154. Only after Fu Yulong and Wu Kuei had left did Xiao Yan turn around and look at the three puppets in the city below. Three returnance puppets were an extremely powerful force. If it were not for the arrogance of the Tian brothers, it would have been impossible for Xiao Yan to stop the attacks of the three of them all by himself with his current cultivation. Xiao Yan descended and arrived before the three puppets. He used his powerful soul to make one of them stand up. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately narrowed when he sensed the heaviness. Pulling off the black robes, the puppet's entire body was exposed to the air. Its pitch-black skin glowed with a metallic luster. When he placed his hand on it, he felt an icy cold sensation. Although the puppet seemed bloated, it was possible to discover that its bloated skin was actually as tough as metal. Even Genesis Chi was unable to touch the puppet's body easily. After that, Xiao Yan used the heavenly flame as an experiment. The pale blue heavenly flame adhered to a dagger. When Xiao Yan used all his strength to stab at the puppet in front of him, he ultimately only left a shallow scar on the puppet's body. The dagger in Xiao Yan's hand had already shattered. Gasp, what a tough body. This puppet seems to be a little special. Even with Xiao Yan's mental strength, he involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he saw this appearance. Surprise surfaced on his face. The body of this puppet was exceptionally hard. Even though he had used his physical strength to support it, he was unable to leave an obvious wound on this puppet's body. It was likely that even his Northern King was inferior to this puppet on this point. Although the North King possessed an extremely powerful regenerative ability, its defense was nowhere near as tough as the puppet before him. If the North King was a ball of cotton that could be easily restored, the puppet was an indestructible boulder. The puppet's refinement method was very different from the North King's. It had completely abandoned its ability to be regenerative and took a different approach. It used a straightforward diamond body as its strongest defense. At the same time, its explosive power would become even greater as a result. If Xiao Yan's puppet was compared to Xiao Yan's North King, the difference was that the North King could fight for extended periods of time and receive the baptism of heavenly lightning. Not only could it return to its original state, but it could also increase its battle prowess. However, this puppet was different. Its body might be extremely hard and its strength was indeed powerful. However, from this distance, Xiao Yan was able to easily discover that there were quite a number of old scars on the puppet's body. Through those cracks, it was even possible to see the withered yellow bones under it. If he was able to add a couple more slashes to those cracks, this puppet would be completely crippled. However, it was likely that it was because these three puppets usually attacked their enemies together that they were able to ensure their survival until now. It was likely that the three of them had thought in this manner before they had arrived. With the strength of these three puppets, it would be extremely easy for them to join hands and deal with one person. Unfortunately, they did not expect Xiao Yan to borrow the help of his avatars to attack their actual bodies. No matter how powerful a puppet was, as long as its master died, the puppet would naturally stop working. It was like a machine without a controller, unable to operate. This puppet is a product of the Heavenly Puppet sect. While Xiao Yan was pondering over the puppet before him, a somewhat weak voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Xiao Yan turned around and saw that the one who had spoken was Zhou Tai. After consuming the medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had given him, the latter's injuries were no longer a problem, although he was still somewhat weak. Heavenly Puppet Sect? What's that? Xiao Yan could not help but ask as he softly repeated Zhou Tai's words. He had never heard of such a faction and could not possibly have provoked them. So why had they come looking for him? Honestly speaking, Xiao Yan did not believe that these people were helpers that Fu Yulong had found. Just by looking at the scene of them conversing with each other earlier, these people did not have as good of a relationship as he had imagined. Perhaps it was due to some special reason that they had come looking for him. But what exactly was the reason? The Heavenly Puppet Sect is one of the 3 great sects of the southern region. According to what I know, they are the ones supporting Sea Cloud Palace. This is why Sea Cloud Palace is so rampant and overbearing, openly expanding their influence in the southern region. I'm afraid that the reason why they have sent people over this time is because Sea Cloud Palace is not doing a good job. In order to subdue Green Sun City, they have done this. Soon after, Luo Jin slowly walked forward from behind, looking straight at Xiao Yan as he slowly said. Before this, Luo Jin was unable to confirm whether this puppet truly belonged to the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Only after Zhou Tai confirmed it, did he become certain. The Heavenly Puppet Sect is actually one of the 3 great sects of the southern region. Looks like I will definitely encounter them in the Burning Flame Valley later. Xiao Yan sighed softly. Soon after, he turned his attention back to what had happened today. But, did they really send experts of this level just for Green Sun City? Xiao Yan could not help but become slightly doubtful when he heard Luo Jin's words. If it really was because Sea Cloud Palace was not doing a good job, the Heavenly Puppet Sect would at most harshly reprimand them before ordering Sea Cloud Palace to attack Green Sun City again. It was impossible for them to personally send people to deal with it. At the same time, Xiao Yan found the gazes of the 3 fellows to be extremely familiar. It was a gaze of greed just like Yi Luo Tian. However, now that things had progressed to this point, people had either died or fled. If he wanted to know the reason behind this, he could only wait until they met again. Xiao Yan believed that he would definitely meet Fu Yulong and the Heavenly Puppet Sect, one of the 3 great sects of the southern region. Right now, it was best for him to subdue the 3 puppets first. Once the 3 returnants puppets were subdued, the battle prowess of Xiao Yan's group would rise once again. At that time, they would be able to easily deal with a lineup like the one they faced today even without resorting to any tricks. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled when he thought of this in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his brows. It entered the puppet's body from the back of its head and once again carved a spiritual brand that belonged to him at the spot where the Tian brothers' spiritual brands were originally imprinted. After a simple process, Xiao Yan's thoughts changed once again. An order was issued and the puppet in front of him immediately emitted a clang sound as it knelt on the ground. This puppet could be considered to have been completely subdued. Xiao Yan did not subdue the 2 remaining puppets. Instead, he gave one of them to the fairy doctor and the other to the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Huabai. Chapter 1155. The fairy doctor obviously understood why Xiao Yan had given the puppet to her. With the puppet, she would naturally possess another source of battle prowess. Even if the power did not originate from her, it would be something she could rely on as long as she could control it. That way, the fairy doctor would no longer have a reason to leave Xiao Yan so easily. As for Lu Huabai, when he learned that Xiao Yan actually wanted to give the puppet to the Lu family, the joy on his face was indescribable. His Lu family was originally a small clan that had fallen into dire straits. Because of Xiao Yan's appearance, they had gradually reached their current state. The overall strength of the clan was countless times greater than before. All of this had already made the Lu family extremely grateful to Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan had actually given a puppet on par with returnance experts to the Lu family. This was an even greater favor, so how could he not be excited? When Lu Huabai left his soul imprint in the puppet, a subtle connection surged through his mind. Immediately, Lu Huabai led the Grand Elder and everyone from the Lu family to kneel before Xiao Yan. My Lu family will never forget Mr. Xiao Yan's great kindness. From today onwards, my Lu family will follow Mr. Xiao Yan's lead. As long as Mr. Xiao Yan gives the order, my Lu family will not hesitate to carry it out, even if we have to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. As Lu Huabai called out, the people from the Lu family behind him called out as well. Their vast voices shook up the entire Azure Sun City. There's no need for that. The reason why I'm giving the puppet to you is because I'll be leaving Azure Sun City soon. At that time Bai Hua will be leaving with me. In order to prevent Fu Yulong from coming back to kill me, I'll leave the puppet to you. However, I have a request. Unless you have no other choice, do not let the puppet appear before others so easily. Otherwise, it might bring an even greater disaster to the Lu family. Lu Huabai obviously understood the meaning behind Xiao Yan's words. However, not long after Xiao Yan said that, everyone raised their heads and discovered that the sky above Azure Sun City had actually changed. Rolling black clouds with an extremely dense oppressive feeling condensed above Qingyang City. As it continued to roll, there was a shocking flash of lightning. Then a mighty rumble of thunder descended from the sky, causing people's hearts to tremble. Rumble. Soon after, the thunder descended and the sky changed color. The hearts of everyone in the city suddenly tightened as if their hearts had stopped. They could not help but become nervous. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly shrank when he saw this scene. Surprise immediately surged into his eyes. The 9 heavens divine lightning. What they just swore was a lightning penalty oath. Luo Jin and Zhou Tai immediately revealed shocked expressions. A lightning penalty oath was not a joke. In this world, there were very few people who could swear a lightning penalty oath to others. Those who could do such a thing were usually righteous people. Today it actually attracted such a shocking commotion. This meant that the entire Lu family had probably swore the lightning penalty oath together. They had tied the fate of an entire family to Xiao Yan. It had to be said that no other faction on the continent would be able to do such a thing. At this moment, even Xiao Yan's expression could not help but become serious. Everyone, Xiao Yan thanks you for your kindness. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan cupped his hands to the members of the Lu clan in front of him. He bowed to everyone in front of him. Behind him, Luo Jin and the others involuntarily revealed an expression of admiration when they saw this manner of Xiao Yan. Without mentioning anything else, just the fact that he valued relationships and righteousness today had already conquered the hearts of everyone present. From this point on, today's battle could be considered to have ended. That day, after everyone had returned to their own rooms, Xiao Yan once again took out the storage rings on the hands of the 3 brothers. These things had been kept by him ever since he had killed the 3 of them. At this moment, after investigating them, he realized that other than some rare metal materials and some qi methods and do techniques, there was not even a single spirit stone within the storage rings. However, he did not know if these 3 fellows were really so poor or if they had used them for other purposes. In the following period of time, the Lu family was indeed peaceful. Fu Yulong had left once again. After 2 failures, it was likely that he would not easily return. This was indeed a good thing. Very quickly, over a month had passed. There were only a few days left until the date that Zhou Tai had calculated back then. However, Xiao Yan did not intend to continue waiting. After all, he did not know what would happen in the following period of his journey. If he were to meet the people from the Heavenly Puppet sect along the way, it would definitely become another source of trouble. Therefore, leaving early was also considered a form of insurance. Other than Xiao Yan, there was also Bai Hua, the little fairy doctor, Luo Jin, the Tong Tian giant ape, Zhou Tai and Mu Ling. There was a total of 7 people in this group. As for Leng Bingshuang, in order to send Murong Qianqian back, Xiao Yan asked her to temporarily stay. After they had left, he would bring Murong Qianqian back to the western region. As for the narwhal snake, after some consideration, it chose to stay in the Lu family. Xiao Yan naturally understood the narwhal snake's actions. It wanted to protect the Lu family for Xiao Yan. Bai Hua expressed her loyalty even more generously. Under Xiao Yan's surprised gaze, she gave a droplet of her essence blood to the narwhal snake. Xiao Yan was certain that the narwhal snake would be able to break through to the origin realm in the shortest amount of time possible with the assistance of the essence blood. Bai Hua's actions could be described as a great favor. The other person was Leng Bingshuang and Murong Qianqian. Although the 2 of them were rather unwilling towards Xiao Yan's actions, they could only listen obediently under the firm insistence of Xiao Yan and Bai Hua. Of course, there was another reason why Xiao Yan wanted Leng Bingshuang to stay and return to the western region. Recently, Leng Bingshuang's presence had become more and more powerful. Xiao Yan guessed that she was close to breaking through to the returnance realm. If she returned to the western region now, she would definitely be able to break through successfully with the assistance of the Ice Soul Springs in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. Not only would he be able to ensure that Leng Bingshuang broke through to the returnance realm successfully, but he would also be able to reduce some unnecessary dangers. Xiao Yan was obviously extremely happy. As for the little fairy doctor, although Xiao Yan was also unwilling to see her get hurt, Xiao Yan clearly understood the former's character. If he insisted on keeping the little fairy doctor in the Lu clan, it was likely that the little fairy doctor would forcefully follow him without caring about anything. Rather than doing something that would hurt her, it was better to keep her by his side. At the very least, he could protect her at all times. Chapter 1156. The group of 7 left Azure Sun City and headed towards the southeast. At this moment, there was still close to a month's time before the sect competition in the Burning Flame Valley. As a result, the group traveled at a steady pace. The 3 sects of the southern region were located in the southernmost part of the southern region. The group had set off from the southwest border of Azure Sun City and could be said to have passed through the entire southern region. Along the way, they were able to experience the prosperity of the southern region. In particular, the closer they got to the Burning Flame Valley, the more dumbfounded a normal person would be. The first stop of Xiao Yan's group this time around was a city called Lutsang City. They had hurried for a couple of days. Although they had passed by quite a number of cities during this period of time, it was only today that they saw that this Lutsang City was an extremely large city. Just based on the area it occupied, it was likely that it was not inferior to the savage ancient city at the southwestern border. When the group entered the city, they immediately sensed quite a few powerful presences. Lutsang City is truly worthy of being one of the few large cities in the southwest. There are actually no less than 10 origin transformation experts in the city. How surprising. Zhou Tai's eyebrows immediately twitched when he sensed the powerful presences in the city. Although he had never been to Lutsang City, he had heard of its name. Although it was not one of the best cities in the southern region, its strength could not be underestimated. Haha. According to what I know, Lutsang City is one of the few cities in the southwest that has not been swallowed by the Sea Cloud Palace. Luo Jin pursed his lips slightly when he heard Zhou Tai's words. He gazed into the distance and gazed into the depths of the city. With his powerful spiritual strength, he could sense that there was an extremely powerful person in the depths of Lutsang City. It was probably because of his existence that Lutsang City had not been swallowed by the Sea Cloud Palace. Fu Yulong obviously can't swallow it if there's an origin transformation expert present. To one side, Xiao Yan, who had also sensed this, smiled. He had already sensed the owner of the presences when they had entered the city. Let's find a place to rest first. It won't be too late to continue tomorrow. Xiao Yan turned his head and glanced at the exhausted fairy doctor. A sliver of pity appeared in his eyes. The others also nodded in understanding. Then they walked towards the city. Along the way, the group of 7 people swaggered through the middle of the street, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Especially the existence of the little fairy doctor, it caused the faces of the surrounding men in the crowd to heat up. That kind of moving fairy-like appearance caused many people to secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. This little girl is really pretty. She's not the slightest bit inferior to the one I saw earlier. She is indeed beautiful, but she is a little too cold. Her gaze seems to be able to freeze people alive. What do you know? That kind of woman is the best. Bus. The little fairy doctor merely glanced at the vulgar words in the surrounding crowd and caused their bodies to tremble. The dense killing intent caused their scalps to feel numb, and they instantly swallowed the words that were at the tip of their tongues. Let's go. There's no need to bother. Xiao Yan turned his head and spoke gently to the little fairy doctor. His gaze swept across the bodies of those people. Immediately, he turned his head and continued to walk forward. At the same time, a wisp of pale blue flame also disappeared deep within his eyes. Not long after this group of people walked far away, those people who had revealed lustful gazes towards the little fairy doctor were turned into ice sculptures in front of the surrounding people's frightened gazes. Very quickly, the 7 of them stayed in a villa within Lutsang City. At the same time that Xiao Yan and the rest entered the city, in the central area of Lutsang City, an old man who was quietly drinking tea suddenly stood up and raised his head. He looked towards the direction where Xiao Yan and the rest were. Why are there suddenly so many strong people coming to my Lutsang City? He muttered in his mouth. Soon after, the old man's eyes turned and looked at the guard in front of the courtyard. His tone fluctuated slightly as he said, "Quickly go and call the clan head over." When the guard heard this, he immediately bowed and retreated. On the other side, Xiao Yan and the rest who had stayed in the villa were also resting. After a few days of hurrying, Xiao Yan was fine. However, with the little fairy doctors and Mu Ling's current cultivation, following Xiao Yan's group for a long period of time was really a little strenuous. Therefore today Xiao Yan chose to temporarily rest in Lutsang City. However, less than an hour after Xiao Yan and the rest had stayed in the villa, outside the villa, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe suddenly rushed over. When the people in the villa saw this middle-aged man, everyone's faces instantly revealed a shocked expression. They did not expect that this person would actually appear in a villa within the city. This was really a strange thing. However, when the manager of the villa heard the information that the middle-aged man asked, the manager's face revealed an especially shocked expression. This was because the matter that the middle-aged man asked about was the location of Xiao Yan and the rest. A moment later. Dang dang dang. Following a few knocks on the door, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged and resting in the room, was immediately awakened. His body, which was sitting cross-legged, leaped onto the ground and appeared in front of the door. When Xiao Yan opened the door, the people standing outside were Luo Jin and the rest. In addition, there was an additional middle-aged man. This person was the middle-aged man who had previously asked the manager of the villa about the location of Xiao Yan and the rest. What's going on? Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man. Immediately, he looked at Luo Jin and asked suspiciously. Haha, I am really sorry to disturb everyone. I am Lu Changxing, the clan head of Lutsang City's Lu clan. This time, I have specially come to invite everyone to my Lu clan for a chat. Immediately, the middle-aged man's gaze, which was originally looking at Luo Jin, immediately fell on Xiao Yan. Immediately, he cupped his hands together with a kind smile on his face. Originally, when he saw Luo Jin leading a group of people, he was already extremely surprised in his heart. However, he did not expect that all the people in front of him would actually gather their gazes on the black-robed young man. From the looks of it, he seemed to be the core of this group. If it was just based on appearance, the middle-aged man's heart really could not understand. If it were not for the fact that his father had told him to be polite before coming, he would definitely not have cupped his hands and bowed to a member of the younger generation. Mid-origin transformation stage, Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. Soon after, his eyes flashed and he immediately opened his mouth to speak. Apologies, our group did not come here with the intention of disturbing you. We only wanted to rest here for a night. If there is nothing important, I think it would be better for the Lu clan head to return. There was no need to say more to understand the intentions of this person in front of him. It was nothing more than that the person in front of him felt that his group was too strong and was afraid of causing trouble in the city. Thus he came to test them. However, since he had already made himself clear, he naturally should return. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1157. I think you've misunderstood. Actually, I've only come this time to invite you to my estate. I have no other intentions. The patriarch smiled politely when he heard that. He did not seem surprised by Xiao Yan's words at all. Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he saw this. He met Luo Jin's eyes, and the latter's eyes also contained some impatience. Patriarch Lu, I truly admire you for reaching such a level of cultivation at such a young age. I believe I've seen many young geniuses before, but I've never seen someone as outstanding as you. May I ask if you can give me some face and come to my Lu family for a chat? Xiao Yan had just opened his mouth and was about to say some words of rejection when an old man's voice was suddenly transmitted into his ear. Xiao Yan immediately understood that the person who had truly invited them was not this middle-aged man in front of him but this old man. A returnance expert? So it's a member of the Lu family, thought Jianqin. Xiao Yan quietly said this in his heart. Immediately he opened his mouth and said, All right, since Patriarch Lu has invited us so sincerely, there's no harm in us going. With that he even patted Luo Jin's shoulder. The light in Luo Jin's eyes flickered slightly, and he seemed to understand something. Behind him, the little fairy doctor and the others did not understand. However, since Xiao Yan had spoken, they naturally did not have any doubts. Soon after, this group of 7 people walked forward under the lead of the Lu clan's head until they reached the Lu clan's mansion. Very soon Xiao Yan saw the returnance expert who had spoken to him before. Beside them, Luo Jin glanced at the old man standing in front of them. His lips curled into a smile. His guess had been confirmed. Luo Jin had already guessed it when Xiao Yan suddenly changed the topic and patted him on the shoulder. Now that he saw the old man, it was just as he had guessed. The only person who could change Xiao Yan's mind was the only returnance expert in Lutsang City. At this moment, the old man was standing in front of Xiao Yan's group. The head of the Lu clan was standing beside him. His face was filled with respect. The old man's figure was somewhat short. His face was skinny but his eyes were spirited. He held a walking stick in his hand and placed one hand behind his back. He was looking at Xiao Yan who was close by with a smile on his face. I'm Luya, the protector of the Lu family. The old man extended his hands and clasped them together when he saw Xiao Yan. His actions were gentle but they did not seem unreasonable. After all, he was old so there were many things that were inconvenient. Even Lu Changxing could not help but become surprised when he saw the old man's actions. The fact that Luya would bow to a junior was more than enough to show how much importance he placed on the young man. I'm Xiao Yan. This is my first time here. If I've offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive me. Seeing this, Xiao Yan cupped his hands together with a smile on his face. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the people behind him to feel an inexplicable feeling. Obviously, only Xiao Yan and the old man knew about this matter. Among the people that Xiao Yan had killed with the bone-chilling fire, there were a few who bore the insignia of the Lu clan. Now that the two of them had met, they obviously needed to clarify the matter. Mr. Xiao Yan, you're overthinking things. Just treat it as cleaning up the family. Please take a seat. The old man had already ordered people to set up tables and chairs in the courtyard. He was only waiting for Xiao Yan and the others to take a seat. After everyone was seated, the two sides began to chat. After chatting for a while, Luya learned that Xiao Yan's group came from Jianghu City. A glint flashed across the depths of his old eyes. He roughly guessed their identities. So you're from Jianghu City. No wonder there's such a scene. I presume that you were the ones who fought with the Sea Cloud Palace Master not long ago? Luya's eyes narrowed as he spoke with a slightly surprised tone. That's right. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and did not hide anything. In the Battle of Jianghu City, the one who was defeated was the Sea Cloud Palace Master. This matter would definitely spread throughout the southwest border. It was natural that Luya would know about it. Mr. Xiao Yan is indeed a young hero. Seeing Xiao Yan nod his head in acknowledgement, Luya suddenly laughed and drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. I don't think that old Mr. will inform Fu Yulong that we left Jianghu City, right? Xiao Yan's eyes flashed as he carelessly opened his mouth and probed. When Luya heard this, the expression on his old face was immediately startled. He immediately laughed out loud and said, You are right. Mr. Xiao Yan, you must be joking. My Lu family and Sea Cloud Palace have never been on good terms. Fu Yulong has caused trouble for my Lu family several times and was beaten back by me. He must hate my Lu family to the bone. Naturally, I can't tell him about your whereabouts. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded and cupped his hands with a smile. Then thank you, old mister. I wonder where Mr. Xiao Yan is heading to this time. If possible, my Lu family may be able to help you. The extreme south. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan still spoke of the place that his group was heading to. The extreme south, the territory of the three sects of the southern mountain range? From here to the extreme south, I'm afraid that it will take quite a long time. Even with your speed. Luya was slightly surprised as he looked at the 7 people present. Soon after, he looked at the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling and continued to say, I'm afraid that without half a month's time, it will be very difficult to reach. With regards to this, Xiao Yan and the rest could only helplessly nod their heads. If it wasn't because of this, they wouldn't have set off nearly a month in advance. But, Mr. Xiao Yan, you have come to my Lutsong city this time. It can be said that you have come to the right place. Immediately after, Luya grinned and said, That's right. To tell you the truth, my Lu family has been known for raising flying beasts for generations in this Lutsong city. Our guests are from all over the southern mountain range. If Mr. is willing, I can use my Lu family's flying beasts to bring you to the extreme south. The time will definitely be much faster. Hearing Luya's words, Xiao Yan's face instantly revealed a joyous expression. It had to be said that before they set off, he had indeed considered using a flying beast. Although he had the intention to forcefully capture one in the forest, due to the magical beast's low cultivation, their speed was not as fast as them. Therefore he could only helplessly give up on this idea. At this moment, Luya's words brought them another opportunity. If they were able to use a flying beast as a means of transportation, their journey would definitely be much easier. At the same time, they could also use it to avoid some unnecessary trouble. It was an extremely good choice. Chapter 1158. Since old Mr. is so enthusiastic, I will respectfully accept. Upon hearing Luya's words, Xiao Yan was delighted. With the help of a flying beast, their journey would definitely be much easier. From a certain point of view, this allowed Xiao Yan to heave a sigh of relief. Cuckoo, Mr. Xiao Yan is too courteous. When one is outside, making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for oneself. It is always good to make more friends. Why don't everyone rest in my mansion for the night? Tomorrow the old me will bring everyone to choose a flying beast. Each flying beast's cultivation level was different, hence, their traveling speed was naturally different. There was no need for Luya to explain this point. However, Xiao Yan and the rest were still a little hesitant about staying at the Lu family residence. Mr. Xiao Yan, please do not misunderstand. The reason why I want you all to take a look tomorrow is because my Lin family's flying beasts are located outside the city. Everyone is already tired from traveling and this old man has disturbed you all. Therefore, I would like to invite you all to stay at my residence for the night. This can be considered as an apology and also a way to make friends. What do you think, Xiao Yan? Lu Ye's turbid old eyes swept over Luo Jin and the others. Finally, they once again returned to Xiao Yan. He clearly understood that any decision of this group of people in front of him was decided by Xiao Yan. Since old Mr. is so generous, I will thank you in advance. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan stood up from his seat and clasped his hands towards Lu Ye. Immediately, Luo Jin and the rest behind him also stood up and courteously greeted Lu Ye. That day, Xiao Yan and the rest stayed at the Lu family residence. At night, Lu Ye even ordered for a banquet to be prepared and warmly entertained Xiao Yan and the rest. This night could be considered lively and lively. However, what Xiao Yan could not forget the most was the incomparably happy and satisfied smile on Lu Ye's old face before he returned to his room to rest. This smile caused Xiao Yan to secretly feel nervous for the entire night. The next day, at dawn, Xiao Yan and the rest left the city under the lead of Lu Ye and Lu Changxing. Not long after, they arrived at a gorge. Before they had even entered the gorge, everyone could already sense a thick stench in the air. This smell was simply nauseating. Haha, please don't be offended. This smell isn't real blood. It's just that we bought some medicinal powder at a high price in order to prevent high-level magical beasts from causing trouble here. We scattered the medicinal powder all over the canyon, which is why it's like this. Lu Ye's words answered Xiao Yan and the group's questions. It was no wonder why the smell of blood was so thick. Magical, magical, magical beasts. Magical, magical, magical beasts. When the group of people stepped into the canyon, it was just as Lu Ye had said. The blood qi only surrounded the periphery of the canyon. After entering the canyon, it completely dispersed. At the same time, within the canyon, numerous tall buildings appeared before the eyes of the people present. The slope on both sides of the gorge was cut into a couple of huge platforms. A huge bridge was hung from the cliff, connecting the two sides of the gorge. What caused Xiao Yan and the others to be surprised was that below the bridge, there were actually pavilions that were suspended horizontally in the air. The roofs of tens of pavilions were joined together to form this huge bridge. At this moment, there were quite a few bird-type magical beasts constantly flying below the bridge. Some of them were being controlled by people while others were flying freely. They seemed quite carefree. Besides Xiao Yan, Lu Ye giggled as he looked at the surprised expressions on Xiao Yan and the rest's faces. He could not help but reveal a sliver of pride on his old face. Haha, this bridge was built by my Lu family's ancestors. Although the building itself was made of ordinary materials, the ingenious structure between them allowed these buildings to form a bridge. Not only can it allow people to walk, it can even support the weight of our flying magical beasts. When he mentioned the buildings in the air, the old man's voice was filled with pride. However, just as he finished speaking, under the strange gazes of Xiao Yan and the rest, the middle of the bridge suddenly broke apart with a kacha sound. The bird-type magical beast that had just stopped on it flew up like a startled horse. Pfft. Behind Xiao Yan, the originally calm fairy doctor suddenly could not help but laugh out loud. Even with the fairy doctor's temperament, she was unable to restrain herself from such a comical scene. This bird was called the purple-winged bird. It was the lightest of all the large bird-type magical beasts. Even it could not support the weight of the buildings in the air, let alone the other magical beasts. Cough, cough. At this moment, Lu Ye's old face could not help but turn slightly hot as he coughed dryly. The family's business has been pretty good these past few years and has fattened up these fellows. Rubbing his old face, Lu Ye turned his head to look at Lu Changxing and curled his lips. Changxing, from today onwards, double the amount of training for these flying magical beasts. With these words, Lu Changxing was immediately speechless. Xiao Yan and the rest could not help but smile at each other. Soon after, they continued deeper into the canyon under Lu Ye's lead. Just as Xiao Yan's group was about to approach the loft in the sky, Xiao Yan's group saw a young lady wearing a long blue dress pass through the corridor on the cliff wall as the few of them looked around. Seeing this woman, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin's eyebrows immediately twitched. Astonishment involuntarily flashed across their eyes. Late origin transformation realm. She's not old, but her cultivation is very strong. I'm afraid her cultivation is a bit higher than mine. Luo Jin grinned as he looked at the woman's figure that was about to disappear with interest. He shook his head and continued forward. Haha, Mr. Xiao Yan, you should also understand that the flying magical beasts have different cultivations, so their travel speeds are naturally different as well. The strongest flying magical beasts raised by my Lu family are comparable to mid-origin transformation experts. At full speed, it would take around 10 days to travel from my Lutsong city to the south. Are you all willing? Luya led Xiao Yan and the others to a platform. From there they could overlook the entire canyon. Immediately, the originally huge platforms and magic beasts became much smaller. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble Mr. Clasping his hands, Xiao Yan smiled gratefully. Ah, Mr. Xiao Yan is too polite. 300 spiritual stones per person. Just as Xiao Yan cupped his hands together with a grateful face, Luya's old face was filled with smiles. With a smiling face, he handed over a storage ring to Xiao Yan with both hands. Immediately, the faces of Xiao Yan and the people behind him froze. Their faces were filled with confusion. When had this old man ever mentioned that the flying magical beast would cost money? Chapter 1159. On the huge platform, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin stared at each other with their large eyes and small eyes. Their faces were filled with a stunned expression. The scene in front of them had really caught them off guard. Old sir, haha, Mr. Xiao Yan, your stay in my Lu family for a night and a night of banquet will be 200 spiritual stones per person. The origin transformation flying beast will be 300 spiritual stones per person. Seeing that we are fated, I decided to waive the cost of food and accommodation for you. The remaining cost will be 300 spiritual stones per person, totaling up to 2,100 spiritual stones. Before the words from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded, Luya's face was filled with an innocent smile as he began to calculate by himself. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan became even more speechless. He looked at Luo Jin to the side and the latter actually smiled in ridicule. Although this old man seemed to have the intention of swindling them, it was actually not a big deal. At the very least, he did not purposefully harm them. Otherwise, they would not be standing there without doing anything. Seeing that Luo Jin actually did not care about it, Xiao Yan felt even more helpless in his heart. Putting aside whether he would give it to him or not, just based on this amount alone, 2,100 spirit stones were only around 1,800 or so even if all the spirit stones in his storage ring were added together. How could he afford to pay this cheating old man? Turning his head to look at the fairy doctor, Xiao Yan discovered that the latter was currently suppressing a smile as she looked at him, as if she was very pleased that he had been defeated. This awkward situation was truly difficult to deal with. He never imagined that even the fairy doctor would not help him. As for Bai Hua, he had lived and eaten as he pleased in the Lu family. He did not have any spiritual stones on him, so how could he afford it? There are 2,100 spiritual stones in this storage ring. At this moment, Mu Ling, who was at the back of the group, suddenly stepped forward. His hand handed over a storage ring and placed it in Luya's hand. This scene, which was like sending charcoal in snowy weather, immediately caused Xiao Yan to look at him with gratitude. Seeing this, Mu Ling respectfully smiled before turning around and retreating. To the side, Zhou Tai could not help but be secretly speechless as he looked at his disciple. After receiving the money, Luya immediately returned to normal. He counted the number of spiritual stones in the storage ring before dryly laughing and leading Xiao Yan and the rest to where the flying beasts they needed were located. High-class flying beasts were different from ordinary flying beasts. In comparison, they needed quiet cultivation. Although they provided assistance to humans, humans also needed a large amount of resources to raise their cultivation. It was also because of this tacit understanding that both sides had always been at peace. Otherwise, no matter how gentle the magical beasts were, the wildness in their blood would definitely not allow them to be at ease and obey the orders of humans. This time, Xiao Yan and the rest wanted to rent a wind vulture. This fellow was of the same lineage as the griffins and had a gentle temperament. However, unlike the griffins, the wind vulture surpassed the griffins in terms of speed. As a result, the wind vulture was the first choice for long-distance flying beasts in most clans. However, when Xiao Yan's group arrived at this place, they found out from the mouth of the manager that there was only one origin transformation class flying beast left today. Moreover, this flying beast had been chosen by another person first. Since the other party had already made their choice, even if Luya were to step forward, it would be impossible to take it back. Since they were doing business, the first thing they needed was fairness. If Luya were to take back the right to use this flying beast for Xiao Yan's group, it was likely that the reputation of the Lu clan would be greatly affected. What surprised Xiao Yan and Luo Jin was that the person who had taken the right to use the flying beast before them was the beautiful woman they had caught a glimpse of earlier. It's actually her. Following the guidance of the in-charge, Xiao Yan raised his eyes and looked over. At this moment, a lady wearing a long blue dress was standing in front of the huge magical beast that was crawling on the ground, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Her alluring red lips were slightly curled, revealing a satisfied arc. As if she had sensed Xiao Yan's gaze, the woman immediately turned her head. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with sharpness instantly locked onto Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, an indifferent aura that kept people 1,000 miles away was emitted, causing Xiao Yan and Luo Jin's expressions to change slightly. The appearance of this woman was extremely young. Her clear and moving face seemed to have been carefully sculpted. A pair of beautiful eyes that were as dark as a deep pool flickered with a sharp luster, causing people to not dare to look directly at her. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted, and there seemed to be a cold murderous aura between her brows, causing people to not dare to be frivolous. Although her curvaceous body was wrapped in a long dress, it was still enough to cause people's hearts to burn. Even with Luo Jin's calm state of mind, he was still somewhat moved when he saw this woman today. At this moment, a cold snort that was filled with resentment suddenly sounded from behind them. Xiao Yan's bodies immediately quivered. The two brothers immediately recovered. At the moment when they raised their heads, they subconsciously used their hands to rub their noses. They exchanged glances with one another and their old faces turned red. Only then did the two of them take a step forward, bow to that woman, cup their hands together and said, "This young lady, the two of us have no intention to offend you. We only wish to ask if you are willing to give this flying beast to us?" "No." After coldly replying, the woman swept her gaze over Xiao Yan and Luo Jin's bodies. After which, she glanced at the little fairy doctor behind them. After which, the tip of her foot gently pressed on the ground. Her delicate body gracefully somersaulted in the air, and she stood steadily on the back of the flying beast. "Young lady, let's go." This time, before Xiao Yan could say anything, the woman standing on the back of the flying beast gave the order. The flying beast under her feet immediately spread its wings and rose. After pausing in midair for a few seconds, it leaped into the sky and flew towards the outside of the canyon. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan felt somewhat helpless in his heart. To the side, Luya looked at the woman who had stood up and left. As he gazed at the wind vulture beast that had swiftly disappeared from his sight, his eyes turned. However, his expression did not change as he first kept the storage ring in his hand. "What do we do now? Without this flying beast, we can only choose other slower beasts." Behind them, the giant ape that had transformed into human form gently scratched his head. He stepped forward and looked at the other flying beasts in the distance. His mouth twitched as a look of disdain surged in his arrogant eyes. Even he looked down on these low-tier magical beasts, let alone Xiao Yan. However, if he really had no other choice for the sake of the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling's feelings, he could only use this method. Luya helplessly sighed. However, at this moment, Lu Changxing, who had walked over from the side, rolled his eyes and said, "Actually, there is still one more origin transformation flying beast. However..." Chapter 1160. Actually, our Lu family still has a flying beast above the origin transformation realm. It's just that. At this moment, Lu Changxing's tone was a little hesitant as he slowly spoke a short distance behind Xiao Yan's group. "Changxing, what's wrong?" Luya immediately understood what Lu Changxing was referring to. He could not help but scold him. "What? So you still have an origin transformation realm flying beast? Then why did you say that it was the last one?" Glancing at the frowning Luya, Xiao Yan could sense that something was not right. Afterwards he looked back at Lu Changxing. He would definitely be able to learn something from him. "Mr. Xiao Yan, our Lu family does indeed have another flying beast. It's just that it stopped carrying people many years ago." With a sigh, Lu Changxing ignored Luya's stern gaze and continued to speak. "Why is that? Is it because it's too old?" If that was the case, there was nothing he could ask for. An old flying beast was like an old man past his prime. They needed it and it was worthy of respect. "That's not it. It's just that, it's because that fellow is just too stubborn. Even I am unable to control it. However, our Lu family owes its father, which is why we have kept it alive until now. Mr. Xiao Yan, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that no one can control this fellow." Before Lu Changxing could finish speaking, Luya interrupted him. Luya's somewhat hoarse words revealed a trace of helplessness and a bitter smile. He was a mighty returnance expert, yet he was actually helpless against an origin transformation realm flying beast. If news of this were to spread, he would probably become a laughing stock. "Oh, there's actually something like that? Even you can't control it?" Luya raised an eyebrow. He had never thought that even a returnance expert like Luya would be unable to control a flying beast. It was no wonder that he had purposefully stopped Lu Changxing earlier. No one would be able to spread such a shameful matter. Sigh, the little fellow was rather docile in the beginning. However, once it reached adulthood, the viciousness in its bloodline could no longer be suppressed. That's why its personality changed so drastically. No one can do anything to it now. Luya helplessly sighed. He was extremely reluctant to part with the beast. After all, an origin transformation realm flying beast was extremely profitable. Raising it all these years had wasted quite a bit of resources. If it were not for this fellow's ancestor, he probably would not have been able to stop himself from expelling it from the Lu clan. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing this, Xiao Yan came to a sudden realization. Luya was right. There was indeed a portion of magical beasts with special bloodlines. After they reached adulthood, the bloodline in their bodies would awaken. While it would increase their cultivation, there was also a possibility that it would change their personality. The hostility that was originally suppressed in the bottom of their hearts would gradually appear as the magical beasts matured. Evidently, what Luya said belonged to the latter category. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to take us to see it. Although Luya had already explained the reason, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan became interested. A magical beast that possessed a special bloodline was a species with a relatively high status within the magical beast world. It was naturally difficult to tame it. However, if they could really tame it, Xiao Yan believed that their subsequent journey would definitely be much faster than what they had originally planned. Luya was stunned at first when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He originally planned on persuading the former, but when he thought of the spirit stones in his hand, he swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. He called for Lu Changxing to lead the way, and Xiao Yan's group followed him into the depths of the gorge. This time, the group of people actually passed through a tunnel and entered the mountain of the canyon. Very quickly they saw the flying beast that Luya had mentioned. The interior of the huge cave was especially spacious. It was over 100 feet in length and width. Looking up, the dome above their heads was actually a huge patio. Sunlight shone down from above, and after a few refractions on the rock walls, the entire cave was lit up. Around the cave, near the walls, one could see countless discarded spirit stones. These spirit stones were piled up like a mountain, but the energy within them had long been sucked dry. At the first sight of these spirit stones, even with Luya's mental fortitude, the muscles on his old face could not help but twitch. To the Lu clan, this amount of spiritual stones was equivalent to several years of profit for the Lu clan. However, in order to feed the giant beast before them, they had no choice. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's group could not help but reveal a shocked expression. They did not expect that feeding a flying beast would consume such a large amount of spirit stones. Immediately after, everyone's gaze fell on the huge beast that was lying in the middle of the cave and covered in sunlight. The entire body of this flying beast was extremely huge, and the feathers all over its body were as red as blood. Under the reflection of the sunlight, as the giant bird's body rose and fell slightly, it actually looked like a ball of raging flames from afar. The huge bird's eyes were closed and golden feathers were flung out from the corners of its eyes, giving it an invisible domineering aura. What surprised Xiao Yan the most was that on top of this huge bird's crown, there was a bunch of golden feathers that stood up high. Under the surrounding sunlight, it bloomed with a flame-like glow and swayed slightly, making it feel even more real. This is a blood flame bird. It's actually a blood flame bird. When Xiao Yan and the rest saw this huge beast for the first time, they immediately recognized the latter's identity. The blood flame bird had an extremely high status within the magical beast clans. At its peak, even the Azure Phoenix clan had to show some respect to them. Unfortunately, as time passed, the blood flame bird clan had already declined. Traces of the blood flame bird had long disappeared from the continent. Who would have thought that he would actually see one here today? Moreover, the other party was a flying beast. If this was known by the ancestors of the blood flame bird, they would probably jump out of their graves in anger. But just as Xiao Yan's group called out the name of this enormous bird, the latter's tightly shut beast eyes were instantly opened. Its blood-like scarlet eyes were filled with a wisp of gold. Its sharp eyes, which were filled with a murderous aura, instantly leaped over Xiao Yan's group and paused on the enormous ape behind them. Brr! Where did this monkey come from? How dare you call me by my name? Chapter 1161. BZZ. As the blood flame bird let out a low roar, a powerful aura violently unfurled from its body, forming an invisible wave of qi that pressed towards Xiao Yan and the rest. Humph! Your tone is rather overbearing. Your blood flame bird clan was indeed glorious back then, but you've long since fallen. The glorious era that belonged to you has already passed, so please retract your arrogance. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to act, the Tongtian giant ape immediately leapt forward, blocking in front of Xiao Yan and the rest. Its body jerked as a powerful aura immediately unfurled from its body, forcefully blocking the incoming wave of qi. Rumble! The shock waves unfurled, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Many of the flying beasts and human experts in the outside world were frightened by this. "You're courting death." At this moment, the blood flame bird in the cave was enraged by the Tongtian giant ape's roar. Its originally lying body suddenly jerked as it unfurled its wings, causing a fiery hurricane to unfurl. Sand and rocks were immediately sent flying as countless discarded spirit stones were swept up by the hurricane and smashed towards Xiao Yan and the rest. Dazzling sun flames. Accompanied by a roar, the blood flame bird's beak immediately spat out raging flames. The flames covered the stones, and the stones were immediately burned until they were transparent. The blazing flames wrapped around each stone, and it was like a meteor shower that angrily smashed down. Shatter. The Tongtian giant ape was not the slightest bit afraid. Genesis Qi surged out from its body, immediately covering its fists as it waved its arms. Ear-piercing fist winds accompanied it as it shattered the incoming flaming rocks. Bang! However, a pillar of flame quickly pierced through space, ruthlessly slamming into the Tongtian giant ape's body as it recovered from its shock after shattering the last rock. Frighteningly high temperatures instantly incinerated the clothes on the Tongtian giant ape's body, causing his skin to turn charred black in the blink of an eye. Terrifying flames continued to ravage his body. Wild monkey who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, get out! As the shout rang out once again, the fiery light pillar that landed on the giant ape's body grew even stronger. Soon after, with a bang, the giant ape was sent flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, the blood flame bird did not seem to want to stop here. When the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, a few flaming feathers shot out, chasing after the giant ape that had already been blasted back. Ding ding ding. Soon after, a black figure flashed past and those fire feathers that broke through the air were completely blocked. Everyone raised their heads to take a look. Xiao Yan was standing in the empty air. His hand was holding a black ruler as his gaze stared at the enormous bird in front of him in a somewhat dense manner. "Those were just my greetings to you. Now, I only hope that you can cooperate with us," Xiao Yan said faintly. With a flip of his hand, the dark heavy buster sword in his hand was kept into the storage ring. "Human? Do you want to meddle in other people's business?" Fear immediately appeared in the blood flame bird's eyes when it faced Xiao Yan. Obviously, it could sense that the human before it was at returnance. He was not someone it could compare to. However, it could tell from Xiao Yan's words that the humans before it had clearly come to seek its help. However, since that was the case, Xiao Yan would never kill it. Not to mention, Luya was present as well, so there was nothing for it to fear. "He's our friend. If you want to harm him, I obviously have to stop you." Xiao Yan's voice remained indifferent, but a sliver of coldness gradually appeared in his eyes as he stared at the blood flame bird. Swish. Soon after, the enormous body of the blood fire bird suddenly disappeared from the empty space. At the same time, an enormous beast claw suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. It tore through the empty space in the blink of an eye and violently grabbed at Xiao Yan's body. If this attack were to land, it was likely that even with Xiao Yan's physical body, he would end up seriously injured. However, the result was that after the beast claw streaked across the sky, it did not touch anything. "What? He disappeared? How did he?" In the empty void, a cry of disbelief suddenly rang out. "Are you trying to say that with my speed, how was I able to dodge your attack?" As a mutated species, the blood flame bird possessed a natural advantage when it came to speed. Coupled with its long years of cultivation, even regular late origin transformation experts could match the speed of returnance experts in terms of speed, let alone the blood flame bird that had reached the peak of late origin transformation. Logically speaking, regular returnance experts would not be able to dodge it if they were careless. However, at this moment, boom! Xiao Yan raised his right leg high. A strike from above landed in an instant. Soon after, the originally empty space suddenly caved in. An enormous body also suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Afterward, the blood flame bird's huge body was buried under the rocks of the cave with a great boom. How is this possible? Even now, the blood flame bird was still filled with disbelief. However, Xiao Yan could not be bothered to pay attention to it. He hovered in the air and looked down at the blood flame bird that was buried under the rocks. He slowly said, "I'll give you two choices right now. 1. Come with us obediently and take us to the extreme south. 2. I'll beat you until you listen to me obediently and take us to the extreme south yourself." Human, don't you dare, boom. However, before the blood flame bird could finish its rebuttal, a violent bombardment suddenly fell from above its head. The powerful force instantly buried the blood flame bird's body deep into the ground. The entire mountain shook violently, and two huge cracks immediately appeared on the sky well, splitting the mountain into two. Luya and Lu Changxing couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw such an explosive action. This guy, isn't he a little too vicious? Xiao Yan's actions will only make this guy even more violent. It will definitely not listen to him. Moreover, if something really happens to the blood flame bird, then... At this point, Lu Changxing could not help but cast a fearful gaze at Luya. If something really happened to the blood flame bird, their Lu family would be in trouble. Bang 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 bang. In the cave, Xiao Yan held one of the blood flame bird's claws in one hand. As he waved his arm, a powerful force leaked out. The blood flame bird's huge body was smashed left and right by Xiao Yan like an inanimate object. This caused the entire mountain to tilt to the sides and the empty cave to be completely exposed under the sun. The merciless smashing continued for nearly 2 hours. The blood flame bird was already smashed to the point of dizziness and its consciousness was on the verge of collapse. However, from the beginning to the end, this guy still refused to cooperate with Xiao Yan's request. In the face of this fellow's stubborn character, even Xiao Yan felt somewhat helpless for an instant. It was unexpected that this fellow would rather die than submit. It was also possible that he knew that Xiao Yan would definitely not dare to kill him, which was why his attitude was so firm. Seeing this scene, Luya and Lu Changxing could not help but sigh in their hearts. Fortunately, the blood flame bird's life was not threatened. Other than that, they did not care about anything else. As long as the blood flame bird did not die, they did not care how Xiao Yan dealt with it. After all, the spirit stones were already in their hands. What Xiao Yan did was to help them deal with this mixed-haired bird. Naturally, he could not kill it. However, if he did not do so, this beast would definitely not obediently cooperate. On top of the anxiety in his heart, a thought suddenly flashed in Xiao Yan's mind. Soon after, a mocking smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. Damn beast. In the end, you still won't cooperate. Words that were filled with fury leaped out from Xiao Yan's mouth. From this, one could see the fury in his heart. After being repeatedly smashed, this fellow was still unwilling to give in. It was really difficult for one to not get angry. Kid, if you have the ability, then kill Grandpa. Otherwise, Grandpa will definitely make you pay the price. The blood flame bird used the last of its strength to roar. Compared to Xiao Yan, it was truly angry in its heart. Since I can't kill you and you won't cooperate with me, then there is only one way. Old Yuan. Come and hold it down for me. Today I will pluck this mixed-haired bird's feathers. Chapter 1162. Roar. Following Xiao Yan's low roar, the scorched heaven-reaching ape at the back of the crowd suddenly roared. Its body shook and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original form. It waved its arms and a powerful force shook the heavens, shattering the rocks on both sides. Then its huge body leapt forward and in an instant, it covered the sky above everyone's heads. The heaven-reaching ape tightly grabbed the bloody flame bird's claws with one hand, while the other hand mercilessly smashed down. Bang! A powerful force crazily poured down, and the bloody flame bird's body was instantly flattened by this powerful force. Its huge body was once again buried under the rubble. Without this body of feathers, what difference is there between you and a chicken? Bang! With a low roar, the heaven-reaching ape once again smashed down with its fist, fiercely smashing into the bloody flame bird's body. A loud muffled sound rang out, and the powerful force caused the already shattered mountain to shake violently. At this time, the bloody flame bird had completely lost all strength to resist, and even speaking was extremely difficult. In the distant void, Luya and the rest had already retreated from this battle area. At this moment, they were also watching this explosive battle. From time to time, their faces would reveal expressions of worry and comfort. This bloody flame bird had not done anything in his family all these years, and had even used up a lot of the family's resources. If not for his consideration of his ancestors, Luya really wanted to violently beat this fellow up. Now that he saw the current state in front of him, as long as the bloody flame bird did not die, a little suffering and some external injuries were nothing. From the beginning until now, although Xiao Yan and the heaven-reaching ape's attacks looked incomparably fierce, from the beginning to the end, they had only relied on their physical strength to teach the bloody flame bird a lesson, and had not harmed its life. The resistance of magical beasts was much stronger than that of ordinary humans. This was something that everyone knew. However, before taking action, Xiaoyan seemed to have forgotten that although he was a human, his physical strength was much more terrifying than some magical beast that specialized in physical strength. After that, Xiaoyan asked the giant ape to lift the bloody flame bird up. At this moment, the bloody flame bird's head was in a daze, and it was on the verge of losing consciousness. It was only because Xiaoyan deliberately held back that it didn't pass out. Xiaoyan stood in the void. His human physique was a stark contrast to the two beasts in front of him. However, everyone present knew very well that this seemingly small body contained a power that made them tremble. Even the great ape, who was as strong as the great ape, had lost its temper in front of Xiaoyan. Mammoth art. Xiaoyan let out a low cry in his heart. A golden light that shot to the sky immediately erupted from within his body. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into an enormous golden body that stood between the broken walls. The large body immediately eliminated the feeling of disparity from a moment ago. Soon after, a huge golden hand gently landed on the bloody flame bird's head, grabbing a handful of golden feathers. Even at this moment, the feathers still gave off a golden glow, making them appear especially noble. I'll ask you one last time. Will you obediently lead the way for us, or do you want me to pluck out all the feathers on your body? Xiaoyan opened his mouth once again, his tone deliberately heavier, making the threat even thicker. If he could, he naturally would not pluck out all the feathers on the bloody flame bird. There was definitely a reason why the Lu family had been able to feed the bloody flame bird for so many years. If he really did pluck out all the feathers on the bloody flame bird's body, that old fellow Luya's attitude would immediately change. Sure enough, when Luya saw Xiaoyan place his hand on the bloody flame bird's head, the Genesis chi in the vortex in his body stealthily began to circulate. His eyes were tightly glued to the movements of Xiaoyan's hand, but the words that were already at the tip of his tongue were still stubbornly stuck in his throat. He also hoped that Xiaoyan's words were merely a threat and not an actual attack. Otherwise, no matter how many spirit stones Xiaoyan gave him, he would have no choice but to intercept them. You dare? After panting for a long time, the bloody flame bird finally spat out a sentence with great difficulty. You'll know whether I dare or not after you try. In response, Xiaoyan merely smiled mockingly. The huge golden hand exerted a little force and the bundle of golden feathers was caught in the palm of his hand. The skin on the bloody flame bird's head was immediately pulled up, a tearing pain immediately causing the bloody flame bird to return to its senses. At this moment, if Xiaoyan exerted even a little more force, the bundle of feathers would likely be viciously ripped off. No, you can't take my feathers. You can't pull them out if you. Then you're willing to bring us to the extreme south? Sensing that Xiaoyan was actually going to pull off his feather crown, the bloody flame bird's heart was instantly filled with fear. This feather crown was a symbol of his bloody flame bird race's dignity. If it was pulled off by Xiaoyan just like that, wouldn't it be no different from trampling on his dignity? This was something that he absolutely could not accept. While he was anxious in his heart, Xiaoyan slightly increased the strength of his hand. The expression on Luya's old face also became nervous. The bloody flame bird's mood was also extremely anxious. However, while he was still hesitating, he suddenly noticed the main point in Xiaoyan's words. The extreme south. The place that Xiaoyan and his group wanted to go was actually the extreme south. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Immediately, the bloody flame bird, who was originally still struggling, loudly agreed to Xiaoyan's request. Okay. I promise you that I will bring you to the extreme south. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Xiaoyan's face as he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Who would have known that several beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead, which was enveloped by the golden light. If the bloody flame bird still refused to submit at this point, Xiaoyan and the rest would have no choice but to switch to another flying beast. Fortunately, he had finally obtained the answer he wanted. After Xiaoyan withdrew his hand, the giant ape unwillingly threw away the bloody flame bird in its hand. At the same time, the Genesis chi circulating in Luya's meridian channels gradually receded as the tension in his heart finally relaxed. Although he was also a dissolute person, he was very clear-cut about everything. If Xiaoyan's actions would affect his Lu clan's interests, he would not care about the young man's identity or methods. Fortunately, Xiaoyan did not force him to take such a step. After dealing with the flying beast, Xiaoyan turned his gaze back towards Luya and the rest. His gaze paused on Luya's body for a moment before Xiaoyan pursed his lips into a smile. Given his senses, he had naturally sensed the changes in the Genesis chi in Luya's body earlier. However, at this point, nothing else mattered anymore. Everyone prepared to set off. Chapter 1163. Although the blood flame bird had been beaten up by Xiao Yan, it was only a superficial wound. It did not cause too much damage to the blood flame bird. As a result, the group did not stay any longer after the blood flame bird agreed to Xiao Yan's request. They all leapt onto the back of the blood flame bird and set off again after bidding farewell to Luya. Sigh. Luya finally let out a long sigh as he gazed in the direction that Xiao Yan's group had left in. At least he's fine. If something had happened to him, I really wouldn't have been able to explain it to his father. Luya's heart palpitated when he thought back to the extremely dangerous scene from before. Ancestor, this Xiao Yan, he's not a simple character. Based on his previous attacks, no matter if it's speed or strength, they're all above mine. He's so young, yet he possesses such terrifying combat strength. I've never heard of such a figure in the southern region before. Lu Changxing was immediately surprised when he heard his ancestor's evaluation of Xiao Yan. He never thought that Xiao Yan's battle prowess would be so great that even his ancestor would not be his opponent. But if that's the case, why does an ancestor allow our clan to interact with him more? Since the other party was a genius with such frightening cultivation talent and combat strength, under normal circumstances, ordinary factions would do their best to befriend him. However, before this, Luya had warned Lu Changxing not to make too much contact with him. In fact, Luya had initially been rather unwilling regarding the matter of the blood flame bird. I know that you're doing this for the clan, but it's exactly because this kid's talent is just too dazzling that our Lu family needs to distance ourselves from him. You need to understand that he's not just facing the Sea Cloud Palace right now. According to what I know, there seems to be a great hand behind Fu Yulong controlling everything. Otherwise, why would the Sea Cloud Palace expand so recklessly with their strength? There will never be a lack of so-called returnance experts on the continent. Luya squinted his eyes in the air. A sliver of helplessness appeared in the depths of his muddy eyes. Xiao Yan's talent was indeed admirable, but before he truly matured, he did not dare to gamble with the future of the Lu family. Alright, let's go back. Luya slowly turned around and was about to leave. However, when his gaze swept over the area, he saw the mountain peak that had already been destroyed into ruins. The expression on his old face was immediately stunned. The valley had only become like this after hundreds of years of work by the ancestors of the Lu family. However, Xiao Yan's group had turned everything into ruins in just a short moment. Half of Luya's old face could not help but twitch. After a long while, he suddenly turned his head and shouted. Chase after him. Get him back and make him pay for it. His roar was like a clap of thunder. Unfortunately, he had already left. It was too late to chase after him now. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had already passed since they had left Lutsang City. With the blood flame bird as a flying beast, Xiao Yan's group could be said to be very relaxed. Using an advanced origin transformation magical beast as a flying beast, this kind of action could be said to be extremely extravagant. Other than a small number of large factions in the southern region, there were hardly anyone who could receive such treatment. Hence, Xiao Yan's group attracted the attention of quite a number of experts when they passed by some of the larger cities along the way. If Xiao Yan had not urged the blood flame bird to leave quickly, it was likely that they would not have been able to avoid some trouble. At this very moment, the blood flame bird was currently unfurling its large wings. It leisurely flew through the clouds. Its wings would gently tremble from time to time, causing its forward speed to suddenly increase by a lot. Xiao Yan and the others were seated cross-legged on the back of the blood flame bird. Both of their eyes were tightly shut, and they were using this short period of time to slowly train. The whistling sound of wind sounded beside their ears, but Xiao Yan acted as though he did not hear it. Although the wind in front of him was extremely strong, it did not even cause the black robe that Xiao Yan was wearing to flutter even a little from the beginning until the end. At this moment, Xiao Yan's entire body seemed like a statue. If it were not for the slight breathing from his nose, it really would have been difficult for others to notice. To one side, the fairy doctor was also completely immersed in her cultivation, working hard to increase her cultivation. Ever since Xiao Yan had brought her back from the mountain forest, the fairy doctor had worked even harder in her cultivation. Her degree of diligence even caused people to involuntarily feel pity for her. Everything she did was because she hoped to use all the time she had to increase her cultivation in order to help Xiao Yan. Even though she currently had the puppet that Xiao Yan had given her, the fairy doctor clearly understood that the puppet was after all an external object. Without sufficient strength, even the puppet would not be able to protect her. On this point, the Tian brothers that Xiao Yan had killed had already perfectly demonstrated this to them. However, at this moment, the most leisurely person among these people was probably Luo Jin. Due to the special nature of his cultivation method, almost all of his strength came from heavenly treasures. Relying on ordinary cultivation methods to obtain strength was much slower than ordinary people. Therefore, rather than doing such boring things, he was more willing to comfortably admire the scenery of this world. At the same time, a person's figure would appear in Luo Jin's mind from time to time. Every frown and every smile, even if it was just a chance encounter, was unforgettable. Standing at the front of the group, Luo Jin turned his head to look at the huge pure white cloud in the distance. The thick cloud layer was like a mountain. Unknowingly, the thick white cloud that was like a mountain had actually transformed into a fair and beautiful face. Foolishly looking at the white cloud that was disappearing into the distance, Luo Jin's face revealed a silly smile. Suddenly, a wave of subtle energy explosion sounded in his ears. As the sound and aura of the energy fluctuation gradually approached, Xiao Yan, Zhou Tai and the rest opened their eyes one after another. When they raised their heads, Xiao Yan saw Luo Jin's silly smile and was slightly startled. He could not help but reveal a strange expression on his face. What, has this guy become stupid from being blown by the wind? Xiao Yan jokingly scolded. The few people behind Xiao Yan immediately laughed out loud. Only the fairy doctor stared at Luo Jin's eyes as if she was deep in thought. Something seems to have happened up ahead. Everyone, fly slower and try to go around them. Xiao Yan was already used to such sudden situations and naturally did not need to pay attention to them. He reminded the blood flame bird before raising his head to look ahead, preparing to go around the battle zone. Boom boom boom. The closer they got, the more obvious the collision sounds in the sky in front of them became. At the same time, cold laughter and angry curses were transmitted into the ears of Xiao Yan's group. However, the expression on Luo Jin's face, which had just recovered its calmness, suddenly became anxious when he heard the sound. The Genesis chi in the vortex in his body also began to rise. Chapter 1164. Tens of thousands of feet high in the sky, thick white clouds drifted across the horizon like snowy peaks. Sunlight scattered down, making the vast space above the clouds appear especially spectacular and beautiful. At this current moment, the blood flame bird that Xiao Yan and the rest were riding on was flying forward at a slow pace. Only when they heard the intense energy explosion did the group gradually slow down. Xiao Yan had originally planned on circling around the area. Rather than face the enemy head-on, it was better not to see them at all. However, it was stopped by Luo Jin by the side. Although he did not clearly state the reason, he ordered the blood flame bird to fly toward the battleground in front. This unusual point caused Xiao Yan to be extremely surprised. Luo Jin was usually even more cautious than Zhou Yuan. Why had he become so aggressive today? Despite knowing that there was a huge battle ahead, he chose not to avoid it. This was indeed strange. After a short period of time, the area in front of Xiao Yan's group finally became spacious and empty. Not a single cloud could be seen in the boundless sky. The thick layer of clouds had long been scattered by the energy blasts. At this very moment, 4 figures were rapidly flying through the sky in Xiao Yan's and the rest's line of sight. The occasional collisions caused the land to tremble as wave after wave of astonishing energy unfurled in all directions. When the enormous storm arrived in front of Xiao Yan's group, it was easily dispersed by a low roar from the blood flame bird. 3 of the 4 people were wearing long gray robes. One could tell at a glance that the remaining person was a woman. She was wearing a long blue dress. The thing that surprised Xiao Yan was that this woman was the woman he had seen in the gorge a couple of days ago. It's her. Gasped in surprise. Subsequently, Xiao Yan's gaze involuntarily landed on Luo Jin's body as suspicion grew in his heart. Humph, stinking girl, I advise you not to make any more pointless struggles. If you want to safely leave, leave behind your storage ring and flying beast. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. In the sky, the 3 middle-aged men in gray robes continuously flashed through the air. Genesis chi rapidly circulated in their bodies as vicious dose skills were continuously unleashed, viciously smashing towards the woman in blue. Humph. Despicable. If not for the 3 of you joining forces, you will not be my match. The Genesis chi in her body was still rapidly being exhausted. In the face of the powerful dose skills that were about to reach her, the ice-like crystal-clear longsword in her hands swiftly danced. Genesis chi shot out, barely managing to receive the trio's attacks. At the same time, her graceful body rapidly retreated. With a jerk of her wrist, powerful Genesis chi was once again frantically poured into the longsword. The sword's edge vibrated and countless deadly sword chi shot out. While the trio's expressions changed, the Genesis chi in their bodies surged, barely managing to block the sword chi. Soon after, the trio charged towards the girl with even greater ferocity and ferocity. Haha, stinking girl, I have no choice but to admit that your battle power is indeed not something the three of us can compare to. In a one-on-one fight, none of us three brothers will be your match. It's just a pity that you're facing the three of us. Therefore, you should obediently accept your fate. After blocking the woman's sword chi, a sinister smile appeared on the trio's faces. They looked at each other, the ruthlessness in their eyes clearly visible. The instant their mocking laughter rang out, even more vigorous Genesis chi gushed out from their bodies. In the face of the trio's ferocious attacks, the already solemn expression on the besieged woman's beautiful face grew even uglier. Beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead after such a long battle, and more than half of the Genesis chi in her body had been consumed. She was already feeling powerless at this point in time, and if this continued for a long time, she would not even have the chance to escape. Boom! While the woman was rapidly retreating, one of the three middle-aged men suddenly flashed over from the side and swung a fist. Just as it was about to land on the woman's soft body, it was blocked by the woman's backhand at the critical moment. As the man was pushed back, the woman could not help but release a muffled groan as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. God damn it! The woman cursed in a low voice. When she lifted her head, she discovered that the other two had already arrived in front of her, each of them brandishing their fists as they viciously charged at her. At such a close distance, she already had no chance of dodging. However, if she tried to forcefully block, she would likely be seriously injured. While her heart was greatly alarmed, the woman could no longer care about anything else. She hurriedly circulated all the Genesis chi in her body, pouring it out without reservation in an attempt to block the duo's attacks. I say, you three men are all origin transformation experts, and even outsiders would have to address you respectfully when they see you. Who would have thought that the three of you would gang up on a single woman? Have the dignity of an expert been fed to the dogs by the three of you? However, just as the attacks of the two men were about to reach the woman, a cold reprimand that was filled with disdain was suddenly transmitted into their ears. Almost at the same time, a human figure instantly appeared between the two gray-robed men and the woman in a ghost-like manner. Two palms were flipped and each palm met one of the men. Bang! The moment the four palms collided, a powerful force instantly poured out from the man's body. It was like a volcanic eruption, sending the two gray-robed men in front of him flying. The man didn't move an inch after knocking back the two with a single blow. After a few breaths, he slowly withdrew his palm and turned to look at the woman behind him. An elegant smile appeared on his handsome face as he said, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Miss, we meet again." The person who spoke was naturally Luo Jin. Just now, before Xiao Yan had the thought of attacking, this fellow had involuntarily charged out. Seeing that this woman was about to be in danger, his attack became much more ruthless. Only then did he manage to force back the two opponents, who had a similar cultivation as him. Otherwise, it was likely that Luo Jin would not have been able to force back the two of them so easily. That means, just as the lady lifted her head to search, another figure streaked across the horizon. Soon after, the two people who were about to charge over were sent flying. As for the other person, when he saw the black-robed young man and Luo Jin appear at this moment, he immediately felt incomparable fear in his heart. Without daring to say anything, he immediately chased after the two people who had been sent flying. I never imagined that I would be able to see you 3 times in such a vast world. I have to say that we are truly fated. Chapter 1165. That's right. Being able to see you again means that there is fate between us. Not long after Xiao Yan's words sounded, the little fairy doctor, who was beside him, swiftly rushed over. Her pair of beautiful eyes contained a strange color as she stared at the woman in front of her. Her gentle and beautiful smile seemed to contain a feeling that kept people 1,000 miles away. Seeing this situation, the woman immediately laughed softly. Her pair of beautiful eyes swept over Xiao Yan's body. Her gaze flickered slightly as she said, "You must be Xiao Yan. I can feel their aura on your body," she vaguely said. Just as Xiao Yan was shocked that the other party actually knew his name, the woman had already swiftly descended. She landed in the mountain forest below and broke the formation that trapped the wind vulture. She once again stood on the back of the wind vulture and was about to leave. "How do you know my name? Who are the they that you were talking about?" Just as the woman was about to leave, Xiao Yan hurriedly chased after her and blocked the front of the wind vulture. He wanted to clarify the woman's words. "Regarding me, I think that we will meet again very soon. As for them, you should know better than anyone else. Hearing this, the woman in front of him faintly smiled. Her long and narrow eyes glanced at Xiao Yan. She casually wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and consumed a medicinal pill. After which, she turned her head to look at the blood flame bird in the sky, which was staring at her with its eyes wide open. She softly laughed and ordered the wind vulture to leave. Miss Ha, I saved your life just now. It seems a little unreasonable for you to leave just like that. The wind vulture was just about to move when Luo Jin, who had a somewhat disappointed expression on his face, once again rushed forward and blocked the front of the wind vulture. He directly stepped forward and faced the woman in front of him as he said with a silly smile. Did I ask you to save me? Or are you saying that you saw that I was in a situation of certain death? But, Luo Jin was just about to open his mouth to refute, but he immediately saw the confident eyes of the woman in front of him. At this moment, the words that were already at the tip of his tongue were forcefully swallowed back. Following which, the woman gently stomped her feet and the wind vulture beneath her slowly flew forward. Buzz. However, just as the woman was about to leave, Xiao Yan stopped her once again. The powerful aura from his body swept out and filled the area in the blink of an eye. Miss, I don't mean any harm. I just hope that you can explain what you just said. What do you mean by they, and who are you? The powerful chi forced the wind vulture beast to not dare to charge forward. Xiao Yan's questioning voice was like a bell that reverberated between the sky and the ground. Even though this was the case, this beautiful woman in front of him was still as calm as usual. I know that you're very powerful. However, it's not that easy for you to stop me. Is that so? Just now you... Swoosh. Without waiting for Xiao Yan's cold laughter to fall, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the void in front of him, there was originally nothing in the void, but in the blink of an eye, a slender and narrow icicle condensed. The sharp light was almost close to his forehead. Even though it was still a few inches away, Xiao Yan could already feel the bone-chilling coldness from it. Didn't your teacher teach you that no matter what, you should never underestimate your opponent? The cold and indifferent voice entered Xiao Yan's ears. Only then did the icicle floating in front of him slowly dissipate. This scene of coming and going without a trace made Xiao Yan instantly think that the woman in front of him did not seem to have used the power of the Great Way from beginning to end in the previous battle. At this moment, Xiao Yan seemed to have thought of something. This woman might have been suppressing her strength from the beginning. She did not want to meet the opponent in her best condition. In this way, she tried her best to squeeze out her strength and challenge the limits of her own combat strength. Although this was accompanied by a considerable amount of danger, once she succeeded, the increase in strength that would be brought about by a long period of experience would definitely be extremely terrifying. At the thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but be secretly shocked. This woman's temperament was really different from ordinary people. It had to be said that this time, Xiao Yan was also confused by his opponent's appearance. If this woman really wanted to kill him just now, Xiao Yan's head would have been separated from his body by now. At the thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. Immediately after, Xiao Yan withdrew the aura that he had released and took the initiative to make way for the woman and the beast in front of him. The latter did not stand on ceremony. The wind vulture's huge wings flapped gently and carried the woman slowly towards the south. Looking at the figure that gradually disappeared into the distance, Xiao Yan's heart became more and more suspicious. What exactly was the so-called them referring to? Also, she said that they would meet again soon. What did this mean? All of these made him very curious. Xiao Yan, remember, my name is Li Bingrui. We will definitely meet again. It was also at this moment that the woman's leisurely cry was suddenly heard from the distant horizon. Xiao Yan softly repeated it twice and memorized the name. On the other hand, Luo Jin widened his eyes and stared in the direction that Li Bingrui had left in. His heart was filled with reluctance as he recalled the domineering and strong demeanor of the latter. However, he had forgotten that the person who had lost was Xiao Yan. High up in the sky, at this time, the blood flame bird also stared at the direction that Li Bingrui left with his eyes wide open. His heart was filled with fear as he recalled the gaze that the latter had when she looked at him. That slightly familiar feeling made him involuntarily recall some things that had happened in the past. It's her. She actually recognizes me. Recalling some dark times in the past, the blood flame bird's heart could not help but tremble. Everyone said that his character was tyrannical, but how would they know that he had once been beaten up by a little human girl to the point where he had to flee from his family? The most shocking thing was that he actually saw the girl from back then again today. After that, this group of people once again stood on the back of the blood flame bird and continued to head towards the extreme south. Xiao Yan's heart was still thinking about the words that Li Bingrui had just said, but in the end he still could not think of a reason. At the side, the little fairy doctor silently guarded Xiao Yan's side. Looking at Xiao Yan's appearance of trying to think with all his might, she could not help but feel a little complicated. Even the blood flame bird was secretly worried about something. Fortunately, the following part of the journey was much more stable. There were no accidents along the way and they did not encounter any more accidents. Perhaps it was because they were getting closer to the extreme south that the people here were even more unwilling to easily provoke those unknown forces. This was because no one knew what kind of terrifying existence they would face next. And in this kind of waiting, after 3 days Xiao Yan and the others finally arrived at the extreme south, a place called Endless City. Please bookmark the Flame Emperor anew. The Flame Emperor anew is the fastest to update. Chapter 1166. Hopeless City was one of the largest cities in the southernmost region. Reaching this place would mean that they had officially entered the southernmost region. The southernmost region was not a city or a mountain range. Instead, it was a vast region that the 3 sects of the southern region managed together. Compared to the other regions of the southern region, this place was without a doubt much more prosperous. Basically, all the experts of the southern region had gathered in the southernmost region. For example, Fu Yulong and Luya, who Xiao Yan's group had encountered on the southwest border, were returnance experts, but they would only be below average in the southernmost region. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how valuable the southernmost region was. Returnance experts were only below average existences. Above them were origin kings or even origin kings. Xiao Yan's heart immediately tightened slightly when he thought up to this point. Just by looking at the current situation he could already cause the world to change with his cultivation at the origin realm. He wondered just how terrifying the strength displayed by an expert at the origin realm would be. The blood flame bird left by itself after Xiao Yan's group arrived outside of Hopeless City. Before they left, Xiao Yan was not stingy in giving this fellow a couple of tier 5 medicinal pills in order to express his gratitude and apology. Initially that fellow was extremely dissatisfied with Xiao Yan's actions. His tone even contained some disdain. However, when he saw that the medicinal pills that Xiao Yan had taken out were all rank 5 medicinal pills, a glint immediately shot out from the large beast eyes of that fellow. He snatched the medicinal pills from Xiao Yan's hand without any hesitation, appearing to be afraid that Xiao Yan would go back on his words. The magical beast race was unable to refine medicinal pills to begin with. Other than spending a large sum of money to purchase medicinal pills from human alchemists, most of them could only obtain medicinal pills by killing others and robbing them. However, the medicinal pills that they obtained would be greatly lacking regardless of whether it was in terms of quality or quantity. It was extremely rare for something like Xiao Yan to give away medicinal pills. After accepting the pills, the Bloodfire Bird's original hostility towards Xiao Yan's group faded away. However, it still did not completely let go of the matter. The Bloodfire Bird was a proud race after all. It was impossible for it to accept orders from others. If it were not for Xiao Yan's coercion and the fact that Xiao Yan's group was heading towards the southernmost region, it probably would not have agreed to lead the way. Xiao Yan, don't think that the matter of your pills is over. I'll remember this grudge. I'll keep it for now. Just like that woman said, I'll definitely return it to you with interest the next time we meet. After leaving behind these words, the Bloodfire Bird turned around and flapped its huge wings. It flew towards a mountain forest southwest of the city. That's right. Although I don't know how you got involved with that woman, I'll still give you a piece of advice. It's best that you don't become enemies with her. This is because the person behind her is someone you can't afford to offend. The Bloodfire Bird's warning voice was transmitted from afar. Xiao Yan involuntarily nodded his head when he heard it. Although he did not know the exact identity of Li Bingrui, just from the frightening fighting strength that woman had displayed, she was definitely an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. Additionally, from the words of the Bloodfire Bird, Xiao Yan could also tell that this fellow seemed to know the identity of that woman. However, since she had already left, it was impossible for him to inquire further. Let's go into the city. Turning his head around, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the huge city in front of him that was like a prehistoric beast. A sigh gradually surfaced in his eyes. I finally arrived at the extreme south. Burning Flame Valley Geocentric Body Transformation Milk, I'm coming. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. Immediately he lifted his foot and led everyone behind him as they walked toward Wuming City. As soon as the group entered the city, the scene before them immediately shocked them. Majestic buildings stood in the city like mountains. The crisscrossing streets were laid out before their eyes. There was an endless flow of people and a hubbub that reached into the sky. Xiao Yan had already sensed quite a few powerful presences in the short amount of time they had spent in the city. The owners of these presences were all returnance experts. It really is the extreme south. Just the number of experts in the city is not something any city in the southwest can compare to. Other than the returnance experts, even the weakest person on the streets was a 5-star Do-D. There were even quite a few origin transformation experts moving about. The origin transformation experts who could rule over an entire region in the western region were only ordinary passers-by here. It was truly surprising. As Xiao Yan's group studied their surroundings, the appearance of this group of people also attracted the attention of quite a few people in the city. After all, aside from the fairy doctor and Mu Ling, everyone else in the group was at the origin transformation realm or above. They even had Xiao Yan, a returnance expert, with them. Their battle prowess could be regarded as terrifying. The most surprising thing was that aside from Zhou Tai and the huge ape, everyone else was a handsome young man. It was very difficult for such a group to not attract the attention of the people in the city. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding passers-by, the group slowly walked towards the center of the city. Counting the time, it had only been a week since they had left Green Sun City. This was much earlier than their initial estimate. Currently, there was still half a month's time before the sect grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley. During this period of time, it was more than sufficient for them to reach the location of the Burning Flame Valley from Wuwang City. Old Man Zhou, I already know about 2 of the 3 sects of the southern region. May I ask what kind of organization the other one is? Xiao Yan had only been focused on cultivation before. Now that he had arrived in Hopeless City and seen the bustling streets, he only thought of this when he had some free time. He immediately turned his head and asked Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai slowly exhaled when he heard Zhou Tai's question. He sighed and said, "The strongest of the 3 sects of the southern region is the Burning Flame Valley. I don't dare to comment on the strength of the other 2 sections, I only know that they are on par with each other. The 3rd sect is called the 10,000 Scorpion Sect." The 10,000 Scorpion Sect. Zhou Tai muttered softly before he continued to speak. The 10,000 Scorpion Sect is not an ordinary human organization. It was established by an extremely powerful magical beast. In the extreme south, it is the only organization that uses magical beasts as disciples. A magical beast sect? Xiao Yan immediately raised an eyebrow when he heard that. An organization completely established by a magical beast in the territory of humans was truly a strange matter. Chapter 1167. Since it's a magical beast faction, could it be that humans will allow them to exist peacefully in the extreme south? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan could not help but voice out the doubt in his heart. The relationship between humans and magical beasts had always been like fire and water. Very few magical beasts were able to survive in human cities. This was not because of the environment, but because humans had a bone-deep rejection of other species. Any magical beast that humans saw would definitely be expelled or killed. Furthermore, the extreme south was a vast territory established by humans. How could there be a magical beast force that could exist peacefully? Hearing these words, the heaven-reaching giant ape behind him frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything. He was naturally very clear about the conflict between humans and magical beasts. Haha, rejection is natural, but don't forget that in this world you still have to use your fists to speak. As long as you are strong enough, it doesn't matter whether you are rejected or not. In the face of absolute power, any resistance is meaningless. No matter how you argue or struggle, it's all just useless. Zhou Tai faintly smiled. He had already understood this matter in his heart. On the other hand, Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he heard these words. He asked, "Since that's the case, the Burning Flame Valley and the Heavenly Puppet Sect actually did not join forces?" Join forces? When Xiao Yan's words came out, Zhou Tai immediately sneered and hurriedly said, "Brat, your thinking is too simple. In a tripartite balance of power, it is absolutely impossible for any side to be easily defeated. Unless one of the sides is strong enough to force the other 2 to join forces. However, among the 3, the Burning Flame Valley is the strongest. Naturally, the Heavenly Puppet Sect would not join forces with them. As for the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect, it is even more impossible for these 2 to join forces. Think about it, the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Burning Flame Valley do not believe in humans. How could they join forces with the Magical Beast clan to resist? It is precisely because of this ingenious relationship between the 3 that they have successfully developed to their current stage." Hearing Zhou Tai's words, Xiao Yan came to a sudden realization. No wonder the Burning Flame Valley was the strongest faction in the extreme south while the other 2 did not do anything. It turns out that there was such a relationship between them. If not, the situation in the southern region would have changed long ago. Of course, you should not purely think that this is the entire southern region. Although the three sects of the southern region are powerful, the southern region is vast with hidden dragons and crouching tigers and dragons. There will definitely be experts that have not appeared. Perhaps the person behind Li Bingrui is such an expert. Zhou Tai's mentioned, no matter how outstanding her cultivation talent was, no one could be certain that there were other experts that existed in the southern region. However, Xiao Yan was certain that behind Li Bingrui's, there was definitely an expert that was at least at the Origin King Realm Master. But Xiao Yan was certain that there was definitely an expert that was at least at the origin. Huff! Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a long sigh when he thought of this. He secretly felt a pressure surging over in his heart. He had just arrived at the extreme south and he had already heard such news. He did not know what kind of powerful existences he would encounter in the future. You need not be too worried. Even if Li Bingrui has the support of an Origin King expert behind her, since he is able to teach such an outstanding disciple, that expert is definitely not a narrow-minded person. As for the three sects of the southern region, they have nothing to do with us. As long as we obtain the core body transformation milk, we can leave. Seeing such an expression on Xiao Yan's face, Zhou Tai hurriedly comforted him. The little fairy doctor by the side also nodded. Luo Jin gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and revealed a firm smile. Only after seeing this did the latter nod his head. He raised his gaze and strode towards the city with his head held high. Behind him, the little fairy doctor and the rest followed closely. At the same time that Xiao Yan and the rest entered Wu Wang City, in the depths of the extreme south, within the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, a middle-aged man who was resting on his side suddenly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his purple eyes, a purple light flashed like lightning. In an instant, the aura within the middle-aged man's body suddenly surged. In this extreme south, other than those few, there are actually humans who dare to kill members of my clan. They really deserve to die. Men. An ice-cold and indifferent voice reverberated within the spacious hall. Soon after, the door to the hall outside was opened and a human figure flashed in. Sect leader. The human figure half knelt in front of the hall and respectfully lowered his head as he spoke. Go, send someone to kill this human. The purple light in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes flickered slightly. Soon after, it transformed into a ray of light and transformed into a human face in the void in front of him. From the looks of it, it was Xiao Yan. Yes. Below, the human figure raised his head to look at the human face and responded. Soon after, his body gradually distorted until he disappeared. In Wu Wang City, Xiao Yan and the rest quickly found a place to stay in the city. After a few days of hurrying, although the group was not tired, they had arrived at an unfamiliar territory after all. They should stop and understand the situation here first. In Zhou Tai's words, it was also his first time here. It was only right for him to familiarize himself with the environment. Perhaps Luo Jin had been here many years ago. However, it was a long time ago and there was no way to verify it. After finding a place to stay, the group strolled around the city. Other than not provoking some experts, these few pairs of bright eyes saw many valuable things in the shops. This heaven-piercing giant ape had not come out for many years, so everything he saw was filled with a burning desire. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were not easy to deal with either. One of them was a Class 5 alchemist while the other was a Class 5 formation master. They were both extremely obsessed with medicinal ingredients and special materials. After looking around the city a few times, Luo Jin did not see anything that caught his eye. However, Xiao Yan did see a medicinal ingredient in a store called the 100 Herb Pavilion. Broken Mirror Flower. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the medicinal ingredient. The Broken Mirror Flower was the main ingredient used to refine the Class 5 Broken Mirror Pill. The Broken Mirror Pill could greatly increase the chances of an Origin Transformation expert breaking through to Returnance. Normally speaking, any Origin Transformation expert who consumed a Broken Mirror Pill would be able to break through to Returnance in a single stroke. As a result, the Broken Mirror Pill was a particularly sought-after pill among Origin Transformation experts. This time, Xiao Yan's plan was not limited to this. Although the Broken Mirror Flower could ensure that a late Origin Transformation expert could successfully break through to the Origin realm, it could also allow the heaven-reaching great apes to recover their original cultivation. Moreover, if they were lucky, they might be able to use it to break through. Chapter 1168. In the extreme south, Wuwang City, the 100 Herb Pavilion. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with passion as he stared at the medicinal herb that was currently placed on the counter. He was pleasantly surprised. With the broken mirror flower, he would be able to use it to refine the broken mirror pill. Once Luo Jin and the others consumed it, the strength of his group would once again skyrocket. However, with just this broken mirror flower, the number of broken mirror pills that could be refined was extremely limited. With Xiao Yan's current alchemist skills, the chances of him successfully refining the broken mirror pill was not very high. If he succeeded, it was likely that he would at the very most be able to refine one pill. Haha, little brother, you seem to be extremely interested in this broken mirror flower? A middle-aged man with a head full of gray hair spotted Xiao Yan in the bustling hall with a single glance. That kind of urgent gaze was exactly what their store needed. The more people needed something, the more profit they could bring to their store. Only when he heard the voice did Xiao Yan turn his head in doubt. He saw the middle-aged man walking over with a smile. His mustache, narrow triangular eyes, and harsh lips caused people to feel that this fellow did not appear to be a good person at first glance. This was especially so for this wretched smile that matched his appearance. It caused people to shudder even though it was not cold. If this fellow had not mentioned the matter of the broken mirror flower, the moment he opened his mouth, it was likely that he had come for Xiao Yan. Mid-origin transformation realm. Xiao Yan gently raised his eyes. His gaze swept up and down the middle-aged man's body as he quietly said in his heart. Following which, he opened his mouth and inquired. Sir, you are? Oh, I am Hu Yinzhao, the manager of the 100 Herb Pavilion. If you have any needs or questions, please feel free to ask me. Hu Yinzhao grinned, revealing a row of yellowish-brown teeth. He clasped his fist at Xiao Yan. Manager Hu, do you still have any stock of this broken mirror flower? Xiao Yan immediately nodded gently when he heard these words. Although the appearance of the person in front of him was not likable, he was at the very least a manager. This broken mirror flower was something that belonged to his family. Naturally, he had to be a little more courteous when speaking. What a coincidence. A few days ago, a few broken mirror flowers just entered my 100 Herb Pavilion. If little brother needs them, I'll ask someone to get them for you. The expression in Hu Yinzhao's eyes immediately brightened when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His face was filled with smiles as he replied. He turned around and was about to call someone to retrieve it when he was hurriedly stopped by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had traveled around the continent for many years, so he had some understanding of how these fellows did business. Once he took out the broken mirror flower, this fellow would definitely not rest until he sold a few of them. Moreover, the price he would sell them for was definitely not a small sum. In order to sell medicinal herbs, these fellows would do anything. Although this middle-aged man's cultivation was not as high as Xiao Yan's, since he was only a steward, it already showed that there was a stronger force behind the 100 Herb Pavilion. If there was no need, it was best not to cause any conflict with them. Manager Hu, don't worry. I just asked casually. I just want to know how much this broken mirror flower is worth. With a smile, Xiao Yan stared at Hu Yinzhao in front of him and said casually. Only then did he ask about the value of the broken mirror flower. Seeing Xiao Yan's calm appearance, Hu Yinzhao's expression was slightly startled. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to see how Xiao Yan felt about the broken mirror flower. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would be so calm. Although there was a possibility that there was no lack of decoration, at least he could not see it. Oh, it's like this. My 100 Herb Pavilion has a rule. All medicinal herbs sold must be exchanged with medicinal herbs of equal value or higher value. Of course, if the quality is not good enough, quantity can be used to make up for it. In this regard, my 100 Herb Pavilion will have specialized alchemists come to check. The same principle applies to medicinal pills. As soon as Hu Yinzhao finished speaking, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. This 100 Herb Pavilion played a good hand. In this way, no matter what kind of item the person who bought medicinal herbs or medicinal pills obtained, the other party would definitely obtain an item of equal value. In other words, wasn't this the same principle as not having any business? But then, where would they get their profits? Thinking up to there, Xiao Yan could not help but become curious. How would a store with no business be able to make profits? How would it continue to operate? This broken mirror flower is nearly 2,000 years old, and its medicinal properties are extremely rich. If it is used to refine the broken mirror pill, it should be able to refine 3 or 4 pills. If little brother is able to ask a rank 5 alchemist to successfully refine such a medicinal herb, then the profits will instantly skyrocket. Although Hu Yinzhao was not an alchemist, he had managed the 100 Herb Pavilion for many years. He had an extremely good understanding of the uses and qualities of all the medicinal herbs here. The broken mirror flower could be used to refine many pills, but according to what he knew, the broken mirror pill was still the most in demand. Not to mention Xiao Yan was only a young man. Since he had found the broken mirror flower, he obviously wanted the broken mirror pill. Young man, you should know that the broken mirror pill has an extremely high chance of helping an origin transformation expert break through to returnance. If you take it, not only will you be able to increase your cultivation, the remaining broken mirror pill will definitely be a hot item in an auction. At that time you'll be able to make a huge profit. Hu Yinzhao forcefully raised the price of the broken mirror flower with his words. If Xiao Yin had spoken, Hu Yinzhao would have definitely raised the price of the broken mirror flower even higher. At that time, it would no longer be a problem that could be solved with a medicinal herb of the same value. The broken mirror flower was indeed the most important main ingredient for refining the broken mirror pill, but Hu Yinzhao's words were still a little biased. Although he had exaggerated the broken mirror flower to the point that it was impossible to refine a pill with just one medicinal herb. Once other medicinal herbs were added, the nature of the pill would change drastically, and the value of the broken mirror pill would decrease as well. This Hu Babel truly lived up to his name. For the sake of his own family's interests, he simply did not care about anything else. Just a portion of the main ingredient was already able to be blown to such a miraculous degree by him. If it was any other ingredient, wouldn't it have been blown to the skies by him? If that's the case. After a long period of silence, Xiao Yin continued to listen to Hu Yinzhao's boasting. Only when the person before him stared at him for a long time did Xiao Yin speak. Before he could even say anything, Hu Yinzhao had already held his breath and stared with his eyes wide open. He waited for Xiao Yin to nod. How many more broken mirror flowers do you have? I'll take them all. However, just as Xiao Yin was still hesitating on whether he should reject, a young man wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, who had gathered at an unknown time, suddenly opened his mouth. His words were like a clap of thunder that instantly broke the atmosphere between Xiao Yin and Xiao Yin like a bolt from the blue. Chapter 1169. By the time Xiao Yin and Hu Yinzhao returned to their senses, they saw a chubby young man standing to one side. He stared at Hu Yinzhao with a burning gaze, as if his emotions had been stirred up by Hu Yinzhao's words. The fat man's clothes and accessories made him look very luxurious, just like the son of a rich family. However, his fat head and big ears lowered his status by quite a bit. But no matter what, Hu Yinzhao was unable to remain calm when he saw such a rich young master standing before him. I never thought that not only would this young master be a hero but you would also be so generous. To be honest, we don't have a lot of broken mirror flowers in the 100 Herb Pavilion. There are only 5 of them, but since you want them all, I'll immediately send someone to retrieve them. Hu Yinzhao immediately sent someone to retrieve all the broken mirror flowers in the store after a series of insincere praises. Young master, the broken mirror flowers are indeed precious, but our Fang family doesn't need them. If you want them all, it'll be difficult for you to explain to the patriarch. At this moment, a skinny old man with a huge body suddenly stood out from behind the chubby young man. His black robes completely covered his body. He was filled with disdain when he heard Hu Yinzhao's words, but his tone was still much gentler when he spoke to the chubby young master. He even mentioned the patriarch on purpose to make the young master take back his words. This, Master Lan, the broken mirror flowers really are treasures. If they're refined into pills and I consume them, I'll definitely be able to break through to returnance. At that time, no one will dare to look down on me anymore. A sliver of fear involuntarily flashed across the chubby young man's face when he heard Master Lan mention the patriarch. However, he soon persevered. Master Lan frowned when he heard that. A sliver of reluctance appeared in his eyes. At the same time, there was a sliver of pity and pity. At the same time, quite a few people in the hall could not help but laugh when they heard what the chubby young man had said. This was because the chubby young man's cultivation had only just reached the level of a 7-star Do Emperor. It was extremely difficult for him to even reach the origin transformation realm, let alone returnance. Xiao Yin also followed the strange words of the fat man in front of him and his gaze landed on the latter. After a few careful glances, he seemed to have found some clues. In response to the mocking and disdainful laughter, Master Lan, who was standing beside the fatty, merely glanced back. His sharp aura immediately caused those people to shut their mouths. One by one they quickly turned around in fear, and many people even hurriedly ran out of the 100 Herb Pavilion. Late returnance. Relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yin could clearly sense the cultivation of the skinny old man in front of him. Immediately Xiao Yan's heart trembled and his whole body tensed up. Who would have thought that there would be such an expert in Hopeless City? However, at the same time that Xiao Yin felt surprised in his heart, he could not help but feel curious about the faction behind this fatty. Just what kind of organization could have a late returnance expert act as a young man's guard? Take the mirror's broken flower back. We don't need it. The old man first stared at Xiao Yan. An unusual glint flashed across his deep old eyes. Immediately he spoke faintly to Hu Yenzhao. After which, he pulled the fatty's wrist with the intention of bringing him away. Although Hu Yenzhao's heart was somewhat unwilling to accept this, he still withdrew his thoughts after giving it some thought. His gaze once again landed on Xiao Yan's body. Since this rich man had run away, he could only hope that Xiao Yan would buy his mirror's broken flower. Senior, please wait. However, just when Hu Yenzhao looked back at Xiao Yan, the latter suddenly turned around and called out to the old man who had already reached the entrance of the 100-herb pavilion. Is something the matter? The old man's tone was a little low and deep as he spoke. A pair of deep old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. A dark and cold aura involuntarily climbed onto Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's heart tightened slightly. He could not help but be surprised by the old man's strength. Early returnants could not be compared to late returnants experts. Xiao Yan had no doubt that if they fought now, he would not be able to last more than 100 moves against the old man in an open battle. And that was under the assumption that he had used most of his trump cards. Senior, I checked the young master's body without permission and discovered that he seems to have been poisoned. Before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, the old man suddenly shuddered. A powerful presence immediately swept out, turning into an invisible wave of air that pressed down on Xiao Yan. Kid, I don't care who you are, but if you show any disrespect to my young master, don't blame me for being merciless. Faced with this powerful pressure, Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He took half a step back. At the same time, a powerful pressure swept out from within his body and blocked the force that was heading toward him. Hu Yenzhao's expression immediately changed when he sensed the powerful presence from Xiao Yan. He had never thought that the young kid before him would actually be a returnance expert. The corner of Hu Yenzhao's mouth could not help but twitch. However, Xiao Yan did not have the time to pay attention to him. After dispersing the wave of air, he spoke in a hurry. Senior, I have no intentions of disrespecting your young master. I just want to tell you that I might be able to cure him of this poison. No matter how many alchemists we've invited, it's all to no avail. Even the elders of the Alchemist Alliance can't do anything about it, yet you say you can cure it? What gives you the right? However, Master Lan did not seem to believe Xiao Yan's words. With a cold snort, he waved his hand and created a gust of wind. He wanted to leave with his young master. Boom. Soon after, however, just as the two of them were about to step out of the door, a cluster of pale blue flames suddenly rose from Xiao Yan's palm with a bang sound. The high temperature was instantly unleashed. The temperature of the entire hall rose significantly at this moment. Even the air had become dry. I wonder if that's enough, Jianqin muttered. Almost at the same time, the moment Master Lan's front foot stepped out of the door, his body froze on the spot like a stone statue. Although he didn't turn around, his pair of old cloudy eyes were wide open at this moment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This is a heavenly flame. Chapter 1170. Master Lan stared at Xiao Yan in disbelief from the 100-herb pavilion. His deep eyes were fixated on the blue flame that was slowly rising up in his hand. He was shocked inside. This really is a heavenly flame. Swish. In an instant, Master Lan's figure appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He stared at the flame in Xiao Yan's hand face to face and felt the uncontrollable overbearing feeling within the flame. Master Lan could not help but nod his head heavily. It really is a heavenly flame. Not bad. There's probably no other power in the world that can compare to it. The expressions of Hu Yenzhao beside Xiao Yan and the remaining people in the hall immediately changed when these words sounded. Numerous gazes gathered on Xiao Yan in an orderly manner. Their fiery hot gazes stared at the flame in Xiao Yan's hand at this moment. The shock in their hearts was completely expressed on their faces. After confirming that it was a heavenly flame, Master Lan immediately pulled his young master up and took a step back. He bowed to Xiao Yan in front of everyone. I am Lan Yi. This is my young master Fang Jitsong. Please forgive me for being rude to you earlier. Master Lan did not hesitate or pause in this series of actions. From recognizing the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's hand, to thinking rapidly in his heart, to bowing and cupping his hands together in apology, all of this happened within the short span of a few breaths. You worry too much, senior. I spoke too rashly before, which was why you misunderstood. Seeing this scene, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was involuntarily startled. Following which, he hurriedly went forward and helped the bent Master Lan up. Master Lan was a late returnance expert after all. Bowing to him in public was already a great gesture. Xiao Yin did not dare to be rude. The elder of the Alchemist Alliance who examined the young master's poison in the past said that the young master's poison is extremely deep in his body. Normal methods are unable to expel it. There are only two methods in the world. One of them is to use a heavenly flame to refine the poison, but the heavenly flames in the world have already gained sentience. Normal people can't obtain a heavenly flame. Master Lan's face immediately lit up when Xiao Yan helped him up. The matter of Fang Jizong being poisoned had troubled his Fang family for many years. He had searched everywhere but was unable to find a way to cure the poison. He originally thought that this was the only way, but he never thought that Xiao Yan, who possessed a heavenly flame, would appear here at a time like this. It was truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by chance. Senior, you said that there are only two ways to cure the poison. One of them is a heavenly flame. What about the other one? Hearing Lan Ye's words, Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully. Naturally, it's a sufficiently powerful cultivation. Lan Yi sighed softly before continuing. Although that is the case, even if we went to find a supreme expert, he was still unable to expel the poison. At the very most, he could only suppress it for a period of time. Otherwise, his cultivation would not even be at the level of an 8-star Do D. This time around, Xiao Yan took over without waiting for Lan Yi to spit out the words from his mouth. After some investigation, he had clearly sensed that although Fang Jizong's cultivation was indeed at the level of an 8-star Do D, there seemed to be another force in his body that was continuously sucking away the Genesis Qi in his body, causing his cultivation to be lost at all times. It would not be long before Fang Jizong's cultivation fell to the level of a 7-star Do D or even lower. Psi**. The elders of the Alchemist Alliance once judged that if young master's cultivation continued to be lost, once his cultivation fell below the level of a Do D, young master's spirit source would collapse on its own. At that time, all that would be left of this body would be an empty shell. At this point, Lan Yi could not help but turn his head to glance at Fang Jizong. There was some reluctance in his old eyes. Therefore, I hope that Mr. will be able to expel the poison in my young master's body. If you can expel the poison, I guarantee that the Fang family will owe you a huge favor. When these words were said, Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the slightest, but his heart was wild with joy. After all this talk, wasn't this what he wanted to hear? Xiao Yan did not think that he was a good person who would step forward to expel the poison for no reason. However, he had just arrived in the extreme south and had met an expert like Lan Yi. He could guess that the faction behind Lan Yi was definitely not ordinary. If he could make such a person owe him a favor, it would be of great benefit to his following journey. Master Lan, don't be anxious. Since I mentioned the heavenly flame, it can be considered that I have agreed to expel the poison for young Master Fang. Please don't worry about this. After speaking, Xiao Yan slowly turned around under Lan Ye's puzzled gaze. He looked at Hu Yinzhao and said with a smile, I'll have to trouble Steward Hu to put away this broken mirror flower for me. I want it. When Hu Yinzhao, who was looking at the two of them with a blank face, heard this, he suddenly came back to his senses. He almost jumped up, turned around, and shouted at the attendant of the 100-herb pavilion not far away. Immediately after, the attendant hurriedly moved. Wait a minute. However, at this moment, Lan Yi once again stopped Hu Yinzhao. Hu Yinzhao immediately looked at Lan Yi. Compared to Xiao Yan, this old man was even more terrifying, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. Under Xiao Yan's suspicious gaze, Lan Yi spoke calmly. Take all the broken mirror flowers in your inventory and give them to this mister. I will pay you all the required fees. Hu Yinzhao's eyes immediately brightened the moment these words were uttered. He rejoiced quietly in his heart. Immediately, he hurriedly sent people to retrieve all the broken mirror flowers in the warehouse. Together with the one on the counter, he handed them all to Xiao Yan. As for the other medicinal herbs needed to exchange for the broken mirror flower, Lan Yi handed them over on his behalf. In addition to the medicinal herbs, Xiao Yan was also surprised to find that there was a large amount of spirit stones involved in the transaction. Haha, mister, please don't be offended. The 100-herb pavilion has always been trading items. This is absolutely fair. However, we need manpower after all. It's not much. One medicinal herb only costs 1,000 spirit stones and the elixir costs 3,000. Seeing the stunned expression on Xiao Yan's face, Hu Yinzhao merely parted his mouth and laughed. His appearance was completely harmless. However, the words that were spat out from his mouth caused the flesh on Xiao Yan's face to twitch. This 100-herb pavilion really had a good plan. Not only would they not suffer any losses from such a transaction, they would also be able to obtain a large amount of spirit stones. It was basically a trick to gain something without risking anything. Chapter 1171. Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan, are you still upset about what happened just now? On the street, Xiaoyan and Lan Yi walked forward slowly. Fang Jitsong walked beside Lan Yi like a child. Usually, Lan Yi would let him do whatever he wanted, but now that there was an urgent matter, Lan Yi naturally had to take care of him. This was also one of the tasks given to him by Fang Jitsong's father. The behavior of the 100 Herb Pavilion is no different from a street robbery. How can such a shop still continue to operate? Xiaoyan really could not understand. Since the 100 Herb Pavilion was so sinister, why would anyone be willing to do business with them and even willingly give them spirit stones? Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan's words are somewhat reasonable. If they only make a fuss about the price of the medicinal herbs, it is indeed normal. However, they do not make a loss and still want to collect a large amount of spirit stones. This is indeed intolerable for ordinary people. At this point, Lan Yi could not help but open his mouth. He glanced at Xiaoyan and laughed dryly before continuing to speak. But Mr. Xiaoyan, have you ever thought about why they are doing this? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this logic obvious? They were purely here for the spirit stones. Most of the medicinal herbs in the 100 Herb Pavilion are actually placed in the auction. All the truly valuable things will be there. Although the remaining medicinal herbs and elixirs are similarly difficult to find in the outside world, their value is far less than the former. Even so, the resources that the 100 Herb Pavilion has are not comparable to other shops in Hopeless City. This is because they monopolize all the medicinal herbs resources from outside Hopeless City. Of course, this is only limited to high-grade medicinal herbs. However, this alone is enough to make them the leader of Hopeless City. The spirit stones that the 100 Herb Pavilion obtains are actually only used to supply their mercenary teams outside. The real profits are firmly held in the palm of their hands. When Lan Yi said this, Xiaoyan's eyes immediately revealed a trace of surprise. According to this, the 100 Herb Pavilion's profits were only the tip of the iceberg. The real benefits came from the auction. Let me ask you, if someone went to look for high-grade medicinal herbs like you did today in this Hopeless City, there is no other shop other than the 100 Herb Pavilion. If you don't buy from them, what else can you do? Without high-grade medicinal herbs and high-grade elixirs, you are destined to be unable to obtain high-grade elixirs. From a certain point of view, it is equivalent to losing a means to protect yourself. At this point, would you still care about the price of medicinal herbs? In order to save your life, you have to pay a high price. At this point, Lan Yi involuntarily glanced at Fang Jitsong. To be honest, the latter's fate seemed to be based on this logic. Hearing Lan Ye's words, Xiaoyan could not help but knit his eyebrows. If that was the case, not only would the daily transactions within the 100 Herb Pavilion not cause them any losses, they could even regularly place a large amount of medicinal ingredients into the auction house and use them to obtain even greater profits. On the other hand, even if the mercenaries outside were to die under the claws of magic beasts or disappear into the endless mountain forests, they would never be able to obtain the true returns that they deserved. The core of the entire operation of this force is always medicinal herbs. The spirit stones are only used to repair the losses from the outside world. As long as there is an endless stream of mercenaries, the 100 Herb Pavilion will never be in a deficit. The people behind them only need to wait for the right opportunity to reap sufficient benefits. When he heard this, Xiaoyan's heart instantly trembled. However, he understood that the reason for this irreversible situation was actually because of the lack of power. If it were not for the fact that his cultivation was not good enough, the other shops in Wuwang City would not be willing to be trampled on, and all the high-grade medicinal herbs would not fall into the 100 Herb Pavilion. All of this was because there was another big hand behind the scenes manipulating everything. Oh, that's right. Previously, when I saw Mr. Xiaoyan release the heavenly fire, I can't help but guess, could it be that Mr. is also an alchemist? When he saw Xiaoyan's slightly ashen expression, Lan Yi sighed helplessly in his heart. In order to change the topic, he quickly asked. Hearing this, Xiaoyan did not hide anything and nodded with a smile. Hiss! When he saw that Xiaoyan actually nodded in agreement, Lan Yi immediately gasped in shock. Not to mention that he was able to possess such a tyrannical cultivation at such a young age, he was actually an alchemist. This was really unbelievable. Furthermore, based on Xiaoyan's cultivation, Lan Yi guessed that Xiaoyan's realm in alchemy would not be too low. Then Lan Yi began to flatter Xiaoyan. Naturally, Xiaoyan smiled and accepted all of it. After exchanging some greetings, the three of them finally arrived in front of a villa. According to Lan Yi, this villa was specially bought to make it convenient for Fang Jitsong to play around. Such a villa existed in quite a number of cities in the extreme south. These words caused Xiao Yan's heart to be speechless. A moment later, in a room, Xiao Yan stood in front of the bed. Lan Yi stood quietly beside him, staring at Xiao Yan with a face full of expectation. On the bed, Fang Jitsong had already fainted. In order to avoid trouble, Lan Yi had hit his young master quite hard. It seemed that this fatty would not wake up until the next day. Mr. Xiao Yan, I'll have to rely on you next. Back to the main topic, Lan Yi once again cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan. Seeing this, the latter smiled back and then focused his gaze on Fang Jitsong's body. To be honest, Xiao Yan had only used his soul power to roughly check before, so he could not confirm the exact condition of the poison in this guy's body. So now, to be on the safe side, Xiao Yan had to carefully check the condition of Fang Jitsong's body from the beginning to the end. With a thought, a surge of soul power suddenly gushed out from between his eyebrows, and an invisible pressure also spread out. The expression on Lan Ye's old face immediately changed drastically when he sensed the great strength of this pressure. A pair of deep eyes instantly stared intently at Xiao Yan. The shock in his heart caused his breathing to involuntarily become hurried. What a powerful soul power. This soul power is probably comparable to a rank 5. Many thoughts raced in his mind. Lan Yi had imagined Xiao Yan's attainments in alchemy and could guess that he must be a high-level alchemist. But what he never expected was that this guy was actually a rank 5 alchemist. Such an alchemist, even in their Fang family, was definitely not an existence that could be ignored. This kid. Who exactly is he? Fight of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor will continue to be updated on the website. There are no advertisements on the website, so please bookmark and recommend the website. If you like Fight of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor, please bookmark. Fight of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor's website updates the fastest. Chapter 1172. In front of the bed, Xiao Yan's eyes were slightly closed. A turbulent spiritual strength surrounded his body and a powerful spiritual pressure was released. It was like an invisible wind that caused the decorations in the room to tremble slightly. As waves of spiritual strength were continuously poured in, the condition of Fang Jitsong's body was also reflected in Xiao Yan's mind. By relying on his enormous spiritual strength, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the poison in Fang Jitsong's body had not only penetrated deep into his internal organs but also his vortex and spiritual origin. This was also the reason why Fang Jitsong's cultivation continued to decline and his thoughts became unclear. This poison was just as Xiao Yan had guessed in his heart. It would gradually erode Fang Jitsong's cultivation and spiritual origin. Once Fang Jitsong's cultivation fell below the Do D level, Fang Jitsong would die. Although the condition of Fang Jitsong's body appeared similar to Lian Er's, it was actually very different. The woeful poison body was based on one's own body. If one's body died, the woeful poison body would naturally disappear. However, this poison was an external invasion. Currently, the reason why Fang Jitsong was still able to survive was completely due to the continuous support of the Do Qi in his body. Xiao Yan could clearly sense that within Fang Jitsong's vortex, there was a strength that was unceasingly guiding the Do Qi to flow into his Qi paths, using this to slow down the spread of the poison. It was not difficult to imagine that someone was using an external object to slow down the spread of the poison in his body. Otherwise, Fang Jitsong would not have lived until now. From this point, one could see the severity of Fang Jitsong's condition. Although this was the case, since it was a poison, the heavenly flame had a natural restraining effect. Xiao Yan was confident that with his heavenly flame, he would definitely be able to completely disperse the poison in Fang Jitsong's body. However, not every kind of poison was as special as the woeful poison body. As long as it was man-made, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to resolve it. After a round of inspection, Xiao Yan controlled the heavenly flame and began to spread it out from Fang Jitsong's lower abdomen. It only stopped when it covered Fang Jitsong's entire body. This entire process was seen by Lan Yi by the side. Even with his character, he could not help but quietly sigh when he saw this scene. The strange fire was burning wantonly on his young master's body. If Fang Jitsong was careless, he could burn Fang Jitsong into ashes in an instant. How could he watch it calmly? The heavenly flame covered Fang Jitsong's entire body. Then it split into small flames and entered Fang Jitsong's body through his pores. It started to expel the poison from Fang Jitsong's body from the outside. The first thing that he had to face was naturally the poison that had invaded his Qi paths. This kind of poison had the same effect as most other poisons. It would permeate the Qi paths and cause them to lose their original effect. The thick poison would even turn into a viscous liquid that would block the Qi paths, causing the Do Qi to be unable to circulate normally in his body. This resulted in the qi paths in Fang Jitsung's 4 limbs being completely blocked, causing him to be unable to unleash even the slightest bit of do qi energy other than normal activities. Under the investigation of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, the ink-black viscous liquid covered Fang Jitsung's limbs. All of his qi paths had already been soaked by the poison. Even his bones were covered by a layer of viscous black. His entire arm was like a lotus root that had been soaked in mud, appearing extremely unbearable. If this continued for a long time, regardless of whether Fang Jitsung would die or not, just this situation alone was enough to cause Fang Jitsung's entire arm to die. The final result would be that Fang Jitsung's limbs would rot. Even if he did not die, he would definitely become a complete cripple. What a vicious poison. Even if more than half of it is removed, if it is not completely uprooted, it will still cause him to become a cripple. If there is no heavenly flame, it is likely that the person who used the poison can only personally detoxify it. However, this poison, sensing the viciousness of this poison, Xiao Yan could not help but quietly say in his heart. At the same time, a thread of suspicion rose because of this. This poison was very special. Other than a poison master with a special status, the poison of a magical beast would not have such an effect. Even the poison of a high-level magical beast would have the purpose of killing the enemy. It would definitely not have such a torturous effect. This poison seemed to have been deliberately concocted by someone. However, when Xiao Yan mentioned this poison to Lan Yi earlier, Lan Yi clearly said that this poison was inflicted by a magical beast when Fang Jitsung entered the forest to train. It was not caused by someone. As for what kind of magical beast it was, no one knew. The only thing that could be confirmed was that Fang Jitsung's wound when he was poisoned was definitely inflicted by a magical beast. This made Xiao Yan even more curious. What kind of magical beast would actually possess such a strange poison? However, what kind of magical beast it was not something that Xiao Yan could judge at the moment. The most important thing at the moment was to first expel the poison in Fang Jitsung's body. As for other matters, he could only make other plans. Although the poison in Fang Jitsung's body was not weak, it was undoubtedly a little insignificant compared to Lian Er's woeful poison body. At this moment, Xiao Yan's refining speed was much faster than before. After more than 2 hours, more than half of the poison in Fang Jitsung's limbs had been expelled. The originally pitch-black bones and meridians now looked completely new. With the influx of do qi, the weak meridians once again glowed with life. From the outside, the heavenly flame that covered the surface of Fang Jitsung's body had completely entered his body. Lan Yi stared at Fang Jitsung's rosy face and his heart could not help but palpitate. Although the young master looked normal these past few years, he was in constant pain. If it weren't for the family head suppressing the poison in his body on time, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. Today, I can finally see the young master's complexion recover with my own eyes. Lan Ye's old face could not help but reveal an excited expression and his hands could not help but tremble slightly. He had accompanied Fang Jitsung for many years and almost never left his side. If the young master had not chosen to train by himself and he had not followed by his side, it would not have led to the current situation. Regarding this matter, although the master did not mention it, he had always felt guilty in his heart. Now that Fang Jitsung had finally found a way to save him, how could he not be excited? The entire process of expelling the poison for Fang Jitsung only lasted for 3 hours. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, it was already evening and the sky was gradually darkening. He believed that Luo Jin and the rest had already returned to the inn. If he did not return, they would inevitably be worried. Looking at Fang Jitsung again, although the poison in his body had not been completely expelled, at least after an afternoon of expelling the poison in his limbs had basically been cleansed. As for the remaining poison, Xiao Yan did not intend to end it all at once. With a flash of light in his eyes, Xiao Yan immediately let out a long breath. As he retracted the mystical fire, he turned to Lan Yi and cupped his fists with a smile. Master Lan, I think today's expelling of the poison will end here. My friend is still waiting for me to go back. Hearing this, Lan Yi could not help but be startled. He hurriedly looked at Fang Jitsung and hesitated. But Mr. Xiao Yan, the poison in my young master's body? I have already expelled the poison in his limbs. As for his internal organs, it will have to be done next time. After all, overdoing is as bad as not doing enough. His poison has not been in his body for a day or two. It is impossible to get rid of it all at once. Master Lan, please wait patiently. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. A crafty glint flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he lifted his foot and walked out of the door without allowing any explanation. Then I wonder where Mr. Xiao Yan lives so that I can find you? Ilani. Chapter 1173. A moment later, when Xiao Yan returned to the inn, he saw that Luo Jin and the others were sitting in a circle in the room waiting for him. When the group of them did not see him return, they could not help but feel worried in their hearts. Now that they saw Xiao Yan return, they finally relaxed. The moment Xiao Yan pushed open the door, the gazes of the people in the room landed on him in unison. After confirming that he was fine, they sighed in relief in their hearts. "We couldn't find you the entire afternoon. Where did you go?" They had not seen Xiao Yan the entire afternoon. Even Luo Jin could not find him when he used his soul force to search the city. He could not help but worry about the former's safety. "I went to save someone." "Save someone?" Xiao Yan took 2 steps forward and unceremoniously drank all the tea in the teacup by Luo Jin's hand in one gulp. At the same time that everyone exclaimed, Xiao Yan sat down on the chair that the fairy doctor had brought over. Afterwards, Xiao Yan roughly told everyone about his encounter with Fang Jitsung and Lan Yi. "Oh, a late returnance expert as a guard. TSK, looks like the Fang family isn't an ordinary clan. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to get into such trouble." Luo Jin smirked when he heard Xiao Yan's story. He looked at Xiao Yan mockingly. The hidden meaning in his words was self-evident. Hearing this, the 2 brothers immediately smiled with a tacit understanding. After which, Xiao Yan continued to speak. "Although I don't know which force this Fang family belongs to, at least their patriarch must be an expert above King Yuan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to subdue such an expert. To be able to make a King Yuan owe them a favor is very worth it." Everyone nodded when they heard Xiao Yan's words. An expert at the Origin King realm had surpassed the Returnance realm. They were experts who had truly grasped Genesis Chi. They could be said to be among the peak experts on the continent. Countless people hoped that an expert at the Origin King level would owe them a favor. This was because this favor could be said to be a golden ticket to avoid death. It could even bring them endless glory and splendor. However, such a person would rarely appear normally. Ordinary people were unable to invite an Origin King expert, while those who were strong enough would not care too much about such an expert. As for alchemists, as long as they had enough alchemy skills, even an expert at the Origin King realm would bow down to them. They would not even be able to chase after them, so how could they chase after them? Therefore, since this opportunity was placed in front of Xiao Yan, he would naturally grab hold of it. This might perhaps become a life-saving method for their group in this southernmost region. After chatting and laughing, Luo Jin suddenly seemed to think of something. He frowned and asked Xiao Yan in confusion. "I say, although we're already in the extreme south, have you thought about how we're going to exchange for the geocentric body elixir when we reach the Burning Flame Valley? My father paid quite a hefty price in order to exchange for it back then. He took out quite a number of sect-protecting formations in order to obtain a little from the old man. But what are we going to exchange for it now?" Luo Jin's words hit the nail on the head. Other than Xiao Yan, the faces of everyone present instantly revealed a stunned expression. In the past month or so, they had been constantly on the edge of rushing to the extreme south and see Cloud Palace. They seemed to have forgotten about this. Now, even if their group had already rushed to the extreme south, if they were unable to take out something that was sufficiently tempting to exchange for the geocentric body elixir when they reached the Burning Flame Valley, would this trip not be in vain? In the end, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. However, while everyone was stunned, Xiao Yan actually laughed out loud. It seemed that this group of people in front of him had really forgotten about this extremely important matter. When the little fairy doctor and the rest saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face, they immediately understood in their hearts that Xiao Yan had definitely expected this. Otherwise he would not be so calm and composed. "Relax. Since I have said that I want to obtain the geocentric body elixir, I will naturally ensure that nothing goes wrong." Xiao Yan smiled confidently. Immediately, he waved his sleeve in front of everyone's gazes. The storage ring on his finger immediately flickered. Immediately, the light in the room immediately became dim. Buzz. After a wave of crashing sounds, a large ancient tree actually appeared in front of everyone in this manner. The space within the originally spacious room immediately became narrow and small. "This is..." Everyone raised their heads and looked at the many enormous fan leaves on the ancient tree in front of them. The expressions on everyone's faces were initially startled. Soon after, it turned into shock. "This is the 1,000-fan tree. Looking at the size of this tree and these 1,000-fan leaves, it is likely that it is over 3,000 years old. The enormous tree trunk was likely close to 10 feet in diameter. Its height had even touched the roof. The few of them could see that many of the tiles on the roof had already been removed. The sky was already dark and the starlight was scattered. The crown of the tree that was exposed was like a pagoda that could not be clearly seen in the dark night. The gentle light that shot out from the interior of the room complemented it, causing it to appear even more mysterious. At this moment, many evenly sized thousand fan leaves were gently swaying on the thousand fan tree. The air was filled with a dense energy aura. That was the unique medicinal strength that was inherent to the thousand fan tree. This medicinal strength had become even denser following the growth of the thousand fan leaves. At this moment, there were over 100,000 fan leaves swaying gently in front of Xiao Yan's group. This also caused the medicinal strength that intertwined with each other to appear even denser. Haha, more accurately speaking, this thousand fan tree is already 7,000 years old. The largest thousand fan leaves are also 5,000 years old. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. These thousand fan leaves that were over 5,000 years old were the bargaining chips that he would use to exchange for the core body transformation milk. 7,000-year-old tree, 5,000-year-old thousand fan leaves. Medicinal ingredients of this grade are already sufficient to refine some tier 7 medicinal pills. Brat, just where did you obtain this thing from? Isn't it a little too frightening? Zhou Tai's face was filled with shock as he looked at the enormous ancient tree in front of him. The ancient aura that permeated the air told him that Xiao Yan was definitely not exaggerating. However, was it really possible to find something of this grade or even exist in this world? Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled when he heard this. He did not say anything else. If one wanted to talk about it, all of this was thanks to the heavenly flame. The life spirit flame that was ranked 4th on the heavenly flame ranking possessed the special ability to stimulate plants. Ever since Xiao Yan obtained this thousand fan tree from Jianghu, he had been nourishing it with the heavenly flame. Now, it had indeed lived up to his expectations. Chapter 1174. The next day. It was only early in the morning when Lan Yi impatiently hurried over to the Helan Yi where Xiao Yan's group was staying. After inquiring about where Xiao Yan's group was staying, he quickly arrived at the place where Xiao Yan's group was staying. When the boss of the relay station led Lan Yi to this place and was about to knock on Xiao Yan's door, he was stopped by Lan Ye's hand. Lan Yi hesitated for a moment before asking the boss to return. He waited in the courtyard outside the door and quietly waited for Xiao Yan to appear. After Xiao Yan purged Fang Jizong's poison the day before, Lan Yi discovered that Fang Jizong's condition had improved by a lot. Even his speech and actions had become more orderly. He was no longer as foolish as before. Although this little change did not appear to be big, it allowed Lan Yi to truly see the opportunity for Fang Jizong to return to his original state. Originally, he could not help but want to come to this place last night. However, he was afraid of disturbing Xiao Yan's rest, so he did not rush over. At this moment, seeing that Xiao Yan's room door was tightly shut, Lan Yi patiently waited outside the door in order to prevent Xiao Yan from forming any prejudices. Just who in the entire hopeless city could make a late returnance expert wait like this? Creak. Unknowingly, Xiao Yan's tightly shut door suddenly opened slowly with the sound of the door rubbing against each other. This movement startled away the two birds lying quietly on the roof in front of the door. At the same time, it also caused Lan Yi, who was resting with his eyes closed, to instantly open his eyes. Mr. Xiao Yan. Seeing that Xiao Yan had appeared, a respectful smile immediately surfaced on Lan Ye's old face. He hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan. Seeing that Lan Yi was actually here, Xiao Yan's face revealed a surprised expression. A glint that no one could see flashed across his eyes as he spoke in a surprised tone. Why has Master Lan appeared here? Xiao Yan was naturally aware of Lan Ye's appearance. Ever since the moment the latter stepped into the Helan Yi, all of his actions had already landed in Xiao Yan's eyes. However, Xiao Yan did not say it out loud. The reason why Xiao Yan said this at this moment was to allow Lan Yi to take the initiative to continue the conversation and let him hear the content that he wanted to hear. Mr. Xiao Yan, it's all thanks to you yesterday that my young master's condition has improved by quite a lot. He's completely different from before. Your heavenly flame really is the force of the world. It really is wondrous. Lan Yi squinted his eyes slightly when he saw Xiao Yan's doubtful expression. He thought that Xiao Yan was a sly fox before flattering him again. Lan Yi was an expert who had traversed the continent before after all. His experience was no less than Xiao Yan's, so he could obviously tell that Xiao Yan had purposefully waited for him in the room. If that were not the case, he would not have felt the vague pressure when he entered the Helan Inn. It was clearly the pressure of the soul. Even though it was not obvious, he could still vaguely sense it with his cultivation at late returnance. It's good as long as there's a change. Actually, I only helped because I felt like I was fated with young Master Fang. May I ask why Master Lan has come today? You're asking the obvious. Lan Yi immediately snorted inside when he heard that. Only then did he grin. Mr. Xiaoyan, you said yesterday that the poison in my young master's body is not easy to purge. If I want to purge it completely, I'll probably have to purge it several times. As a result, I've come today in hopes of inviting Mr. Xiaoyan to come with me to the clan and purge the poison in my young master's body. Would that be possible? You're talking about going to the Fang family? Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. Lan Yi was quite straightforward. Yes. I hope Mr. Xiaoyan can forgive me. This matter concerns my young master after all, so the decision will still be up to the patriarch. Although I can predict the outcome, I still have to report this matter to the higher-ups first. As a result, I hope Mr. Xiaoyan can come with me. Moreover, my patriarch has said that if someone can purge the poison in my young master's body, he will invite that person to become a guest elder of the Fang family. At the same time, he will be able to enjoy any of the clan's resources. Lan Yi once again opened his mouth just as Xiaoyan was hesitating. The words that he spat out immediately caused Xiaoyan to be moved. He was worried that he couldn't find the other important ingredients to refine the mirror-breaking pill. This way, with the support of the Fang family's resources, he believed that he would definitely be able to gather those ingredients in the shortest amount of time and refine the mirror-breaking pill. At that time, the strength of his group would be able to increase again. Of course, these medicinal ingredients were only one of the reasons. The most important thing was still the unknown patriarch of the Fang family. According to Xiaoyan's guess, the other party's cultivation was at least in the Origin King realm. If he really saved Fang Jizong's life, the patriarch of the Fang family would definitely owe him a favor. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? Since that's the case, I'll go with Master Lan. This thought swiftly spun in Xiaoyan's heart. Soon after, Xiaoyan nodded his head heavily. Lan Yi in front of him finally sighed in relief. Although he could imagine Xiaoyan's motive for doing this, there was always a mutual relationship between people. If they wanted to use Xiaoyan to remove the poison in Fang Jizong's body, they would naturally have to pay a certain price. As long as the precondition was that the Fang clan was not harmed, nothing else mattered. It's just that, however, at this moment Xiaoyan spoke again. Lan Ye's heart seemed to stop for a moment. I hope that my friends can come with me, said Jianqin. Xiaoyan opened his mouth and the doors on the other two sides of the courtyard opened. The figures of Luo Jin and the others stepped out. Sunlight scattered down and reflected a circle of human figures on the ground in the middle of the courtyard. Ugh! Lan Yi looked at the few additional people who had suddenly appeared around him. The expression on his old face was immediately startled. His gaze swiftly swept over Luo Jin and Bai Hua. When it swept over the towering sky ape, his pair of deep old eyes involuntarily paused. A glint flashed deep within them. After which, he looked at Xiaoyan in front of him and said with a smile, he smiled and said, since they're Mr. Xiaoyan's friends, there's nothing wrong with going with them. As he said that, Lan Yi secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only he and Xiaoyan were returnance experts. If there were a few more, he probably would have to worry about his current situation. Xiaoyan immediately smiled with satisfaction when he heard Lan Ye's words. His gaze swiftly swept over Luo Jin and the others. After which, he spoke a little more with the few of them. Once all the preparations were completed, the group found Fang Jizong under Lan Ye's lead. They exited the city from the east and headed in the direction of the Fang clan. Not long after this group of people left the city, 4 middle-aged men appeared from a short distance outside the eastern city gate. They looked at each other and nodded. Immediately they moved and followed behind the group. Chapter 1175. In the sky above the endless mountain forest, a group of 9 people was flying toward the east at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. With the current speed of Xiaoyan's group, they would be able to reach the Fang clan in less than 2 days. Oh, so Mr. Zhou is an elder of the Alchemist Alliance? I've been disrespectful. However, I seem to have heard the name Zhou Tai from somewhere. On the way, Xiaoyan introduced his group. When Lan Yi heard that there were people from the Alchemist Alliance in Xiaoyan's group, a look of shock appeared on his face. Even he did not think that this seemingly ordinary group would actually include people from the Alchemist Alliance. Haha, the Alchemist Alliance. If you're talking about the domineering Zhou Tai, that's me. Hearing Lan Ye's words, Zhou Tai did not hold back at all. He laughed loudly and introduced himself. Oh, you're that domineering Zhou Tai? It said that you were born with a domineering aura, making it difficult for normal people to get close to you. When we first met, even I felt a little pressured, haha. Lan Yi was rather straightforward when he met such a bold person like Zhou Tai. As he spoke, he became much more unrestrained. In just a few words, the relationship between the two of them quickly became closer. Although his words were filled with jokes, it still made Zhou Tai very happy. The two of them seemed to have become much closer. "Ha, Mr. Xiao Yan, we seem to have only cared about chatting and forgotten about our other friends." "Them? I'm afraid we'll have to ask them to personally introduce us." Changing the topic, Lan Yi brought up a matter that did not seem to have anything to do with the current group. The them that the two of them were referring to were naturally the 4 origin transformation experts that had been following them ever since they had left the city. With Xiao Yan and Lan Ye's strength, they had naturally sensed the existence of these 4 people long ago. Even among the people behind them, only the fairy doctor and Mu Ling did not know about them. 4 mere origin transformation experts actually dare to follow us. They're looking to die. From the fact that the other party had been purposely maintaining the distance between them and locking onto their qi, Lan Yi was certain that the 4 of them had come for them. However, he did not understand why these 4 advanced origin transformation experts, who had no chance of victory against him alone, would choose to follow the 9 of them. It should be known that other than Xiao Yan, there were still 4 other origin transformation experts. Could it be that they were intentionally seeking death? However, compared to Lan Yi, Xiao Yan did not believe the matter to be so simple. No one would be foolish enough to challenge a group of returnance experts as origin transformation experts. However, what if they possessed battle prowess that could make returnance experts take them seriously? "Master Lan, who do you think would dare to do this in this southernmost land?" Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. Although he could not be certain, from this situation, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was as he thought in his heart. Lan Yi stopped and Xiao Yan stopped at the same time. Luo Jin and the others looked at each other and sank into their thoughts. "Mr. Xiao Yan, you mean?" Xiao Yan's words immediately reminded Lan Yi. If there really was an organization in the extreme south that dared to do something like this, there really was one. The Celestial Puppet Sect? Lan Yi abruptly turned his head. At the same time the words were spat out from his mouth, his aura instantly locked onto the 4 people at the edge of his sight. The owners of the 4 auras also sensed Lan Ye's probing at the same time. Immediately, the 4 of them ceased hiding and simply increased their speed. In an instant, they had already appeared in the sight of Xiao Yan's group. "Hihi, are you Fang Jitsong's protector, Lan Yi?" A hoarse laugh rang out. The 4 of them clearly understood Lan Yi, which was why they had chased after him so boldly. It seemed like they had already planned for the battle today. "You're the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley?" As he stared at the 4 embroidered robed elders in front of him, Lan Ye's eyes rotated as he seemed to have thought of something. If these 4 individuals were members of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, then there were indeed 4 very similar individuals within this faction. Although the 4 of them were only at late origin transformation, their teamwork was extremely good. It was said that when they worked together, their battle prowess could even rival returnance experts. Their battle prowess was much greater than the Tian brothers Xiao Yan had killed before. "Ah, looks like Mr. Lan Yi has some understanding of us. If that's the case, the 4 of us won't say anything more. Let's end this quickly." The 4 old men immediately laughed aloud when they saw that Lan Yi had actually recognized them. With a wave of their sleeves, silver puppets immediately appeared before them. These puppets were the true representation of their battle prowess. 4 mid-returnance puppets. The 4 puppets combined with their terrifying battle prowess meant that Xiao Yan's group was facing 5 returnance experts at the same time. The severity of the situation was self-evident. If Lan Yi had to face them alone, he probably would not have been able to endure it. If it were any other day, Lan Yi would have died without a doubt. However, Xiao Yan's group just happened to be present today. Just as the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley released the puppets, Xiao Yan and the others beside Lan Yi let out a cold snort in unison. The group of people lined up and their left feet took half a step forward in unison. Waves of force and pressure immediately swept across the sky and pressed against the 4 people opposite them. "Don't look down on us." Lan Yi could not help but be slightly surprised when he saw this. At the same time, a stream of warmth flowed through his heart. I must say that your appearance has really caught us by surprise. However, let me give you a few words of advice. If you don't want to cause trouble for yourselves, it's best if you leave obediently. We can treat it as if we've never seen you or else. Sorry, we love meddling in other people's business. The more it has nothing to do with us, the more we want to get involved. We'll just treat it as joining in on the fun. Before the old men could finish speaking, Xiao Yan smirked. With a thought, his powerful presence at early returnance immediately condensed into an invisible gust of wind, sweeping toward the 4 old men like a blade. Clang. Soon afterwards, the puppets before the 4 of them suddenly took a step forward. With a swing of their arms, the surrounding space immediately distorted. The invisible pressure was easily blocked by the puppets. So what if you're at returnants? Since you want to die, the four of us can only send you on your way. Go. Kill them all. With a loud shout, the puppets in front of the four of them also shot forward. Chapter 1176. As the four puppets charged forward, the battle was about to begin. The four puppets streaked across the sky like shooting stars. Two of them charged towards Lan Yi and Xiao Yan, while the other two faced Luo Jin and the rest. The four elders of the East Cove, on the other hand, had their eyes on Fang Jitsong, who was currently being pulled behind Lan Yi. Fang Jitsong was their real target. As for killing Lan Yi, it was just a convenient thing to do. No, they're not coming for me. Lan Ye's observation was also very detailed, and he immediately noticed the gazes of the four from the East Cove Higher Magic Academy. Just as he was about to cover Fang Jitsong and leave, that damned puppet had already arrived in front of him. He didn't even have time to say anything before a cold fist with the power to tear through the void came crashing down on him. If Lan Yi were to be hit by this punch, there would definitely be a large hole in his body if he didn't have enough strength to block it. Damn it. Although the puppet's strength was not as strong as his, a puppet was still a puppet. It didn't feel pain or fatigue. As long as it could move, it would definitely carry out its master's orders. If Lan Yi was careless, even he would be at a disadvantage. If Lan Yi didn't have any other concerns, he wouldn't be worried at all. However, he had to deal with the puppet and protect Fang Jitsong behind him at the same time. This was really difficult to do. Boom. Coincidentally, Xiao Yan sent the puppet in front of him flying with a punch. Lan Yi also repelled the puppet in front of him. Taking advantage of this short respite, Lan Yi hurriedly shouted to Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao Yan, leave these two puppets to me. I hope you can protect my young master for the time being. As the words left his mouth, Lan Yi turned around and kicked. A powerful force violently sent the puppet that was charging over flying. At the same time, it also sent the puppet in front of Xiao Yan flying. Hearing this, Xiao Yan also knew that the situation was tense. He did not dare to be careless. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light immediately shot out towards the battlefield where Luo Jin and the others were. Meanwhile, with a flash, he had already appeared before Fang Jitsong in the blink of an eye with the Heaven's Extinction Steps. At this moment, the four elders of the East Cove had only just circled around everyone and arrived behind Lan Yi. On the other side, a black figure suddenly charged in between Luo Jin and the others, who were fighting bitterly with the two puppets. It violently knocked one of the silver puppets away. When Luo Jin and the others returned to their senses, they discovered that it was the Returnance Realm puppet in Xiao Yan's hands. With the addition of the Little Fairy Doctor's puppets and the Origin Transformation Realm experts, there was nothing for them to fear when facing the puppets of the four from the East Cove Academy. Ichim? That's a puppet of the heavenly puppet to the heavens to the heavens. Why do they have something from the heavenly puppet sect? This scene was also captured by Lan Ye's eyes. The emotion in his heart suddenly tightened. His gaze involuntarily looked toward the battleground where Xiao Yan was. Although he saw that Xiao Yan was facing off against the four people from the East Valley Academy, his heart did not dare to remain calm. Most importantly, it seemed that Xiao Yan was discussing something with them. This only increased the suspicion in Lan Ye's heart. Boom. Lan Ye's momentary lapse in concentration was enough for the puppet in front of him to seize the opportunity and land a heavy punch on his chest. The powerful force instantly caused his chest to cave in. As Lan Yi was sent flying, a fist-sized dent could be seen on his chest. Before he could spit out the blood that was about to spurt out, another puppet had already arrived in front of him and launched a fierce attack. Lan Yi had no time to think and hurriedly circulated the Genesis Chi in his body to block the attack. At this moment, on Xiao Yan's side, the faces of the four people from the East Cove Academy also revealed surprised expressions. "Kid, why do you have a puppet from my heavenly puppet sect?" one of the elders asked in a low voice. His turbid eyes glanced at the two rapidly darting puppets in the distance. He was certain that they were puppets refined using a special secret technique of his heavenly puppet sect. He was only curious as to why his sect's puppets would appear in the hands of an outsider. "Would you believe me if I said I picked them up?" Xiao Yan curled his lips and sneered. Things had already reached such a stage, yet this guy still had the mood to ask such questions. What a sharp-tongued kid. Xiao Yan's words immediately caused the expression of the person before him to darken. However, the other elder seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly spoke. "That's right, we received news not long ago that the Tian brothers were killed at the southwest border and their puppets are nowhere to be found. Could it be that he was the one who did it?" After all, they were from the same sect. There was indeed someone among the four of them who was aware of what had happened at the southwestern border. Immediately, the gazes that the four of them used to look at Xiao Yan had become much more dark and ruthless. The killing intent in their eyes went without saying. The Tian brothers, huh? Those three arrogant fellows? Even death can't wipe out their crimes. No matter what, you've already killed members of my sect and stolen our sect's puppets. Now you're even using our puppets to stop us. If you don't die, our heavenly puppet sect will lose all face. Let's work together and kill this kid. The four roared in anger. Soon after, their bodies jerked as Genesis Chi immediately swarmed out from their bodies, linking together to form an especially powerful pressure that directly pressed towards Xiao Yan. Unity of Chi, break through the enemy with strength. With a shout, the four simultaneously raised their hands to their chests and rapidly formed a series of seals. The Genesis Chi around their bodies also began to stir at this moment. Light green Genesis Chi began to weave together, ultimately forming a dark green spear. A majestic aura burst out from within as the spear gently trembled. The vast Genesis Chi caused the surrounding space to violently churn as visible cracks appeared out of nowhere. The sharp aura was not the slightest bit inferior to the Do skills used by ordinary returnance experts. Unorthodox tricks. Xiao Yan was not the least bit afraid when he saw this. He abruptly rubbed his palms together and a pale blue flame immediately shot out from his palms. The flame rose and transformed into an enormous flame ruler in the blink of an eye. Blazing flames soared into the sky, seemingly capable of incinerating the heavens. As powerful Genesis Chi poured into the ruler, the aura it gave off became even more heart-palpitating. Heavenly flame. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the four elders of the East Valley changed drastically. They did not expect Xiao Yan to be in possession of such a terrifying thing. There were very few forces in the world that could contend against the power of the world, not to mention that Xiao Yan's cultivation was already stronger than theirs. It would be even more difficult to defeat him now. However, the arrow had already left the bow, and everything was no longer up to them. They could only fight with all their might. With this thought in mind, the four of them did not dare to underestimate Xiao Yan in the slightest. They frantically circulated the Genesis Chi in their bodies and continuously poured it into the spear, intending to use this attack to destroy Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Xiao Yan's strength. Sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. The giant ruler flipped through the air as flames filled the sky. After flipping a few feet, rainbow lights of heavenly flame fused together. Its power was monstrous, and it was even stronger than the spear in front of them. The moment the two collided, the spear was clearly at a disadvantage. 10 seconds later, under the disbelieving gazes of the four people behind him, the spear suddenly collapsed. Chapter 1177. Boom. The majestic ruler light stood between the heavens and the earth, forcefully cleaving the incoming spear in half. The Genesis Chi that the four had fused naturally collapsed at that moment. It was just as Xiao Yan had said before. Even if their Genesis Chi could fuse and unleash an even greater power, it was not a power that belonged to them individually. In the end, it was still an unorthodox method. It would be enough against regular returnance experts, but to Xiao Yan, who possessed a heavenly flame, this Do skill would not even be able to unleash half of its power. There were indeed many reasons why the four elders of the Eastern Valley had been defeated so easily. The most important reason was that they had encountered an opponent they should not have encountered, or in other words, they should not have picked a time like this to make trouble for Lan Yi. Xiao Yan did not stop at all after defeating their combined attack in a single strike. He immediately used the Heaven's Extinction Steps and flashed forward. Before the four of them could even react, Xiao Yan's flaming ruler had smashed into them one after another. Bang 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 bang. With 4 heavy sounds of collisions, the four of them were immediately sent flying. Without any surprise, they did not even have the chance to respond. They had already lost their original battle prowess. It was unknown if it was because Xiao Yan's attack was too fast or if it was because these four people really had a great understanding of each other. Even their actions and sounds of vomiting blood were almost perfectly identical. Unfortunately, even if this was the case, they were still defeated. It could be said that they were easily defeated. The four of them who were supposed to be on par with returnance experts had been defeated by Xiao Yan just like that. Even if they did not die today, this matter would probably leave them with permanent injuries. The four of them were ghastly pale. Blood was still spurting from their throats, but they no longer had the strength to spit out the suffocating blood. You dare claim to be on par with returnance experts with such strength? Aren't you overestimating yourselves? Xiao Yan let out a cold cry and shook his head gently. His body flashed, and after leaving behind a couple of afterimages in the sky, his footsteps had already paused in front of the four of them. His hand held an enormous ruler and was just about to send them on their way when a sharp rushing wind sound was suddenly transmitted into his ears. Oh? Xiaoyan frowned. He turned around and swung his ruler without even thinking about it. A powerful force immediately erupted as flames shot out. The puppet behind him was also sent flying by Xiaoyan's ruler. The terrifying flames had even melted a shallow hole in the puppet's chest. When Xiaoyan turned around, he discovered that the four people behind him had already been supported by the other three puppets. They had retreated to a location several hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. When Xiaoyan looked at Luo Jin's group, they were fine. However, he had never thought that the puppets would return so quickly. They had been in the middle of an intense battle earlier. On the other hand, Lan Ye's mental state had been disturbed by Xiaoyan. He had been bombarded by the two puppets. Although he was not heavily injured, he was still gasping for breath. His body was covered in wounds as well. This was not how a late returnance expert should be like. Xiao Xiaoyan had no idea that if it were not for the fact that Lan Yi had been paying close attention to Xiaoyan and Fang Jizong, he would not have ended up like this. The puppet that Xiaoyan had taken out in his hand had given him quite a great shock. Since the three puppets had already returned to their side, it was naturally impossible for Xiaoyan to kill these four people. Immediately, Xiaoyan helplessly gave up the thought of continuing to chase and kill them. In any case, they were merely four unworthy fellows. He only had some confidence by relying on the puppets. If they were to meet him in the future, it was likely that they could only take a detour. The four elders of the Eastern Cove were no longer a concern. However, boom! When the puppet was about to be summoned back, Xiaoyan suddenly flipped in the air. His foot heavily stepped on the back of the puppet, forcefully pushing the galloping puppet into the ground. The powerful force instantly caused the ground to crack apart. Numerous enormous crack lines swiftly spread like a spiderweb. Xiaoyan's foot had forcefully stepped into the back of the puppet until it was more than an inch deep. It was precisely because of this that he was able to ensure that the puppet was unable to escape from Xiaoyan's strength. You dash. If you want to live, piss off immediately. Otherwise, let alone the puppet, you might as well stay behind as well. One of the four people was just about to furiously cry out when he was blocked by a single sentence from Xiaoyan. At the same time, the other three people also looked at Xiaoyan with great horror. They hurriedly stopped the former's action. Although their hearts were extremely unwilling, they still swiftly fled this place under the protection of the puppet. Seeing that the four elders of the Eastern Valley had left, the puppet under Xiaoyan's feet seemed to be struggling even more intensely. This time around, Xiaoyan did not have any thoughts of taking pity on it. He suddenly waved the huge fire ruler in his hand. The moment the huge ruler tore through the air, it also forcefully blasted apart the puppet's head. In an instant, the puppet no longer moved. Although these puppets were somewhat capable, once they were out of human control, it was not difficult to get rid of them. After finishing off the puppet, Xiaoyan finally turned his gaze back to Lan Yi. The others were naturally fine. On the other hand, the strongest person in this group had actually been turned into such a state by the two puppets. This really caused Xiaoyan to be somewhat surprised. Master Lan, are you all right? As he approached, Xiaoyan casually took out an elixir from his storage ring. After Lan Yi received the elixir, he did not immediately swallow it. Instead, after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the elixir. Thank you, Mr. Xiaoyan, for the elixir. Lan Yi sensed the warm medicinal strength beginning to spread throughout his body and swiftly heal the injuries on his body. Only then did he gradually relax. He thanked Xiaoyan, but his eyes did not meet Xiaoyan's gaze from the beginning to the end. Xiaoyan could not help but feel somewhat suspicious, but he did not understand what had happened. He only vaguely felt that Lan Ye's attitude towards him seemed to have changed slightly. Although Xiaoyan felt some doubt in his heart, he did not think too much about it. He recalled the puppet that he had just released and inquired about the situation of Luo Jin and the rest. After confirming that they were fine, he sat down by the side and began to recover the Genesis Chi that he had exhausted in the battle earlier. While refining the elixir in his body, Lan Yi involuntarily glanced at Xiaoyan from the corner of his eye. His gaze carefully swept over Luo Jin and the others, and when he looked at Zhou Tai, the suspicion in his heart grew even stronger. Recalling his chance encounter with Xiaoyan where the latter had taken the initiative to expel the poison from Fang Jizong's body and the earlier incident where Xiaoyan had used his own strength to suppress the four old men of the Eastern Valley who had been famous for a long time, Lan Ye's mind unconsciously connected all of these together. Chapter 1178. After the brief interlude along the way, The group did not stop for the rest of the journey. Lan Ye's speed was much faster, and Xiao Yan and the rest followed closely behind. They knew that Lan Yi was probably worried that another obstacle like the four elders of the East Valley would appear, so he deliberately increased his speed. Hence they did not say anything. 2 days later the group arrived at a city. Donghua City was the headquarters of the Fang clan. Here, everything was decided by the Fang clan. Now that they were here they were truly safe. It was only at this moment that Lan Yi finally let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the innocent-looking Fang Jitsong by the side and the corner of his mouth revealed a warm smile. Immediately he hurriedly looked at Xiao Yan. Before the latter could meet his gaze, he hurriedly shifted his gaze away. Master Lan. When the group arrived at the Fang clan mansion, the guards outside the door immediately bowed respectfully to Lan Yi. At the same time, their gazes swept over Xiao Yan's group behind him. However, they did not bother with this young master of theirs from the beginning until the end. Everyone in Donghua City knew that the young master of the Fang family had become a cripple. He was simply a fool. Who would be respectful to a fool? Glancing at the two guards, Lan Yi was displeased but did not say anything. It was human nature and there was no need to pay attention to them. If he had not been with Fang Jitsong for so many years, even he would not be willing to pay attention to such a person. However, Lan Ye's gaze turned and looked at a black carriage not far away. There were strange carvings on it. They looked like beasts or birds but they were definitely not human. They should be some kind of ancient magical beast totem. Even the magical beast pulling the carriage was a soaring cloud leopard that was difficult to obtain for ordinary forces. Based on this alone, it could be determined that the carriage belonged to no ordinary person. This carriage, Lan Yi carefully sized up the carriage in front of him. When he saw the strange carvings he immediately thought of something. This is the insignia of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Someone from the 10,000 Scorpion sect came to the family residence? Lan Yi suddenly turned his head. His enmity towards the 10,000 Scorpion sect was no less than that of the Heavenly Puppet sect. These two forces were not good people. Ordinary people would avoid them. Even the Fang family did not want to have anything to do with them. But why would people from the 10,000 Scorpion sect come to the Fang clan? In reply to Master Lan, this carriage has already arrived at the clan this morning. The people who came are indeed from the 10,000 Scorpion sect. They seem to have come to visit the young master with the family head. They are still in the reception hall. Faced with Lan Ye's questioning, the two guards didn't dare to be disrespectful and hurriedly told him everything they knew. 10,000 Scorpion sect? One of the 3 sects of the southern region. Who would have thought that we would encounter 2 of the 3 sects of the southern region the moment we arrived at the extreme south? In addition to the burning flame valley that we are about to head to, wouldn't we encounter all of them? Hearing the conversation between Lan Yi and the Fang family guard, Xiao Yan and the great ape beside him immediately whispered to each other. Xiao Yan glanced at the two of them from the corner of his eye and then looked at Lan Yi. Seeing that the latter did not notice, he was relieved. However, Xiao Yan could not help but be curious about the guard's words. According to his understanding, the Fang family was not under the command of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Why would the 10,000 Scorpion sect send someone to visit Fang Jitsong? Mr. Xiao Yan, please come in with me. Lan Yi was no fool. In the blink of an eye, he had guessed the 10,000 Scorpion sect's intentions. Without saying anything else, he immediately turned to Xiao Yan and clasped his fists in a respectful manner. When this scene fell into the eyes of the two guards, it caused them to immediately widen their eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at Xiao Yan. It was unexpected that Teacher Lan, whose position in the clan was not low, would actually bow to such a young person. This was really shocking. Seeing Lan Ye's attitude, Xiao Yan immediately understood what he meant. The Fang family was a large family and their overall power could not be underestimated. The reason why the 10,000 Scorpion sect came to visit Fang Jitsong at this time was only a pretense. They probably had other motives and it was related to the entire Fang family's motives. Alright. Xiao Yan nodded heavily. He understood Lan Ye's feelings. If he was a step too late and the master really did make some sort of deal with the 10,000 Scorpion sect, it would be a matter that would destroy the foundation of the family. After which, Lan Yi led Xiao Yan's group and swiftly entered the Fang clan's mansion. They rushed directly to the Fang clan's guest hall. Along the way they chased away all the clan elders and deacons who had come to inquire. No one was able to stop this group. Everyone in the Fang family could only watch helplessly as Lan Yi led a group of unknown people into the Fang family residence. However, there was nothing they could do about it. At the same time in the Fang family's guest hall, apart from a few high-ranking elders of the Fang family, the other juniors and guards outside had all been dismissed. There were a total of 5 people sitting in the hall. One of them was a dignified middle-aged man in brocade robes, the other 3 were white-haired elders in white robes, and the last was a skinny, dark-skinned elder in black robes. At this moment, the black-robed man was staring at the other 4 people with a sneer on his face. His right index finger tapped rhythmically on the table as if he was waiting for something. Hee, master of the Fang family, I've already given you the method. I just want to see how you react. If you agree now, I'll immediately give you the antidote that I have. However, if you still want to think about it for a few more days, then I'm sorry, I won't keep you company. The black-robed man tapped his index finger faster and faster on the table until a certain moment. The black-robed man simply stood up and swept his sharp eyes across the 4 people present. He exchanged glances with the middle-aged man at the head of the table and smiled coldly. He pretended to raise his foot and instantly increased the pressure in the hearts of the 4 people present. Mao Sun, don't go too far. No matter how much the Fang family needs this antidote, we can't betray our own organization for this. The 10,000 Scorpion sect is delusional. Just as Mao Sun was about to raise his foot and leave, the 3 elders sitting opposite him suddenly stood up and stared at him with angry expressions. They were furious and snorted disdainfully at the matter of betrayal. Eee. Good, you guys are really loyal. Since that's the case, I want to ask master of the Fang family. Fang Qi, they don't care about your son, but don't tell me that even you, the father, don't want your precious son. Hearing the words of the 3 elders, Mao Sun's face was cold and disdainful. He directly set his gaze on the master of the Fang family, Fang Qi. He was very clear that no matter how these 3 old fellows argued, as long as Fang Qi opened his mouth, all of their retorts would no longer be important. Now, it all depended on Fang Qi's choice. Chapter 1179. Mao Sun was an envoy of the Myriad Scorpion sect. He was only at late returnance, the same as Lan Yi. If it were any other time, he would not even have the courage to speak before the 4 of them. However, he was able to make the 4 of them pale today, and the reason for all of this was Fang Jizong. According to Mao Sun, he had a special pill in his possession. This pill just so happened to be able to cure the poison in Fang Jizong's body. Fang Qi was naturally extremely excited about this. As long as he obtained the pill, the poison in Fang Jizong's body would be cured. The knot in his heart that had been there for a long time would naturally be resolved. However, Mao Sun's condition for handing over the pill was that the Fang family had to join the Myriad Scorpion sect and become a subordinate of the sect. This was even a personal request from the sect master of the Myriad Scorpion sect. If they did not agree, they would not be able to obtain the pill. As for openly stealing it, that was even more unrealistic. Since Mao Sun had come here alone, he should have thought of this long ago. Fang Qi and the others were not idiots. Once they began fighting, there would be no room for reconciliation between the 2 sides. Fang Jizong would obviously be doomed. Fang Qi lowered his head silently when he heard Mao Sun's question. His face darkened and paled as he could not help but clench his hands together. He was unsettled. As the head of the family, he ought to put the interests of the family first before considering anything. However, at the same time he was also a father. Now that his son's life was in the hands of this bastard in front of him, he had to make a choice between the family and his son under the pressure of both sides. The pain of this was something that few people could understand. Patriarch Fang, since everything is for the sake of the clan, it doesn't matter which side you join. If you wish to protect the clan and save your son at the same time, then what I said earlier is your only choice. Of course, if you choose the clan between the 2, then I will respect you. Mao Sun narrowed his eyes when he saw how Fang Qi was still hesitating. His words made Fang Qi feel quite pressured once again. He was forcing Fang Qi to make a choice. Since Patriarch Fang is unwilling, I can only bid farewell, Mao Sun said coldly. Mao Sun said in a cold tone. Without any hesitation, he turned around and walked out of the hall. He clearly knew that if Fang Qi really agreed, he would definitely make a choice before he left the Fang family. Otherwise, even if he sat here for an entire day, Fang Qi would still hesitate and drag it out. Wait. Sure enough, just as Mao Sun raised his hand and was about to pull open the door of the reception hall, Fang Qi, who was seated at the head of the table, finally could not sit still any longer. Heavy words fiercely jumped out from between his teeth. At the same time as he stood up, the 3 clan elders below immediately gathered their gazes on Fang Qi master. Even though the 3 old men knew how difficult it was for Fang Qi to make this choice, they still could not help but speak up to stop him. However, just as they opened their mouths, they swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. Fang Qi's choice might have affected the family's interests, but he was doing this for his son. There was nothing wrong with a father doing this for his son. In front of the door of the reception hall, a satisfied smile appeared on Mao Sun's face. He slowly turned around and fixed his gaze on Fang Qi. The corner of his mouth twitched as he sneered. "Master Fang, have you made up your mind?" Hearing this, Fang Qi's towering body trembled slightly. In the end, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and was about to nod in agreement. But at this moment, bang! The door behind Mao Sun was suddenly blasted open by a huge force from the outside. The tyrannical force actually knocked Mao Sun, who was caught off guard, flying forward. He immediately fell in the middle of the reception hall in a sorry state. At the same time, the gazes of Fang Qi and the three elders of the Fang family were also attracted at this moment. Seeing the person who came, the four of them were slightly startled. They did not expect Lan Yi to barge in without notifying them and even knock Mao Sun down. Although this scene made them feel a little happy, there was a serious matter at hand and Lan Yi should not be so mischievous. "Bastard! Who dares to knock me down?" Mao Sun, who had just eaten a dog's poop, staggered up from the floor of the hall and cursed. He turned around and glared angrily, his gaze instantly fixed on Lan Yi. "Lan Yi. Mao Sun, I heard your disgusting voice before I even got here. You're still not dead after so many years." The moment the two met, Lan Yi clenched his fists as the Genesis Qi in his body rapidly circulated. Before Mao Sun could say anything, Lan Yi's foot slammed into the ground. Tremendous power poured out from his feet as his body abruptly shot forward, arriving in front of Mao Sun in the blink of an eye and viciously swung a fist at Mao Sun's head. When the latter saw Lan Yi rushing towards him without saying a word, the expression on his face changed drastically. In a short period of time he could only hurriedly defend himself. Then Lan Yi's fist landed heavily between his crossed arms. Bang! Accompanied by a low muffled sound, Mao Sun's body immediately retreated uncontrollably. However, Lan Yi did not give up and was about to attack again. Over the past 2 days, Lan Yi had been suppressing his anger from being beaten up by the two puppets. Now that he had returned to the clan and heard about this matter, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Who would have thought that this fellow from the so-called 10,000 Scorpion sect would actually be an enemy he knew? Naturally, he did not show any mercy when he attacked, and his battle prowess was even greater than before. God damn it. Fang Qi. If you don't tell him to stop, don't even think about saving your son. Although they were both late returnance experts, Mao Sun found it rather difficult to deal with Lan Yi's desperate attacks. As he grumbled inside, he immediately shifted the trouble to Fang Qi, who was just about to watch the show from behind. Fang Qi's face immediately sank even more when he heard that. He cursed Mao Sun inside before snorting helplessly. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force immediately condensed in the room, turning into an invisible barrier in the blink of an eye. It stood between Lan Yi and Mao Sun, forcefully blocking Lan Yi's attack. Regardless of how ferocious Lan Yi's attacks were, they were all mercilessly blocked in front of this invisible barrier. Even the slightest spatial ripple was not stirred. This scene caused the hearts of Xiao Yan's group who were at the entrance to be shocked. Just how terrifying was the cultivation required to block the attack of a late returnance expert with just a wave of his hand? Is this the power above Origin King? How terrifying! Xiao Yan quietly exclaimed in his heart. His throat involuntarily rolled along with this thought. He exchanged glances with the few people beside him and realized that other than Luo Jin, everyone else had the same expression. Xiao Yan could only bitterly withdraw. "Alright Lan Yi, stop. There's no need for you to do anything today. You can leave first." Fang Qi looked at Lan Yi helplessly. He knew that Lan Yi was furious, but he had no choice but to do this since it concerned his son. "Patriarch. You can leave." This time, Fang Qi directly waved his hand. He seemed to be tired, so he forcefully opened his eyes and turned around to sit down. "Patriarch, I've already found a way to cure the young master." Seeing Fang Qi act in this manner, Lan Yi clearly understood the reason in his heart. He immediately turned his head to look at Xiao Yan behind him. When he turned around, he saw Mao Sun's disdainful manner. Only then did he become so angry that his face twitched. He clenched his teeth and spoke loudly to Fang Qi, who had just sat in the main seat. As soon as he finished speaking, the chair under Fang Qi exploded with a bang and he instantly stood up. A pair of sharp eyes immediately stared at Lan Yi as he cried out involuntarily with his eyes wide open. "What did you say?" Chapter 1180. In the guest hall of the Fang family, the chair that Fang Qi was sitting on exploded the moment Lan Yi finished his sentence. Following the change in Fang Qi's emotions, even the aura around his body began to surge. Similarly, the three elders of the Fang family stared at Lan Yi with widened eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock, but at the same time, they were filled with strong expectations. If what Lan Yi said was true, then Mao Sun's plan to force them to cooperate with the 10,000 Scorpion sect would naturally fail. This would allow the Fang family to heave a sigh of relief. Furthermore, they could also cure the poison in Fang Jitsong's body. This was undoubtedly the best of both worlds. However, Lan Ye's words alone could not prove that he had really found a way to cure Fang Jitsong's poison. After all, they had invited many people to observe and help Fang Jitsong with the poison. However, without exception they could only suppress it and could not cure it. Even Fang Qi himself had almost lost all hope. The reason why he cared so much about Mao Sun's words and was even forced to protect his safety was because Mao Sun had given him the greatest hope of saving Fang Jitsong. Even though he was extremely emotional after hearing Lan Ye's words, he didn't dare to jump to a conclusion. "Lan Yi, what did you just say?" As if worried that he had misheard, Fang Qi raised his trembling hand and stared fixedly at Lan Yi. His breathing quickened as he spoke. At the same time, the other people in the hall also focused their gazes on Lan Yi, especially Mao Sun. When he heard Lan Ye's words, an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. However, Mao Sun quickly calmed himself down. He was very clear about the poison in Fang Jitsong's body. In the southern region, it was likely that no one other than the sect leader of the Fang family could cure it. After all, they had waited for a few years in order to take the Fang family under their wing. Now they were only one step away from the success of their plan. How could anything go wrong at this time? "Sect leader, I have found a way to cure the poison in the young master's body." In the hall, Lan Yi stood in the middle of the hall and bowed deeply towards Fang Qi. Although his voice was not loud, anyone could hear the confidence in his voice. After all, Lan Yi was a member of the Fang family, so Fang Qi naturally trusted his words. After the emotional turmoil just now, when he heard these words, Fang Qi no longer had any doubts in his heart, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. Similarly, the three Fang family elders also looked at each other. The huge rock hanging high in their hearts finally fell. When they glanced at Mao Sun again, their eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. Mao Sun was certain that he could use Fang Jitsong's matter to swallow the Fang family. However, to his surprise, Lan Yi suddenly brought back such great news. This time, not only Mao Sun but the entire 10,000 Scorpion sect's plan had failed. "Humph, Lan Yi, sect leader Fang has just agreed to join our 10,000 Scorpion sect, so I advise you not to use such baseless words to scare people. If you really have a way to cure your young master's poison, then why did you only say it and not show any evidence?" Mao Sun glanced at the three elders of the Fang family and sneered. He then turned his gaze back to Lan Yi. When he said those words, the expressions of the three elders became slightly unnatural. Although they didn't want to admit it, Mao Sun's words weren't wrong at all. Even though they trusted Lan Ye's words because of his identity, if he couldn't provide any evidence, they wouldn't be able to officially accept it. "Mao Sun, do you think I can't produce evidence?" Hearing this, Lan Yi narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at Mao Sun. A dense killing intent gradually gathered in his eyes. "Humph, it's not that I think, but I believe that you can't produce evidence because this poison—" At this point, Mao Sun's spirit suddenly shook as if he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. Only then did he curl his lips and said nervously, "Don't worry. Only I have the antidote for this poison." Furthermore, sect leader Fang seems to have asked for the help of many people in order to cure the poison, including the elders of the Alchemist Alliance and the powerful sect leader of the Burning Flame Valley. However, what happened in the end? Even they were unable to cure Fang Jitsong of the poison. Now you're actually saying that you've found a way to cure the poison. This is simply a joke. Although Mao Sun's words were resolute and decisive, no one paid any attention to him this time. They were only suspicious of his sudden pause just now. However, their gazes were still fixed on Lan Yi, waiting for the latter's rebuttal. Fang Qi carefully thought about Mao Sun's words, but he was a little surprised in his heart. He had indeed asked the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley to cure Fang Jitsong's poison. However, this was definitely extremely confidential information. How did he know? Moreover, listening to his words just now, although it was only half of the sentence, it made Fang Qi feel that there was some secret behind it. Looks like there are some people with unknown identities in the Fang family. Lan Yi secretly thought in his heart and spoke at this moment. "Mao Sun, don't be too sure of your words. Even the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley can't do anything. What right do you have to say that you can cure Fang Jitsong of the poison? Hearing this, the latter's face was filled with a sneer. He firmly believed that there was only one antidote for the poison in Fang Jitsong's body, and that antidote could only be found in the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Just me. However, just as Mao Sun finished speaking, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the hall, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. The person who spoke was Xiao Yan. As everyone's gazes shot over, Xiao Yan lifted his foot and walked toward the middle of the hall. Behind him, Luo Jin and the others followed close behind. Fang Jitsong, on the other hand, actually walked toward the courtyard outside by himself. His face was filled with joy as he played. Who are you? Fang Qi and the others had indeed noticed the existence of Xiao Yan's group. However, they did not say anything when they saw that Xiao Yan had come together with Lan Yi. It was unexpected that this young man in front of them would suddenly intervene at this critical moment. Patriarch Fang, I am Xiao Yan. I have come under Master Lan's invitation to cure young Master Fang of the poison. Xiao Yan's expression did not change at all when he heard Fang Qi's question. He clasped his hands towards Fang Qi and spoke calmly. Kid, did I hear wrong? Even the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley can't cure this poison, so how can an early returnant's kid like you be worthy? Boom. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the mocking laughter in Mao Sun's mouth had just sounded when Xiao Yan's standing body suddenly shook. One could hear a bang, and a fierce flame began to burn intensely on the surface of his body. Do you think I'm worthy or not? Chapter 1181. Heavenly Flame. When the heavenly flame ignited on Xiao Yan's body, the temperature in the entire hall rose abruptly. The terrifyingly high temperature even caused the air to twist and tear. Almost at the same time, Fang Qi, who was seated at the head of the table, and the three elders of the Fang family immediately cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with dumbfounded expressions and the shock in their hearts was indescribable. At the same time, Mao Sun, who had been questioned by Xiao Yan's imposing manner, instantly had an ugly expression on his old face. His face alternated between green and white and the muscles at the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. The moment the heavenly flame appeared, he immediately understood that his 10,000 Scorpion sect's plan was going to be ruined. In front of the heavenly flame, no matter how powerful a poison was, it would lose its luster. Not only was the heavenly flame the most terrifying power in the world, it was also the nemesis of all poisons. Even if the poison in Fang Jitsong's body was 1,000 or 10,000 times more powerful, with the heavenly flame, it would still be easily expelled. Damn it! How could this brat possess the heavenly flame? The 10,000 Scorpion sect had calculated in every possible way, but they did not expect that someone would actually possess the heavenly flame. Furthermore, the Fang family had encountered it. This kind of coincidence really made them gnash their teeth in hatred. But what should they do now? What could they do? Since the heavenly flame had appeared, no matter what he said, the Fang family would still choose Xiao Yan. If he angered this group of people in front of him, it was not impossible for them to go crazy and kill him. Ah, good. Mr. Xiao Yan, since Lan Yi has invited you, then the poison in my son's body will all depend on you. If the poison in my son's body can be completely removed, I, Fang Qi, guarantee that not only will I give you all the benefits that the Fang family has promised to the outside world, I, Fang Qi, will also owe Mr. Xiao Yan a favor. In the future, if Mr. needs my help, I, Fang Qi, will definitely do my best to help. Xiao Yan's appearance had not only saved Fang Jitsong, but also eliminated the Fang family's greatest threat today. This caused Fang Qi to become even more grateful for Xiao Yan's appearance. Xiao Yan merely nodded his head in an indifferent manner when he heard Fang Qi's words. However, his heart was filled with joy. He had waited for so long because of these words from Fang Qi, a favor from an expert at the Advanced Yuan King class. With this, his trip to the extreme south could be considered to have the greatest guarantee. As for you, once he finished expressing his gratitude to Xiao Yan, Fang Qi's expression immediately became stern. His dense gaze instantly locked onto Mao Sun, who was planning to turn around and flee. At this moment, this fellow no longer had any confidence. Even his action of leaving had become sneaky, much like a rat crossing the street. Mao Sun. With a flash, Lan Yi appeared in front of Mao Sun in the blink of an eye. He mercilessly sent a palm strike towards Mao Sun. Terrified, Mao Sun hurriedly circulated his Genesis Chi to block. After the collision, Lan Yi steadied himself with a single step, while Mao Sun only managed to stop himself after taking several steps back. He no longer looked like a late returnance expert. You want to leave? Not so easy. Lan Yi sneered when he saw Mao Sun lose. Just as he was about to pursue, he was stopped by Fang Qi once again. Lan Yi let him go. Lan Yi's body suddenly froze when he heard that. He turned his head towards Fang Qi in disbelief and reluctantly asked, "Patriarch, how can we let him go? Clan head, how can we let him go? If Mr. Xiaoyan had not come today, I'm afraid. Let him go. I know that you hate him, but if he doesn't leave my Fang family, I'm afraid that the news of him coming here will immediately spread. At that time, regardless of whether it's true or not, the people above will start to suspect us. It's better to let him go. Go back and tell your master that my Fang family will definitely not betray our own faction, nor will we join the 10,000 Scorpion sect or the Heavenly Puppet sect." Even though Lan Yi was unwilling in order to prove the Fang clan's innocence, he had no choice but to withdraw the Genesis Qi around his body. He glared angrily at the terrified Mao Sun, and the killing intent in his eyes was so strong it could almost materialize. Only after confirming that Lan Yi would not attack did Mao Sun carefully and timidly retreat. Only when he reached the door did he hurriedly turn around and run out of the guest hall as if he was fleeing. Only at this moment did the hall fall silent. The originally heavy atmosphere also calmed down with Mao Sun's departure. "Hee, Mr. Xiaoyan, I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Fang Qi walked forward and cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan with a warm smile. Xiaoyan's heart immediately became terrified. He did not dare to be careless as he hurriedly cupped his hands and replied. After which, Fang Qi invited Xiaoyan's group to sit down. After a simple chat, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became much more relaxed. After the few of them made some simple inquiries, Fang Qi finally realized that the few people in front of him were not people from the extreme south. No wonder they did not know about the Fang clan. On the other hand, Lan Yi had been whispering something into Fang Qi's ear ever since everyone had sat down. It was possible that he was telling Fang Qi about the things that they had encountered along the way. Xiaoyan did not think too much about this point. He only followed Fang Qi's words and answered in a casual manner. At times, he would also cleverly use his words to ask a few questions about the Fang clan. At the same time, Mao Sun, who had darted out of the Fang clan's guest hall, was originally fleeing out of the Fang clan's residence. However, halfway through he met Fang Jitsong, who was alone. Mao Sun's thoughts changed rapidly. Looking at Fang Jitsong in front of him, a venomous look appeared in the depths of his eyes. Then, with a flip of his hand, a dark green pill appeared in his palm. Although it looked similar to an ordinary pill, the aura it emitted made people feel disgusted. "So what if you have a heavenly flame? You've ruined my 10,000 Scorpion sect's plans. I'll take your life as compensation." "Oh, you're actually a rank 5 alchemist. Mr. Xiaoyan is indeed young and promising. Not only is your cultivation so tyrannical, but you're also so proficient in alchemy. You've even grasped a heavenly flame that ordinary people can't possess. I have to say, Mr. Xiaoyan is really a dragon among men." In the Fang clan's guest hall, Fang Qi was still asking Xiaoyan some obscure questions. When he mentioned that Xiaoyan was actually an alchemist, the expression in his eyes suddenly changed. Even the other 3 elders of the Fang clan beside him could not help but be shocked. Such a young rank 5 alchemist, even in the entire southern region, there was probably no other one like him. Mr. Xiaoyan is indeed a genius. I have to admit that. However, I still have a question that I'd like to ask Mr. Xiaoyan to answer. Fang Qi smiled slightly. Seeing that Fang Qi also smiled and nodded, he quickly opened his mouth and said, "In that case, may I know what relationship Mr. Xiaoyan has with the Heavenly Puppet sect?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Chapter 1182. As Fang Qi's words left his mouth, Fang Qi's body abruptly jerked in the hall as an extremely terrifying aura descended on the heads of Xiaoyan and the others. Their expressions instantly changed as they hurriedly circulated the Genesis Qi in their bodies to resist. However, the other party was a true Origin King expert and was several times stronger than all of them combined. His aura and pressure was not something that Xiaoyan and the others could withstand. Boom! A series of explosions rang out as the chairs that Xiaoyan and the others were sitting on were instantly blasted apart. Their bodies were half kneeling on the ground as if they were about to be pressed down by the pressure. Cough, cough. Following the pressure above their heads was a series of violent coughs. The qi and blood in Xiaoyan and the others immediately began to churn violently. This was especially true for the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling. Their cultivations were on the lower side to begin with, so when they were pressured by the aura, their faces immediately turned deathly pale. A trace of blood even flowed out from the corner of the little fairy doctor's lips. Little fairy doctor. Xiaoyan's heart was immediately startled when he saw this scene. At the same time, a fury surged from the bottom of his heart. He ceased asking about the reason. A thought passed through his heart and a powerful force immediately agglomerated on the surface of his body, transforming into a layer of golden-colored barrier. With the pressure above his head, his trembling legs gradually became firm. His head, which was pressed down, was also stubbornly raised. Giant elephant art. Rise from me. A low roar was once again emitted from Xiao Yan's heart. His body shook abruptly and an enormous golden-colored illusionary image immediately appeared within the hall. The ground under his body, which had already been crushed, swiftly split into numerous enormous crack lines. His entire body also slowly stood up and bent his waist deeply. Although he was unable to stand upright, this scene caused Fang Qi, Lan Yi, and the others present to reveal shocked expressions. A mere initial origin stage expert was actually able to stand up under the pressure of Fang Qi's origin king stage aura with brute force. This was truly shocking. Soon after, the enormous hands of the King Kong giant in the hall supported itself on the ground. At a glance, it appeared like a large gorilla. While Fang Qi and the others were shocked, the King Kong giant forcefully withstood the pressure. A low roar that was filled with anger was emitted from its throat. At the same time, a fierce flame covered the surface of its body. An extremely overbearing strength surged out from within Xiao Yan's body at this moment. It actually blocked Fang Qi's force and pressure for an instant, allowing the little fairy doctor and the others behind him to have a chance to catch their breath. Gasp! This guy, he's already in such a state and yet he still has the strength to retort. What shocking explosive force. Even with Fang Qi's mental strength, he involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he saw this scene. On top of being shocked in his heart, he also felt even more surprised and doubtful about the exact identity of Xiao Yan's group. Kid, I don't care what abilities you have, but it's best if you answer my question honestly right now. What is your relationship with the Celestial Puppet Sect? After all, Xiao Yan was an origin king. Although his presence was indeed shocking, he was only at early returnance in the end. Facing Fang Qi with such strength was like putting on a show. Fang Qi only called out, but the pressure within his voice suppressed Xiao Yan once again. Kid, I admire your talent and courage very much, but if you really are someone from the Celestial Puppet Sect, then no matter how great your talent is, I can only apologize to you. The pressure that was being exerted on the heads of Xiao Yan's group immediately became even stronger when these words were spat out. Soon after, one could hear a bang sound. The golden light that covered the surface of Xiao Yan's body, along with the illusionary image, was shattered in an instant. What? Xiao Yan's heart suddenly shook. His face had turned bright red the moment the golden elephant skill was broken. He widened his mouth and a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. Soon after, his expression also turned pale in an instant. His forceful body immediately knelt down uncontrollably. With a bang, the shattered ground under his knees was shaken into a pile of powder. Cough cough, Patriarch Fang, what is the meaning of this? The expressions of Luo Jin and the others immediately changed when they saw Xiao Yan become injured. Even though the pressure above them became even more terrifying, it was unable to stop their enmity and anger. What is the meaning of this? It's only the first time Xiao Yan has met Lan Yi and Jianghu, yet they want to purge him of their own accord. How can there be such a good deal in the world? When you left Endless City, you just happened to be followed by people from the Celestial Puppet Sect. In the battle afterwards, not only did Xiao Yan defeat the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley who were no weaker than returnance experts, but he even took out a puppet unique to the Celestial Puppet Sect. What? Isn't all of this enough to explain everything? You've already prepared the entire plan from the moment Lan Yi and Jianghu set foot in Endless City for the sake of infiltrating the Fang family. The puppet is clearly from the southwest border and the Sea Cloud Palace. According to what I know, the Celestial Puppet Sect has already begun to expand their forces in the southwest. The largest one is called the Sea Cloud Palace. The reason why you mentioned it is to use the Sea Cloud Palace to hide your identities. Fang Qi actually displayed an intelligent appearance when he heard Luo Jin's words. Based on his judgment, he had actually connected everything that had happened before and after. It appeared that the things that had happened to Xiao Yan's group at the southwestern border and their arrival at the southernmost region were all for the sake of probing into his Fang clan. However, he had completely forgotten that he and the others had helped his Fang clan to get out of a predicament earlier. Luo Jin and the others became furious when they saw Fang Qi's idiotic guess. They glared at Fang Qi furiously, almost spitting fire from their eyes. If it were not for the fact that their cultivation was lower than Fang Qi's, they probably would not have been able to recognize him and would have punched him long ago. Patriarch Fang. You don't have to believe others, but I'm an elder of the Alchemist Alliance. You should at least believe me. Don't tell me you still don't believe in the Alchemist Alliance. At this moment, even Zhou Tai could not help but yell out while enduring the pressure on his shoulders. Fang Qi was actually so stupid. He actually insisted that they were from the Celestial Puppet Sect based on these unrelated matters. Could it be that after the incident with Mao Sun, this fellow had become so suspicious? Or was it that the Fang family had always been like this? I naturally believe in the Alchemist Alliance. However, according to what I know, you have only joined the Alchemist Alliance in the last 2 years. If you had already joined the Alchemist Alliance before joining the Alliance, then this matter would naturally make sense. Chapter 1183. Within the Fang clan's meeting hall, a terrifying qi pressure violently pressed down on the bodies of Xiao Yan's group. Everyone's faces were pale. Every single one of their bodies could not help but tremble intensely. This was not because of any fear. It was purely because the strength they were facing was too great. In front of everyone, Xiao Yan was undoubtedly in the most miserable state. Over half of the force in his body had been removed, and he could only rely on his Genesis Qi to barely block the pressure above his head. His cheeks were flushed red as a powerful aura descended from above. It was not only suppressing his body but also attacking his soul. A suffocating pressure spread from every part of his body, and Xiao Yan could only grit his teeth and endure. At the same time, another force seemed to be faintly trembling in the depths of Xiao Yan's body. It was only because all of Xiao Yan's attention was focused on his body that he did not notice. After Fang Qi retorted with a cold expression, he looked as if he had won a great victory and was about to capture the group in front of him. Indeed, after the incident with Mao Sun, Fang Qi had doubts about many things in his heart. He was very clear that there was definitely someone in his family who was related to Mao Sun. As for who that person was, it was still unclear for the time being. However, just based on this point, it caused him to form a suspicion toward all those whose identities were unknown. This was especially so when Lan Yi also raised his suspicion toward Xiao Yan's group. The thought in his heart flourished even more. Patriarch, don't you think it's a little too subjective to believe that they are from the Heavenly Puppet Sect based on this? Finally, at this moment, the 3 elders of the Fang clan also realized that something was not quite right. Fang Qi's words were a little too absolute. After all, no matter how one put it, Xiao Yan had helped the Fang clan resolve a crisis today. Yet, he actually turned around and doubted the identity of Xiao Yan's group. This was really a little unreasonable. Patriarch, at this moment, Lan Yi finally sensed that something was not right. His heart immediately felt some regret. He should not have suspected the background of Xiao Yan's group for no reason. However, it was too late to talk about all this now. At this moment, how could Fang Qi allow anyone to say anything? What, the 3 of you are starting to doubt me? I usually give you some face because you have contributed to the clan. Today Mao Sun came to the Fang clan, and the 3 of you were so submissive that you didn't have the slightest bearing of clan elders. You were even forced into silence by Mao Sun, and now you dare to teach me a lesson? Don't tell me you are also from the Heavenly Puppet Sect or the 10,000 Scorpion Sect. When Fang Qi said this, the 3 elders were immediately shocked. Indeed, the current Fang Qi had indeed become very strange. Not only did he speak without restraint, his heart seemed to have become even darker. Something's wrong. Patriarch, you should calm down first. Upon sensing this, the expressions of the 3 elders immediately changed as they hurriedly called out to stop Fang Qi. However, the latter's heart had become increasingly aggressive at this moment. How could he possibly allow them to say anything else? The instant he turned his head, the few of them saw that his eyes had unknowingly been covered by a scarlet-red hue. As he roared, he suddenly waved his sleeve as a torrent of Genesis Qi surged out, charging straight at the 3 elders. This guy. The hearts of the 3 old men were immediately greatly alarmed. They hurriedly intervened and blocked Fang Qi's attack together. However, the remnant ripple after the Genesis Qi was broken easily knocked down Xiao Yan's group. The pressure they felt also scattered at this moment. Fortunately, this energy remnant ripple did not cause them to suffer any injuries. This was something worth rejoicing over. However, the instant Xiao Yan's body fell backwards, he seemed to faintly hear something shattering in his body. Immediately after, just as Fang Qi was about to attack the 3 elders again, the door to the discussion hall was once again smashed open by brute force. Cries of alarm rang out. Patriarch. Not good, the poison in young master's body is acting up again. Loud cries echoed in the hall like the ringing of a bell, the buzzing sound causing Fang Qi's head to rumble. Now that something had happened to Fang Jitsong, Fang Qi's mind was in turmoil, and his actions finally came to a stop. Die. Let him die. However, before the others could relax, Fang Qi's cry sounded out like a sudden clap of thunder and also like the roar of a wild beast. Without caring about anyone else, his body suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the three elders from his own clan in the blink of an eye. He then violently slammed the chest of the person closest to him. In the face of such a sudden attack, coupled with the gap between their cultivation levels, the elder was unable to dodge even with his movement techniques. He could only helplessly watch as Fang Qi's hand rapidly grew larger in his eyes. Once this palm landed, even if he did not die, it would definitely leave behind an injury that would be difficult to cure. Bzz. However, while the other two elders were emitting worried exclamations from their mouths, there was suddenly an unknown energy swiftly gathering within Xiao Yan's body. In the blink of an eye, it formed an enormous energy whirlpool around Xiao Yan's body. A wild and ferocious suction force instantly surged. The Genesis Qi in the area where the Fang clan was located suddenly began to riot at this moment. In the next instant, just as Fang Qi's hand was about to land on the chest of the elder in front of him, an invisible energy storm abruptly charged out from the center of the vortex and slammed into Fang Qi's body. Bang! One could only hear a muffled bang sound and Fang Qi's body immediately flew out. Immediately he was heavily smashed into the wall behind the head seat. His entire chest instantly caved in and his body was embedded into the wall. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. While his mind was in a state of giddiness, his scarlet eyes gradually regained their clarity. In the hall, the three elders stared in disbelief at Fang Qi, who had been sent flying by the force. Besides the joy of surviving a calamity, there was also endless shock in their turbid eyes. Only after the three of them confirmed that Fang Qi would not attack again did they turn their gazes towards the source of the aura. When their gazes landed on Xiao Yan's body, the shock in their hearts grew even greater. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the person who had sent Fang Qi flying with a single aura would be Xiao Yan. Fang Qi, the strongest member of the Fang clan, a 4-star Source King, had been sent flying by Xiao Yan, a young member of the younger generation. This was simply unbelievable. Chapter 1184. The Fang clan's residence. The originally gorgeous reception hall was now in ruins. The walls on all sides collapsed, and the dome was blown away by a tyrannical force. The originally spacious hall was now only left with a small space in the middle that could stand. Fang Qi's body was still embedded in the wall. It was likely that the remaining broken wall around his body would collapse with a loud bang if he quietly moved. The three elders of the Fang clan, Luo Jin, and the others took the lead to withdraw from the area of the ruins. Only Xiao Yan remained seated within it. The powerful energy formed a huge energy tornado with Xiao Yan's body at the center. Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut as he sat cross-legged, allowing the energy to enter his body. The moment the invisible energy swept out, Xiao Yan was certain that Xiao Xian had awakened in his body. After such a long time, Xiao Xian had finally recovered from the great exhaustion he had suffered in the North Sea. Moreover, he was clearly much more powerful than before. It was imaginable that his spiritual strength should have recovered long ago. He had only been absorbing and refining the medicinal ingredients he had obtained from the Sea clan. After absorbing the spirit power in those medicinal herbs, Xiao Xian's spirit power had reached an unimaginable level. At least with Xiao Yan's current spirit power, he couldn't detect the depth of Xiao Xian's spirit power. He couldn't even detect the latter's current condition. Ever since the energy swept out, Xiao Yan's body no longer moved. Only the Genesis Qi between heaven and earth continued to gather, and after entering Xiao Yan's body, it inexplicably disappeared. Xiao Yan knew that Xiao Xian was absorbing the Genesis Qi, but he was a little surprised that Xiao Xian didn't react in the slightest. Xiao Yan, is he okay? Outside the arena, Zhou Tai and the others were also looking at Xiao Yan with worried faces. The strange thing that had suddenly happened to Xiao Yan's body had really given them a fright. On the other hand, the little fairy doctor's pretty face did not have a surprised expression at this moment. Although her heart was also shocked by the sudden scene just now, when she came back to her senses, the worry in her heart quickly calmed down. Based on her understanding of Xiao Yan, he would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. Since that energy was being released from his body, it meant that this energy was under Xiao Yan's control. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to worry. As the Genesis Qi between heaven and earth continued to gather, the movements around Xiao Yan grew more and more intense. Even the space around him and the ground began to tremble. The tremendous energy pressure caused space to distort, and even the air seemed to become particularly viscous. During this entire process, everyone present stared intently at Xiao Yan. Some of the members of the Fang clan who had arrived late also widened their eyes at this moment. Their faces were filled with shock. When would they have thought that the Fang clan's meeting hall would be destroyed by someone? And now, this person was sitting there with his legs crossed and cultivating with a fearless look. He was simply looking down on the Fang clan. Immediately there were a few disciples of the Fang family who were eager to show off, but before they could do anything they were stopped by the three elders. Not a single person from the Fang family was allowed to step into the meeting hall. Seeing that the three elders from their own clan actually surrounded and protected this young man in the battleground, the other members of the Fang clan immediately did not dare to say anything more. However, their gazes that repeatedly looked at Xiao Yan were filled with an increasing amount of shock. In the sky, the three elders of the Fang family stared fixedly at Xiao Yan, their hearts filled with shock. Given their eyesight, they could naturally tell that the power surrounding Xiao Yan didn't really belong to Xiao Yan. He was only acting as a cover for the Genesis Qi, and all the power had returned to the depths of Xiao Yan's body. As for what it was, they had no way of knowing. However, there was one thing they were certain of. The true owner of the power was definitely much stronger than the three of them combined. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to push back Fang Qi, who was in that strange state, with a single blow. When Fang Qi was mentioned, the latter's body was still embedded in the broken wall at this moment. Although the scarlet color from earlier could no longer be seen in his eyes, his entire person appeared to be in a daze. It appeared that he had yet to wake up from Xiao Yan's explosive attack earlier. Bang! Perhaps it was really such a coincidence, or perhaps Fang Qi felt the gazes from the outside. His originally drooping eyes slowly opened with some pain. He moved his body slightly, and the broken wall on his body instantly collapsed. His entire body was also released from the wall. After coming back to his senses, his pair of eyes that had recovered their clarity couldn't help but look around in a daze. The expression on his face was first startled, then he couldn't help but widen his eyes as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. What is going on? After the shock on his face passed, Fang Qi felt a sharp pain in his head. Immediately after, the scene from before once again surfaced in his mind. How could this be? Fang Qi's face immediately turned deathly pale as he recalled the scene from before. At the same time, he was glad that his palm had not landed on the elder's body. Otherwise he would have regretted it to death. As for why his palm did not land, there was no description in his memory. As for the energy storm around Xiao Yan, it had gradually subsided before Fang Qi opened his eyes. Ancestor, have you awakened? Ancestor? Ancestor. The energy dissipated and Xiao Yan calmly sat where he was without moving. He kept calling out for Xiao Xian in his heart, but no matter how many times he tried, there was no response. Even if Xiao Yan used his soul power to carefully search his body, he was still unable to detect the slightest trace of Xiao Xian's aura. From the looks of it, the latter did not seem to have completely awakened. The energy from before was perhaps just an abnormality before he awakened. Sigh. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan immediately sighed helplessly in his heart. Then he slowly raised his eyes. However, just as he opened his eyes, he saw the pale-faced Fang Qi not far away. His eyes immediately narrowed and he hurriedly got up, but at the same time, he attracted the latter's gaze. Mr. Xiao Yan. Fang Qi also understood that Xiao Yan was extremely wary of him at this moment, so he immediately wanted to go forward and explain what had happened. However, just as he was about to move, the three elders suddenly leaped forward and blocked Fang Qi and Xiao Yan. Master, if you attack again, don't blame us for being impolite. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 1185. In the Fang family mansion, all the Fang family disciples widened their eyes as they stared at the scene before them in astonishment. They could not believe their own eyes. Why did their own elders turn around and stand in front of their family head? If it weren't for the clear words of the three elders, these people would have suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes. Grand Elder, I did not know what had happened before. I can only apologize for what happened earlier. After this, I will do my best to make it up to the three of you, but Mr. Xiao Yan? Fang Qi felt extremely helpless in his heart when he saw the three elders from his clan blocking in front of him. Immediately, he cupped his hands and bowed to the few of them with a sincere attitude, hoping that he would be able to obtain their forgiveness. At the end of his words, Fang Qi's gaze also landed on Xiao Yan. His gaze was so sincere that no one would be able to form any doubts. Speaking of which, Xiao Yan was clearly being treated in such a manner by an expert at the advanced Yuan King class. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that he would have nodded his head and forgiven him. However, Xiao Yan did not. Even though he could tell that Fang Qi's words were sincere, his actions earlier had already touched Xiao Yan's reverse scale. How could this be easily resolved with 2 or 3 sentences? Fang Qi, although you are the patriarch, you have gone too far today. No matter what the reason is, you have already affected the operations of the entire Fang family. As a result, the 3 of us have decided to temporarily keep your position as the patriarch of the Fang family. As for Mr. Xiao Yan, from now on, he will be a guest elder of the Fang family. If there is nothing urgent, I think it's best if you do not approach him so casually. Even though the 3 elders already knew that Fang Qi had recovered his consciousness, the damage he had done earlier could not be easily made up for. For example, the ruins before them. The guest hall had been completely destroyed. If they wanted to start over, they would have to build a new one. However, before that, they needed to stabilize their foundations and make the ground even more stable. At this moment, this was exactly what the 3 elders wanted to do. Temporarily keeping Fang Qi as the head of the clan was to vent his anger for the oppression that Xiao Yan had suffered earlier. As for the consecrated elder, it was also to compensate Xiao Yan to the greatest extent. This action was far better than the original request that Fang Qi had made. Of course, the reason for this was definitely because of the strength that was emitted from Xiao Yan's body earlier. If he didn't have a certain level of strength as an incentive, how could these guys treat him with such an attitude? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but mock himself. In the end, he was still basking in Xiao Xian's glory. Otherwise, with his own cultivation, how could he attract the attention of these people in front of him? At most, they would be a little more polite to him because of Fang Zhizong. Once Fang Zhizong's condition improved, the outcome would naturally not be difficult to imagine. However, it was different now. With the aura that Xiao Yan exuded earlier, these guys would naturally treat him with respect. Regardless of whether the power belonged to Xiao Yan or not, as long as he could use it, it was enough for these people to be polite to him. Under the premise of possessing great power, no one would care about the source of that power. Mr. Xiao Yan, what happened earlier was indeed my fault. I apologize to you. However, the poison in Song Er's body has acted up again, and it can no longer be delayed. Mr. Xiao Yan, please treat my son's injuries. Fang Qi was not a fool. He immediately understood the meaning behind the words of the 3 elders in front of him. Although he did not understand the exact reason behind it, the poison in Fang Zhizong's body had once again flared up. If this were to continue, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he could only brace himself and open his mouth to beg Xiao Yan. Hearing that, Xiao Yan's expression didn't change much. He looked at the 3 elders in front of him and realized that they were also looking at him from the corner of their eyes. Although they didn't say it explicitly, it was obvious that they were waiting for his response. These 3 old fellows obviously hoped that he would agree. After all, they were helping their own people. They couldn't really hurt their own people for a person whose thoughts they couldn't be sure of. That kind of deal where they suffered a double loss was something they absolutely couldn't do. Xiao Yan was just about to open his mouth when a warm hand was suddenly placed on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw that it was Luo Jin. The little fairy doctor and the rest followed closely behind. Although their complexions had already recovered, one could still see some paleness on the little fairy doctor's face. The gap between a Dou Di and King Yuan was too great. If Fang Qi really wanted to kill back then, it was likely that the first to die would be the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart, which had calmed down because of Xiao Xian, fluctuated once again. He exchanged glances with Luo Jin by the side. Immediately, Xiao Yan looked at Fang Qi, raised his eyelids and said in a calm tone, "I can agree to help young Master Fang expel the poison." Once these words were said, the 3 elders and Fang Qi relaxed slightly. Soon after, Xiao Yan continued to speak. "However, Fang clan leader, you must bow and apologize to her." As he spoke, Xiao Yan raised his hand and pointed at the little fairy doctor by the side. At this moment, the latter finally reacted. Immediately, the expression on her face was startled. Soon after, she opened her mouth but remained silent. "What? This woman is only a 3-star Dou Di. How can this be? How can the Fang clan leader apologize to a 3-star Dou Di? Absolutely not." As soon as these words left his mouth, the surrounding disciples of the Fang family immediately burst into an uproar. How could the dignified patriarch of the Fang family apologize to a person of unknown origin? Not to mention that this person's cultivation was far inferior to Fang Qi's. Xiao Yan's actions could be said to be slapping the Fang clan's own face. "Mr. Xiao Yan, isn't this too? If Fang clan leader is unwilling, you can go and look for Mao Sun. I believe that even if you look for him now, he would be very willing to cooperate with you." Without waiting for the elder in front of him to finish speaking, Xiao Yan once again opened his mouth. The elder's words were instantly stuck in his mouth. Even though they knew that Xiao Yan was taking revenge for the previous matter, asking Fang Qi to bow and apologize to the little fairy doctor in front of everyone in the Fang clan was still a little too much. However, if he was unwilling to apologize, Fang Jitsong's life would definitely be threatened. Xiao Yan's actions were forcing him to apologize. After all, he was a father. Fang Qi struggled for a long time before finally letting out a bitter sigh. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the little fairy doctor. Under the disbelieving gazes of the Fang clan members, he bowed respectfully to the little fairy doctor. At the same time, he apologized word by word. Being treated in such a manner, the little fairy doctor almost could not recover her senses. She hurriedly looked at Xiao Yan beside her. Seeing the latter nod his head, she quickly followed suit and nodded gently, accepting Fang Qi's apology. Only at this moment did Fang Qi's face tensed up. He tried his best to calm the emotions in his heart. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan and said in a somewhat suppressed tone, "Mr. Xiao Yan, is it all right now?" Hearing this, the latter nodded his head. He did not care about the expressions on the faces of the three elders. He pulled the little fairy doctor beside him and turned around to walk towards the courtyard. Chapter 1186. In the courtyard outside of the guest hall, which had already turned into ruins, Xiao Yan led the little fairy doctor and slowly walked to the side of the unconscious Fang Jitsong, who was lying flat on the ground in the courtyard. The two of them revealed a surprised expression the moment they saw Fang Jitsong. Xiao Yan hurriedly squatted down and grabbed Fang Jitsong's wrist without any hesitation. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous spiritual strength immediately entered Fang Jitsong's body. It swiftly helped him check the condition of his body. On the side, the fairy doctor also squatted down. Just as her hand was about to reach for Fang Jitsong's other wrist, she was stopped by Xiao Yan. "Be careful, the poison in his body has completely erupted. Even my soul power can't withstand it. If you act so carelessly, you will definitely be injured by the poison." The fairy doctor was startled when Xiao Yan stopped her. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, she withdrew her slender hand with lingering fear. Even though she possessed the woeful poison body, since even Xiao Yan had intervened to stop her, it was sufficient to indicate just how fierce the poison within Fang Jitsong's body was. Once the little fairy doctor carelessly transferred her spiritual strength into Fang Jitsong's body, it was likely that even the little fairy doctor would suffer serious injuries under the fierce energy attack of the poison. This was not something that Xiao Yan wished to see. But the poison in his body, after hesitating for a moment, the fairy doctor frowned. Just as the words left her mouth, she was stopped by Xiao Yan's stern gaze. "Leave everything to me. You don't have to do anything. Don't think too much. Just take care of yourself." Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some kind of irresistible majesty. The fairy doctor immediately pouted cutely and timidly retreated. When Xiao Yan saw the cute look on the fairy doctor's face, although there was no change in his expression, his old face could not help but heat up when he turned his head. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and calmed himself down. After which, he turned his gaze around and tossed aside the distracting thoughts in his heart. At the same time that his gaze landed on Fang Jitsong, his thoughts also turned back. After a brief but swift investigation, Xiao Yan was surprised to discover that the poison within Fang Jitsong's body, which had been suppressed by quite a lot, had actually swelled wildly for no reason. The poison in Fang Jitsong's 4 limbs, which had been expelled by Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, was once again invaded by the poison at this moment. Moreover, from the looks of it, the explosive strength and spreading speed of this poison seemed to have become even more terrifying. In just a moment, the degree of the poison's dispersion had even exceeded the scene when Xiao Yan examined Fang Jitsong a few days ago. Such a strange spreading speed, even Xiao Yan was surprised and suspicious. How could this be? How did the poison become so fierce all of a sudden? Xiao Yan quietly said in his heart. When Xiao Yan pulled up Fang Jitsong's sleeves, he saw that the latter's originally white arm had actually gradually turned black and green. There were even some small black lines that could be seen on some parts of his arm. Those were the proof that the poison had spread to his skin. Oh no, this poison is spreading so fast. Sensing that something was not right, Xiao Yan hurriedly withdrew his hand. He placed 2 of his fingers together and shook them gently. A pale green-colored flame seedling immediately surfaced. Without having the time to explain, Xiao Yan swiftly pressed his finger on the joint of Fang Jitsong's wrist in front of the various gazes of the surrounding people. Following this, it was his elbow, arm, and even the chi pads and important acupuncture points all over his body. When Xiao Yan finally withdrew his palm and examined Fang Jitsong again, the speed of the poison spreading in Fang Jitsong's body slowed down a little. But even so, if Fang Jitsong was not treated, he believed that in less than a night Fang Jitsong would still lose his life because of this. What's going on? It has only been half a month since I suppressed the poison in Jitsong's body. How could it break out again, and the speed of its spread is... Being Fang Jitsong's father, Fang Qi hurriedly stepped forward to check the condition of Fang Jitsong's body when Xiao Yan acted to control the spread of the poison in Fang Jitsong's body. Soon after, however, even his face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Originally, he would help Fang Jitsong suppress the poison in his body once every month in order to control the spread of the poison. However, only over 10 days had passed since the last time he acted, and the poison in Fang Jitsong's body had actually completely erupted. This was a result that he had never expected. Immediately, Fang Qi hurriedly mobilized the Genesis Qi in the cyclone in his body. Vigorous power quickly gathered in his palm, and he was about to suppress the poison in his son's body again. After all, no matter what means Xiao Yan had, Fang Jitsong was his son, and he had to ensure that nothing would happen to Fang Jitsong because of the poison. At least before Xiao Yan really removed the poison, he would not allow the poison to spread again. If you don't want anything to happen to him, you'd better not do this. However, just as Fang Qi was about to act, Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his eyes and said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Fang Qi's brows immediately scrunched together. But the poison in Jitsong's body has completely broken out. If we don't suppress it now, once the poison gets out of control again, it will be even more. If you really do that, then even I will not be able to save him. Before the words from Fang Qi's mouth sounded, Xiao Yan interrupted him with a sentence. Fang Qi's heart tightened, and the tremendous amount of Genesis Qi gathered in his palm quietly dissipated after a moment of struggle and hesitation. He did not dare to not save his son, but he also did not want to gamble with Fang Jitsong's life. Although he was extremely unwilling, he also understood that this endless method of suppression had continued for too long. Even if this continued, there would come a day when he would not be able to save his son. During the process of suppressing the poison, Fang Qi could clearly feel that the poison's power had grown stronger, and it was not a solution to continue suppressing it for a long time. Perhaps Xiao Yan's intervention had pointed out a way for Fang Jitsong to survive. After stopping Fang Qi's actions, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh as he muttered inwardly, "This is troublesome." Before this, even he did not expect the poison's power to be suppressed. If not, the process of expelling the poison would not have been so easy. From the current situation, the poison's power was clearly much more powerful than he had expected. Although it was somewhat strenuous, it was still within Xiao Yan's tolerance range compared to the woeful poison body. However, there was one thing that Xiao Yan could not understand. Why did the poison in Fang Jitsong's body suddenly act up? Chapter 1187. After temporarily suppressing the spread of the poison in Fang Jitsong's body, Xiao Yan had to prepare to officially remove the poison from Fang Jitsong's body. With the help of the heavenly fire and some special methods, he temporarily suppressed a portion of the vital channels in Fang Jitsong's body to slow down the spread of the poison. Although the effect was obvious, no matter how slow it was, the poison was still spreading. If it couldn't be completely removed, the poison would come back again as long as it was left behind. The reason why Xiao Yan stopped Fang Qi's actions just now was because he discovered a major characteristic of the poison. These poisons appeared to possess an extremely strong adaptability. Not only were they able to swiftly adapt to the condition of the host's body, but they were also able to absorb the host's own cultivation. They were even unceremonious to an external strength. Even the monster-like poison that Xiao Yan had injected into Fang Jitsong's body earlier had developed an interest in his spiritual strength. This thing appeared to possess an extremely stubborn desire to swallow all kinds of energy. It was not something that could be naturally produced. From this, Xiao Yan was even more certain of the guess in his heart. This poison was likely created by a certain vicious person. This person was likely not an ordinary strong person to be able to create a poison of this grade. At the very least, the person who could create such a poison had an extraordinary understanding of poison. After that, in order to allow Xiao Yan to focus on removing the poison from Fang Jitsong, Fang Qi specially arranged an independent courtyard for Xiao Yan. Even the people who could enter the house were strictly restricted. Other than Xiao Yan and Fang Qi, Luo Jin and the rest were insisted to stay outside. Even the 3 elders of the Fang family were not allowed to enter the house. Although the 3 old fellows had previously said that they had stripped Fang Qi of his position as the clan head, that was after all just putting on a show for Xiao Yan to see. Since there was no need to do so at this moment, the 3 old fellows were naturally much more respectful and cautious of Fang Qi as the few of them spoke. However, perhaps it was because Fang Qi had once attacked them earlier, but it resulted in them carrying a kind of strange awkwardness regardless of whether they spoke or did things. As for Luo Jin and the rest, although they were worried about Xiao Yan being alone inside, they could only stop at the door under Fang Qi's insistence. Of course, this was after Xiao Yan agreed. Otherwise they wouldn't have been stopped so easily. Inside the house, Xiao Yan checked Fang Jitsong's body again. After making sure that he didn't miss out any details, he controlled the strange fire. Just like the previous time, he used the strange fire to envelop Fang Jitsong's entire body. The process of removing the poison officially began. Although the method used to remove the poison was similar for both times, the poison that Xiao Yan was facing this time around was even more powerful and overbearing. Hence, it caused the entire process to become much slower. In order to completely remove the poison within Fang Jitsong's body, Xiao Yan had caused his own spiritual strength to be affected during the process of controlling the heavenly flame to fight the poison. A small amount of damage was nothing. However, what he didn't know was that every time his spiritual energy was slightly damaged, the poison would take the opportunity to surge up. Even if the strange fire blocked almost all of it, there would still be an extremely small amount of poison that was difficult to detect that would invade Xiao Yan's spiritual energy. Under the protection of his spiritual energy and the strange fire, the poison would safely enter his body. The entire process of Xiao Yan removing the poison from Fang Jitsong's body lasted for a total of 3 days. After 3 days, the poison in Fang Jitsong's body was finally completely removed under the refining of Xiao Yan's strange fire. Fang Jitsong's body, which looked like a dying person 3 days ago, had finally returned to normal. Following the disappearance of the poison, Fang Jitsong's fat body had unknowingly become much smaller. His entire person looked even more handsome. It was a pity that he was still in a deep sleep on the bed. As for Fang Qi, in order not to disturb Xiao Yan, and also for his son's sake, he had already left the room a day ago. He was quietly waiting for Xiao Yan's good news. After a day of waiting, he personally sensed that the poison in Fang Jitsong's body was decreasing. First, it was the skin, then the meridians and bones, followed by the internal organs. Everything proved that Fang Jitsong was about to return to normal. As a father, how could he not be excited? But it was also because of this that he had left the room early to ensure that nothing went wrong during the entire process. Today, the poison in Fang Jitsong's body was finally completely removed. However, along with Fang Jitsong's relief, Xiao Yan's body was in trouble again. The Genesis Qi in Xiao Yan's body had been greatly depleted over the past 3 days. At this moment, there was less than 20% of Genesis Qi left in his cyclone. In order to prevent the poison from returning, Xiao Yan had gone all out this time. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead like raindrops. Her originally rosy lips were now ghastly white. Her face also carried a trace of exhaustion. Her eyelids were currently so heavy that they were like rolling stones that were about to close. 3 days of refining and expelling the poison was not considered a long time. Although he had exhausted a large amount of Genesis Qi, logically speaking, he should not have ended up in such a state. However, Xiao Yan's originally clear mind had become a little absent-minded at this moment. What's going on? Xiao Yan could not help but cry out in bewilderment when he sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly pulled himself together and began to circulate the little remaining Genesis Qi in his body. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yan was shocked to discover that a cluster of black poison the size of a fist had unknowingly appeared within his Qi vortex. It occupied all the important Qi paths, completely sealing off all the routes that Xiao Yan could use his Genesis Qi to move. However, before Xiao Yan could do anything else, a pair of heavy eyelids slowly fell and his body collapsed onto the floor of the room. Meanwhile, Luo Jin and the rest were still patiently waiting outside the door. Luo Jin and Bai Hua would occasionally glance at the icy gazes of the Fang clan members that had shot in from outside the courtyard, before casually glancing at them and ignoring them. Ever since Xiao Yan had requested for Fang Qi to apologize to the little fairy doctor, these people from the Fang clan had used this kind of hostile gaze to look at them. If it were not for Fang Qi's orders, it was likely that these people would have been unable to resist barging in. At this moment, the little fairy doctor was standing in front of the door with her brows slightly furrowed. Ever since Xiao Yan had forbidden her from touching Fang Jitsong's wrist, she had a vague premonition in her heart that something bad was about to happen. As time passed, this premonition grew stronger and stronger until today. Bang! Although the movement within the room was not loud and even Luo Jin and the others did not hear it clearly, it still landed in the ears of the little fairy doctor, who had been staring at the door. Immediately, the expression on the latter's pretty face abruptly changed. Without thinking much, her lovely body pounced forward and pushed the door open. Her pair of pretty eyes immediately looked into the room. Soon after, she saw the unconscious Xiao Yan lying on the ground.